In the century when Rome discovered that having too many emperors was even worse than having bad ones, the empire careened from crisis to catastrophe with all the grace of a drunk gladiator in a pottery shop. Welcome to the era when imperial purple became a death sentence and the throne changed occupants faster than a Roman bathhouse. The period between 235 and 285 AD, cheerfully dubbed the crisis of the 3rd century by historians who enjoy understatement, saw approximately 26 legitimate emperors and rather more illegitimate ones. During these 50 years, Rome experienced military disasters, economic collapse, plague, civil war, and the kind of political instability that makes modern governments look pretty positive. In the pages that follow, we'll explore how Rome survived its darkest hour, not through the wisdom of it, but through the emergence of emperors who understood that saving the empire required changing it beyond recognition. The Rome that emerged from this crisis bore little resemblance to the city of Augustus or even Marcus Aurelius, but it endured. Before we get in, comment down below what stories you'd like to hear next, and let us know what time is it on your side right now, maybe a nap or a long night rest. Hope this will drift you to sleep with a good mood. Now let's get in. Prepare yourself for a journey through an era when imperial succession resembled a particularly violent game of musical chairs, when economic policy consisted mainly of hoping things would improve, and when the question wasn't whether an emperor would be assassinated, but merely when and by whom. Welcome to the crisis of the 3rd century. 1. Constantius Chlorus, 305–306 AD, the Pale Emperor who fathered a legend. History remembers Flavius Valerius Constantius primarily for two things: his remarkably pale complexion, which earned him the nickname Chlorus's, the Pale, and his rather more significant achievement of fathering Constantine the Great. This is somewhat unfair to a man who spent his career diligently climbing the imperial ladder, only to reach the top rung and promptly die, leaving his son to reshape the Roman world. Born around 250 AD in Dardania, modern Balkans, Constantius came from the sort of humble background that had become standard for 3rd century emperors. His early career followed the predictable path of military service, though he distinguished himself by actually surviving long enough to benefit from his competence, a feat that deserves recognition in an era when promotion often came with a complimentary assassination. His big break came when he caught the eye of Emperor Maximian, who appointed him as Praetorian Prefect of Gaul. This position, which combined military command with civil administration, suited Constantius perfectly. He possessed that rare combination of military competence and administrative ability that made him indispensable without being threatening, rather like a Swiss Army knife that couldn't stab you in the back. In 293 AD, Diocletian's new tetrarchic system elevated Constantius to Caesar under Maximian. This promotion came with the traditional imperial package: a divorce from his first wife Helena, a barmaid who had inconveniently produced the future Constantine, and marriage to Maximian's stepdaughter Theodora. The fact that Constantius accepted this arrangement without complaint suggests either remarkable pragmatism or a keen understanding of how imperial politics worked. As Caesar, Constantius received the challenging assignment of recovering Britain from the usurper Electus. The campaign of 296 AD demonstrated his tactical ability and political acumen. He not only defeated Electus, but managed to prevent his troops from sacking London, a display of discipline that so impressed the locals, they erected a medallion commemorating their salvation from their own rescuers. His administration of Gaul and Britain revealed a governing style that might be termed competent restraint. He defended the frontiers against Germanic incursions, rebuilt cities damaged by barbarian raids, and generally managed his territories with the efficiency of a man who understood that good government often means simply not making things worse. Constantius's relationship with Christians marked a significant departure from Diocletian's policies. While the Eastern Empire enthusiastically persecuted Christians, Constantius took a notably softer approach in his domains. He technically complied with the persecution edicts by demolishing some churches, but avoided the wholesale slaughter that characterized enforcement elsewhere. This moderation might have reflected personal tolerance, political calculation, or simple distaste for unnecessary violence. When Diocletian and Maximian abdicated in 305 AD, Constantius finally became Augustus. His elevation demonstrated the tetrarchy working as intended, with power passing smoothly to the designated successors. Unfortunately for the system's long-term viability, Constantius would be dead within a year, triggering the very succession crisis the tetrarchy was designed to prevent. The 15 months of Constantius's reign as Augustus were spent largely in Britain, dealing with problems on the northern frontier. He campaigned against the Picts beyond Hadrian's Wall, displaying the same methodical competence that had characterized his earlier career. These campaigns, while successful, hardly constituted the stuff of legend, which was perhaps why fate decided to intervene dramatically. In 306 AD, while still on campaign in Britain, Constantius fell ill at Eboracum, modern York. His death on July 25th created an immediate succession crisis, as his troops, displaying the initiative that had characterized Roman armies throughout the 3rd century, promptly acclaimed his son Constantine as emperor. This acclamation violated the tetrarchic system, but followed the older tradition of hereditary succession that soldiers apparently found more satisfying. Constantius's death marked both an end and a beginning. It ended the first generation of the tetrarchy and began the process that would eventually see his son Constantine reunify the empire under sole rule. In death, as in life, Constantius served as a transitional figure, bridging the gap between the chaos of the 3rd century and the transformed empire of the 4th. Evaluating Constantius requires separating the man from his famous son's shadow. He was, by the standards of his time, a successful emperor, competent in war, effective in administration, and moderate in policy. He neither sought supreme power obsessively nor exercised it tyrannically when he achieved it. His treatment of Christians showed pragmatic tolerance. His governance of the western provinces demonstrated practical ability, and his acceptance of Diocletian's system revealed political wisdom. Yet Constantius remains curiously colorless in the historical record beyond his literal pallor. He lacked Diocletian's transformative vision, Maximian's brutal energy, and his son's world-changing ambition. He was essentially a good manager elevated to senior management who performed his duties conscientiously before dying at an inconvenient moment. Perhaps this very ordinariness was his most extraordinary quality. In an age of usurpers and tyrants, Constantius stood out by not standing out. He climbed the imperial ladder through merit rather than murder, governed reasonably rather than rapaciously, and died naturally rather than violently. By 3rd century standards, this made him practically revolutionary. His legacy lived on through Constantine, who would fulfill the ambitions Constantius never seemed to possess. The father's moderation in religious matters perhaps influenced the son's eventual adoption of Christianity. His competent administration of the western provinces provided the stable base from which Constantine would launch his bid for supreme power. Even his death in Britain, far from the centers of power, created the circumstances that allowed Constantine to claim the purple. Constantius Chlorus thus occupies a peculiar position in imperial history, a successful emperor remembered mainly for dying and leaving a more famous son. He was the capable administrator who kept the Western Empire functioning during its transformation, the moderate ruler who bridged the gap between persecution and tolerance, and the father who, by accident of timing, launched a dynasty that would reshape the Roman world. In the end, Constantius proved that sometimes the most important historical figures are those who do their jobs competently and then have the good grace to die at historically convenient moments. He may not have changed the world himself, but he raised and positioned the son who would, in the chaotic history of Roman succession, that might be the most successful legacy of all. 2. Galerius, 305-311 AD. If historical irony had a patron saint, it would surely be Gaius Galerius Valerius Maximianus, the man who spent most of his career enthusiastically persecuting Christians, only to issue an edict of toleration on his deathbed. Born around 260 AD to a peasant family in Dacia, Galerius rose from herding cattle to wearing the purple through a combination of military talent, strategic marriage, and an apparently genuine enthusiasm for religious persecution. His early life reads like a Roman success story written by someone with a flair for dramatic contrast. The son of a shepherdess who claimed descent from a serpent, a genealogical detail that suggests either remarkable imagination or concerning family dynamics. Galerius joined the army and discovered he had a genuine talent for organized violence. This skill set proved invaluable in 3rd century imperial politics. Galerius caught Diocletian's attention during the Persian campaigns of the 290 CE, displaying the kind of aggressive competence that emperors appreciated in subordinates. His promotion to Caesar in 293 AD came with the standard package: divorce from his existing wife and marriage to Diocletian's daughter Valeria. The fact that Valeria was Diocletian's daughter by adoption rather than blood apparently made little difference to the legitimacy calculations. As Caesar, Galerius received the Balkan provinces, a region that required constant military attention due to its popularity with invading barbarians. He proved exceptionally effective in this role, defeating the Sarmatians, Carpi, and Bastane with the kind of thoroughness that suggested personal vendetta against the entire concept of tribal migration. His greatest military achievement came during the Persian War of 296-298 AD, after an initial defeat that saw him humiliated by Diocletian, who reportedly made him walk for a mile in front of the imperial chariot. Galerius returned to the field with something to prove. His subsequent victory over the Sassanid king Nasser was so complete that it secured the eastern frontier for 40 years and captured the Persian royal family, a feat that earned him both military glory and Diocletian's forgiveness. The great persecution of Christians, beginning in 303 AD, bore Galerius's fingerprints so thoroughly that later Christian writers named him as its primary instigator. Whether this was accurate or convenient scapegoating remains debated, but Galerius certainly embraced persecution with enthusiasm. His particular focus on eliminating Christian influence from the army suggests either genuine religious conviction or practical concern about divided loyalties. When Diocletian and Maximian abdicated in 305 AD, Galerius became Augustus of the East, with his nephew Maximianus Daza as his Caesar. This elevation should have marked the pinnacle of his career. Instead, it initiated a series of political miscalculations that would ultimately undermine everything he tried to achieve. The tetrarchic system began unraveling almost immediately. Constantine's acclamation by his troops in Britain created a precedent that Galerius reluctantly accepted, granting Constantine the title of Caesar. When Maxentius seized power in Rome with similar disregard for proper procedure, Galerius attempted to restore order by force. The resulting expedition, led by Severus II, ended in spectacular failure when Severus's troops defected to Maxentius. Galerius's response to this crisis revealed both his strengths and limitations. He personally led a second expedition against Maxentius in 307 AD, demonstrating that he still possessed military courage. However, his inability to take Rome and subsequent retreat showed that military solutions couldn't solve what had become a political problem. The Conference of Carnuntum in 308 AD represented Galerius's last attempt to salvage the tetrarchic system. Bringing together Diocletian, coaxed out of retirement, and Maximian, the conference tried to restore order by appointing Licinius as Augustus in the West. The fact that this solution satisfied nobody and solved nothing demonstrated that the tetrarchy's fundamental premise, that ambition could be regulated by administrative arrangement was fatally flawed. By 310 AD, Galerius faced not only political failure but personal catastrophe. He developed what contemporary sources describe as a particularly gruesome disease, possibly bowel cancer or Fournier's gangrene. The descriptions provided by Christian writers who saw divine judgment in his suffering are medically graphic enough to suggest authentic observation rather than pure invention. Facing mortality and political irrelevance, Galerius issued his Edict of Toleration in April 311 AD. This document, which granted Christians the right to practice their religion and rebuild their churches, represented either a genuine change of heart or a desperate attempt to placate a deity he had spent years antagonizing. The edict's preamble, which essentially admitted that persecution had failed, stands as one of history's more remarkable admissions of policy failure. Galerius died shortly after issuing the edict. His death described by Christian sources with the kind of detail usually reserved for particularly satisfying revenge fantasies. His passing marked the end of systematic persecution and the beginning of Christianity's transformation from persecuted sect to imperial religion. Assessing Galerius requires navigating between Christian sources that demonized him and the historical reality of a competent emperor facing impossible challenges. He was undoubtedly brutal in his methods and sincere in his paganism, but he was also an effective military commander and administrator who tried to preserve a system he believed in. His persecution of Christians, while undoubtedly cruel, reflected genuine concern about religious unity in an empire facing existential threats. His military campaigns demonstrated tactical brilliance and strategic vision. His attempt to maintain the tetrarchy showed loyalty to Diocletian's vision even as that vision collapsed around him. The tragedy of Galerius lies in his inability to adapt to changing circumstances. He remained committed to policies, religious persecution, the tetrarchic system, military solutions to political problems, long after they had proven ineffective. His deathbed conversion to tolerance came too late to salvage either his reputation or his political legacy. In the end, Galerius embodied the contradictions of his age. A peasant who became emperor, a persecutor who died promoting tolerance, a military genius who couldn't win a political battle. He represented both the possibilities and limitations of the Diocletianic system. His career demonstrated that while talent could elevate anyone to the purple, keeping it required skills that military excellence alone couldn't provide. His Edict of Toleration, issued in extremis, became his most enduring legacy. Not because it succeeded, Constantine's policies would soon supersede it, but because it marked the moment when even Christianity's most determined opponent admitted defeat. In death, Galerius achieved what he had fought against in life, the recognition that religious plurality was inevitable in a diverse empire. History remembers Galerius primarily as the great persecutor, but this simplification misses the complexity of a man who rose from nothing to rule half the Roman world. He was a product of his time, brutal, capable, and ultimately overwhelmed by forces he could neither understand nor control. His failure was not personal but systemic, representing the last gasp of an old order that couldn't comprehend the new world being born around it. 3. Severus II, 306-307 AD. The emperor who discovered loyalty has a price. In the annals of spectacularly brief imperial careers, Flavius Valerius Severus deserves special mention not for his accomplishments. He had precious few, but for demonstrating with remarkable efficiency how not to conduct a military campaign against someone offering better pay. His year-long reign serves as a cautionary tale about the dangers of accepting promotion in a failing system. Born in the Danubian region sometime in the 3rd century, Severus followed the standard career path of the era, military service leading to imperial notice. His friendship with Galerius, forged during various campaigns against Rome's inexhaustible supply of enemies, proved to be both his making and his undoing. rather like winning a lottery where the prize is a poisoned chalice. When Constantius Chlorus died in 306 AD, the tetrarchic system demanded that Severus, as Caesar of the West, be promoted to Augustus. The fact that Constantine had already been acclaimed emperor by his father's troops was apparently considered a minor administrative detail that could be sorted out later. This optimistic assessment would prove to be somewhat misplaced. Severus's elevation to Augustus coincided with Maxentius's rebellion in Rome. The son of the retired emperor Maximian, Maxentius seized power with the support of the Praetorian Guard and the Roman population, who were understandably upset about losing their tax-exempt status. Galerius, displaying the strategic insight that made him such an effective persecutor of Christians, ordered Severus to march on Rome and restore order. What followed was a military campaign that demonstrated why market forces matter even in civil wars. Severus advanced on Rome with an army composed largely of troops who had previously served under Maximian, Maxentius's father. When Maximian emerged from retirement to support his son, these soldiers faced a choice between their current employer and their former commander, who was offering better terms. The decision-making process was remarkably brief. The defection of his army left Severus in the awkward position of besieging Rome without troops, a tactical situation that military manuals generally advise against. He retreated to Ravenna, where he discovered that fortified cities are only as loyal as their garrisons. When Maximian arrived offering terms of surrender, Severus accepted, apparently believing that negotiating with the father-son team that had just stolen his army was a sound strategy. The terms of surrender guaranteed Severus's safety, a promise that lasted exactly as long as it took Maximian to change his mind. Initially kept as a hostage in comfortable captivity, Severus's situation deteriorated when Galerius launched his own unsuccessful expedition against Maxentius. With his value as a bargaining chip exhausted and his patron unable to help, Severus was offered the traditional Roman alternative to execution, suicide. The exact circumstances of his death in 307 AD remain unclear, with sources differing on whether he opened his veins voluntarily or received assistance. Either way, his demise marked the first crack in the tetrarchic system, proving that Diocletian's carefully constructed succession mechanism worked perfectly only when everyone agreed to follow the rules, a condition that Roman generals found persistently challenging. Severus's brief reign illuminates several important aspects of the late imperial period. First, it demonstrated the persistent power of personal loyalty in Roman military culture. Despite decades of institutional reform, soldiers still followed individual commanders rather than abstract systems. Second, it revealed the strategic importance of Italy and Rome, which retained symbolic significance even as real power shifted to the frontier provinces. His failure also exposed the fundamental weakness of the tetrarchy. It required a level of collegial cooperation that was essentially alien to Roman political culture. The system worked when Diocletian's personality held it together, but without that central authority, it devolved into the familiar pattern of civil war. The historical sources treat Severus with the mild contempt reserved for those who fail quickly and comprehensively. Christian writers focused on the persecution narrative barely mention him. Pagan historians note his existence primarily to explain the gap in the tetrarchic structure. He appears in the record as a functionary who briefly held supreme power without ever really wielding it. Yet Severus's career, brief as it was, reflects the realities of his era. He rose through merit in the military, gained power through institutional channels, and lost it through the traditional mechanism of betrayal and force. His story encapsulates the transition from the 3rd century crisis to the 4th century autocracy. The pathos of Severus lies in his position as a man caught between systems. He was elevated by tetrarchic legitimacy, but destroyed by traditional power politics. He commanded armies in theory, but lost them in practice. He held the title of Augustus, but exercised less real authority than many provincial governors. His death marked more than the end of an undistinguished reign. It signaled the beginning of the end for Diocletian's grand experiment in shared power. The subsequent conference of Carnuntum, which tried to repair the damage, only highlighted how thoroughly the system had failed. Severus had demonstrated, with unfortunate clarity, that power sharing required more than administrative arrangements. It needed a fundamental change in Roman political culture that never materialized. In the final analysis, Severus II stands as a reminder that in periods of institutional transition, being chosen by the system is less important than commanding personal loyalty. He was the right man according to the rules, but the wrong man according to reality. His career lasted just long enough to prove that legitimacy without power is merely an elaborate form of suicide, a lesson that Roman emperors had been learning and relearning for centuries. History remembers Severus II primarily as a footnote, a necessary explanation for why the Tetrarchy's mathematical elegance collapsed into traditional chaos. Yet his very insignificance tells us something important about the period. In an age of giants like Diocletian and Constantine, there was still room for ordinary men to be elevated and destroyed by forces beyond their control. Severus was neither hero nor villain, neither reformer nor tyrant. He was simply a competent soldier who discovered that competence alone was insufficient for survival in the imperial arena. His epitaph might well read, "Here lies Severus II, who proved that being legally correct is poor consolation when your army decides to work for someone else." In the brutal arithmetic of Roman politics, legitimacy without loyalty equaled zero me, a calculation that Severus learned too late to benefit from the lesson. 4. Maxentius, 306–312 AD, the last emperor of Rome who actually lived there. Marcus Aurelius Valerius Maxentius holds the peculiar distinction of being remembered primarily for losing to Constantine at the Battle of Milvian Bridge, which is rather like being famous for missing the last bus to destiny. Yet his 6-year reign deserves attention for what it represented: the final attempt to restore Rome's position as the actual center of the Roman Empire, rather than just its nostalgic namesake. Born around 278 AD to the Emperor Maximian and his Syrian wife Eutropia, Maxentius grew up in an era when Rome had become something of an imperial afterthought. The emperors of the Tetrarchy governed from frontier cities closer to the military action, visiting Rome occasionally like absentee landlords checking on a prestigious but impractical property. Maxentius would attempt to reverse this trend with all the determination of someone trying to make vinyl records mainstream again. His path to power began with a grievance that resonated with Roman pride. Diocletian's tax reforms had ended the city's ancient exemption from tribute. The idea that Rome should pay taxes like any provincial city struck many Romans as equivalent to making the Queen pay rent on Buckingham Palace. When the Tetrarchic succession of 305–306 AD passed over both Maxentius and Constantine in favor of Severus and Maximinus Daza, the stage was set for rebellion. On October 28, 306 AD, Maxentius was proclaimed emperor by the Praetorian Guard and the Roman populace in what amounted to a municipal coup d'état. The timing was impeccable. Severus II was dealing with Constantine's acclamation in Britain, while Galerius was occupied in the east. Maxentius presented himself not as a usurper, but as the defender of Rome's dignity, a message that played well with both the city's aristocracy and its unemployed masses. His first military test came when Severus II marched on Rome, only to have his army defect to Maxentius and his father Maximian, who had emerged from retirement to support his son. This victory established a pattern. Maxentius proved surprisingly effective at defending Italy, but showed little interest in expanding beyond it. He was in essence running a city-state in an age of empires. The relationship between Maxentius and his father quickly soured, culminating in Maximian's failed coup attempt in 308 AD. The elder emperor fled to Constantine's court, leaving Maxentius to govern alone. This family drama played out against the backdrop of increasing isolation, as the other tetrarchs refused to recognize Maxentius's legitimacy. Despite his precarious position, Maxentius governed Rome with considerable energy. He embarked on the last great building program the city would see for centuries, including the Basilica of Maxentius, completed by Constantine, who modestly renamed it, and the Temple of Romulus, dedicated to his deified son. These projects employed thousands and restored some of Rome's architectural dignity, though critics noted they were rather like redecorating a house while the roof was falling in. His religious policy was notably traditional, emphasizing Rome's ancient cults and customs. While not actively persecuting Christians, he showed little of the tolerance that characterized Constantine's approach. This conservatism appealed to the Roman Senate and aristocracy, who appreciated having an emperor who actually lived in Rome and respected its traditions. The African provinces proved crucial to Maxentius's regime, providing grain for Rome's population. When the Vicarius of Africa, Domitius Alexander, revolted in 308 AD, Maxentius responded with efficient brutality. The suppression of this revolt demonstrated his military capabilities, but also revealed the limitations of his power base. He could defend Italy and secure Africa, but lacked the resources for wider ambitions. By 312 AD, Maxentius faced the inevitable confrontation with Constantine, who had consolidated power in Gaul and Britain. The campaign that followed would determine not just who ruled the Western Empire, but what kind of empire it would be. Constantine marched into Italy with a smaller but veteran army, while Maxentius prepared to defend Rome itself. The Battle of Milvian Bridge, on October 28, 312 AD, exactly 6 years after Maxentius's accession, became one of history's decisive moments. Maxentius, despite having the advantage of defending a fortified position, chose to meet Constantine in open battle north of the city. Various sources attribute this decision to prophecies, omens, or simple overconfidence, but the result was catastrophic for Maxentius. The battle ended with Maxentius drowning in the Tiber when a temporary bridge collapsed under the weight of his retreating troops. His body was recovered the next day, and his head toured the empire on a pike, a traditional Roman way of announcing a change in management. Constantine entered Rome as victor, carefully presenting himself as a liberator rather than conqueror. History, written by Constantine's supporters, portrayed Maxentius as a tyrant and libertine. Christian sources, in particular, painted him as a persecutor, though evidence for systematic persecution is limited. These negative portrayals obscure what Maxentius actually represented, the last serious attempt to restore Rome's primacy in the empire that bore its name. Maxentius's reign raises intriguing counterfactuals. Had he defeated Constantine? Would Rome have remained the imperial capital? Would Christianity's rise to dominance have been delayed or altered? Would the empire have evolved differently under a ruler committed to traditional Roman values, rather than Constantine's innovative synthesis of Christianity and imperial authority? His significance lies precisely in his limitations. Maxentius understood Rome as a city and Italy as a heartland, but failed to grasp the empire as a vast, diverse entity requiring new solutions. He offered restoration when the times demanded transformation. His building program looked backward to Rome's glory days, while Constantine was already planning Constantinople. The irony of Maxentius is that he was simultaneously too Roman and not Roman enough. He embodied the city's traditional values, but lacked the universal vision that had made Rome great. He defended Italy successfully, but couldn't project power beyond it. He restored Rome's dignity, but couldn't restore its centrality. In death, Maxentius achieved a different kind of immortality. The Basilica of Maxentius, completed by his victor, stands as Rome's last great imperial building. His defeat at Milvian Bridge became Christianity's founding military myth, complete with visions of crosses in the sky. He entered legend not for what he accomplished, but for what his defeat made possible. Maxentius was in many ways the right emperor for the wrong century. In an earlier era, his focus on Rome, his respect for tradition, and his Italian power base might have sufficed. But the 4th century required emperors who could think beyond Rome's walls, who could synthesize rather than preserve, who could create new institutions rather than maintain old ones. He remains a figure of fascinating might-have-beens, the last emperor to make Rome his capital, the last to prioritize its traditions above all else, the last to believe that the city and the empire were synonymous. His drowning in the Tiber serves as an almost too perfect metaphor, the old Rome literally sinking beneath the waters, while a new Christian empire emerged on the banks. In the end, Maxentius proved that nostalgia, however well administered, cannot substitute for vision. He gave Rome 6 years of imperial presence, reminding the world's capital what it meant to have an emperor in residence. But in doing so, he also demonstrated why the empire had outgrown its birthplace. The future belonged to those who could imagine new Romes, not those who tried to preserve the old one. 5. Constantine the Great. 306-337, the visionary who rewrote Rome's future. If Flavius Valerius Constantinus had been a playwright rather than an emperor, critics would have accused him of relying too heavily on dramatic devices, prophetic visions, battlefield conversions, family murders, and the founding of cities that would outlast the empire itself. His 31-year reign transformed the Roman world so thoroughly that historians still debate whether he saved classical civilization or ended it. The answer, like most things about Constantine, depends entirely on one's perspective. Born around 272 AD in Naissus, modern Serbia, Constantine entered a world where emperors were made by armies and unmade by assassins with depressing regularity. His father, Constantius Chlorus, was a successful general who navigated the treacherous waters of Diocletian's tetrarchy with remarkable skill. His mother, Helena, was either a concubine or a wife of humble origin. Sources differ, though Constantine himself showed no embarrassment about her background, later elevating her to Augusta and funding her archaeological enthusiasm for finding pieces of the true cross. Constantine's early years were spent as something between a hostage and a protégé at the courts of Diocletian and Galerius. This education in imperial politics proved invaluable, teaching him both the strengths and weaknesses of the tetrarchic system. He learned that power derived from military force, but required administrative competence, that religious policy could unite or divide an empire, and that legitimacy was largely a matter of convincing others you possessed it. Constantine's early reign focused on securing his base in Britain and Gaul. He campaigned successfully against the Franks and Alemanni, demonstrating the military competence essential for imperial credibility. These victories served dual purposes. They protected the frontier while building the veteran army he would need for larger ambitions. When Constantius died at York in 306 AD, the troops immediately acclaimed Constantine as Augustus. This elevation violated tetrarchic protocol, but followed an older tradition of hereditary succession. Galerius, recognizing reality if not legitimacy, grudgingly acknowledged Constantine as Caesar. This compromise satisfied no one completely, but avoided immediate civil war as a delay that would prove more tactical than permanent. The complex dance of tetrarchic politics continued as the system unraveled. Constantine allied himself with Maxentius against Galerius, then with Licinius against Maxentius, displaying a flexibility in friendship that would characterize his entire career. The death of Galerius in 311 AD removed the last architect of the tetrarchy, leaving 4 men claiming various levels of imperial authority: Constantine, Maxentius, Licinius, and Maximinus Daza. The campaign against Maxentius in 312 AD became the defining moment of Constantine's career, not for its military brilliance, though it was brilliantly conducted, but for its religious implications. Before the Battle of Milvian Bridge, Constantine reportedly experienced a vision, a cross of light above the sun, accompanied by the words, "In this sign conquer." Whether this was genuine religious experience, political calculation, or later hagiographical invention remains debated. What followed was unambiguous. Constantine ordered his soldiers to mark their shields with the Chi symbol, fought under Christian banners, and attributed his victory to the Christian god. The drowning of Maxentius in the Tiber provided a dramatically satisfying conclusion that propagandists would exploit for centuries. Constantine's entry into Rome revealed his political genius. He disbanded the Praetorian Guard, removing a persistent source of instability, but treated the Senate with elaborate respect. He maintained traditional offices and ceremonies while subtly shifting their meaning. His approach to Christianity was similarly nuanced. He favored the church without immediately antagonizing pagans. The Edict of Milan in 313 AD, issued jointly with Licinius, marked a revolutionary moment disguised as administrative reform by granting religious tolerance to all faiths, with particular emphasis on Christianity. Constantine transformed the empire's religious landscape. This wasn't just tolerance, it was the beginning of imperial patronage that would make Christianity the dominant force in Western civilization. The alliance with Licinius lasted long enough to eliminate Maximinus Daza, but no longer. The inevitable conflict between the two remaining emperors played out through a series of wars from 316 to 324 AD. Constantine's final victory at Chrysopolis left him master of the entire Roman world, achieving what no emperor since Diocletian had managed: unification under a single ruler. With supreme power secured, Constantine embarked on reforms that would reshape the empire. He created a new gold currency, the solidus, which remained stable for centuries. He reorganized the army, separating mobile field forces from frontier garrisons. He expanded the bureaucracy, creating a government capable of administering an empire that stretched from Britain to Mesopotamia. The foundation of Constantinople in 324 AD represented Constantine's most ambitious project. Built on the site of ancient Byzantium, the new capital was designed to be a Christian Rome, free from pagan traditions and strategically located to face the empire's greatest threats. The city's construction, completed in 330 AD, demonstrated Constantine's ability to think in centuries rather than years. Constantine's relationship with Christianity grew increasingly complex as his reign progressed. He involved himself deeply in church affairs, convening the Council of Nicaea in 325 AD to address the Arian controversy. His intervention established the precedent of imperial authority in religious matters, creating the Caesaropapism that would characterize Byzantine governance. The emperor's personal faith remains enigmatic. He delayed baptism until his deathbed, a common practice among Christians who feared post-baptismal sin. He continued to use pagan symbols on coinage and maintained the imperial cult in modified form. His execution of his wife Fausta and son Crispus in 326 AD suggests that Christian mercy had limits when dynastic security was threatened. Constantine's administrative reforms transformed the empire's structure. He separated civil and military authority, created new court offices, and established a hierarchy of ranks and titles that would influence European aristocracy for millennia. The division of the empire into prefectures, dioceses, and provinces created an administrative framework that outlasted the Western Empire itself. His legal reforms reflected both Christian influence and practical necessity. Laws protected slaves from excessive cruelty, restricted gladiatorial games, and modified divorce regulations. Yet these changes were evolutionary rather than revolutionary, adapting Roman law to new circumstances while preserving its essential character. The military reforms of Constantine proved equally significant. The creation of the Scoli Palatina as imperial guards, the expansion of cavalry units, and the increased use of Germanic auxiliaries responded to changing tactical realities. These reforms helped the empire meet new threats, but also accelerated the barbarization of the Roman army. Constantine's building program extended across the empire. In addition to Constantinople, he funded churches in Rome, Jerusalem, and other major cities. The Church of the Holy Sepulchre and the Church of the Nativity demonstrated imperial patronage on an unprecedented scale. These projects employed thousands and redirected wealth from pagan temples to Christian institutions. The emperor's family life was marked by triumph and tragedy. His mother Helena became a saint. His sons would tear the empire apart in civil war. The execution of Crispus, his eldest son and successful general, remains one of history's great mysteries. Whether motivated by dynastic calculation, family intrigue, or personal tragedy, it cast a shadow over Constantine's later years. 5. Constantine the Great. 306–337, the visionary who rewrote Rome's future. If Flavius Valerius Constantinus had been a playwright rather than an emperor, critics would have accused him of relying too heavily on dramatic devices, prophetic visions, battlefield conversions, family murders, and the founding of cities that would outlast the empire itself. His 31-year reign transformed the Roman world so thoroughly that historians still debate whether he saved classical civilization or ended it. The answer, like most things about Constantine, depends entirely on one's perspective. Born around 272 AD in Naissus, modern Serbia, Constantine entered a world where emperors were made by armies and unmade by assassins with depressing regularity. His father, Constantius Chlorus, was a successful general who navigated the treacherous waters of Diocletian's tetrarchy with remarkable skill. His mother, Helena, was either a concubine or a wife of humble origin. Sources differ, though Constantine himself showed no embarrassment about her background, later elevating her to Augusta and funding her archaeological enthusiasm for finding pieces of the true cross. Constantine's early years were spent as something between a hostage and a protégé at the courts of Diocletian and Galerius. This education in imperial politics proved invaluable, teaching him both the strengths and weaknesses of the tetrarchic system. He learned that power derived from military force but required administrative competence, that religious policy could unite or divide an empire, and that legitimacy was largely a matter of convincing others you possessed it. When Constantius died at York in 306 AD, the troops immediately acclaimed Constantine as Augustus. This elevation violated tetrarchic protocol, but followed an older tradition of hereditary succession. Galerius, recognizing reality if not legitimacy, grudgingly acknowledged Constantine as Caesar. This compromise satisfied no one completely, but avoided immediate civil war as a delay that would prove more tactical than permanent. Constantine's early reign focused on securing his base in Britain and Gaul. He campaigned successfully against the Franks and Alemanni, demonstrating the military competence essential for imperial credibility. These victories served dual purposes. They protected the frontier while building the veteran army he would need for larger ambitions. The complex dance of tetrarchic politics continued as the system unraveled. Constantine allied himself with Maxentius against Galerius, then with Licinius against Maxentius, displaying a flexibility in friendship that would characterize his entire career. The death of Galerius in 311 AD removed the last architect of the tetrarchy, leaving 4 men claiming various levels of imperial authority: Constantine, Maxentius, Licinius, and Maximinus Daza. The campaign against Maxentius in 312 AD became the defining moment of Constantine's career, not for its military brilliance, though it was brilliantly conducted, but for its religious implications. Before the Battle of Milvian Bridge, Constantine reportedly experienced a vision, a cross of light above the sun, accompanied by the words, "In this sign conquer." Whether this was genuine religious experience, political calculation, or later hagiographical invention remains debated. What followed was unambiguous. Constantine ordered his soldiers to mark their shields with the Chi symbol, fought under Christian banners, and attributed his victory to the Christian god. The drowning of Maxentius in the Tiber provided a dramatically satisfying conclusion that propagandists would exploit for centuries. Constantine's entry into Rome revealed his political genius. He disbanded the Praetorian Guard, removing a persistent source of instability, but treated the Senate with elaborate respect. He maintained traditional offices and ceremonies while subtly shifting their meaning. His approach to Christianity was similarly nuanced. He favored the church without immediately antagonizing pagans. The Edict of Milan in 313 AD, issued jointly with Licinius, marked a revolutionary moment disguised as administrative reform by granting religious tolerance to all faiths, with particular emphasis on Christianity. Constantine transformed the empire's religious landscape. This wasn't just tolerance, it was the beginning of imperial patronage that would make Christianity the dominant force in Western civilization. The alliance with Licinius lasted long enough to eliminate Maximinus Daza, but no longer. The inevitable conflict between the two remaining emperors played out through a series of wars from 316 to 324 AD. Constantine's final victory at Chrysopolis left him master of the entire Roman world, achieving what no emperor since Diocletian had managed: unification under a single ruler. With supreme power secured, Constantine embarked on reforms that would reshape the empire. He created a new gold currency, the solidus, which remained stable for centuries. He reorganized the army, separating mobile field forces from frontier garrisons. He expanded the bureaucracy, creating a government capable of administering an empire that stretched from Britain to Mesopotamia. The foundation of Constantinople in 324 AD represented Constantine's most ambitious project. Built on the site of ancient Byzantium, the new capital was designed to be a Christian Rome, free from pagan traditions and strategically located to face the empire's greatest threats. The city's construction, completed in 330 AD, demonstrated Constantine's ability to think in centuries rather than years. Constantine's relationship with Christianity grew increasingly complex as his reign progressed. He involved himself deeply in church affairs, convening the Council of Nicaea in 325 AD to address the Arian controversy. His intervention established the precedent of imperial authority in religious matters, creating the Caesaropapism that would characterize Byzantine governance. The emperor's personal faith remains enigmatic. He delayed baptism until his deathbed, a common practice among Christians who feared post-baptismal sin. He continued to use pagan symbols on coinage and maintained the imperial cult in modified form. His execution of his wife Fausta and son Crispus in 326 AD suggests that Christian mercy had limits when dynastic security was threatened. Constantine's administrative reforms transformed the empire's structure. He separated civil and military authority, created new court offices, and established a hierarchy of ranks and titles that would influence European aristocracy for millennia. The division of the empire into prefectures, dioceses, and provinces created an administrative framework that outlasted the Western Empire itself. His legal reforms reflected both Christian influence and practical necessity. Laws protected slaves from excessive cruelty, restricted gladiatorial games, and modified divorce regulations. Yet these changes were evolutionary rather than revolutionary, adapting Roman law to new circumstances while preserving its essential character. The military reforms of Constantine proved equally significant. The creation of the Scoli Palatina as imperial guards, the expansion of cavalry units, and the increased use of Germanic auxiliaries responded to changing tactical realities. These reforms helped the empire meet new threats, but also accelerated the barbarization of the Roman army. Constantine's building program extended across the empire. In addition to Constantinople, he funded churches in Rome, Jerusalem, and other major cities. The Church of the Holy Sepulchre and the Church of the Nativity demonstrated imperial patronage on an unprecedented scale. These projects employed thousands and redirected wealth from pagan temples to Christian institutions. The emperor's family life was marked by triumph and tragedy. His mother Helena became a saint. His sons would tear the empire apart in civil war. The execution of Crispus, his eldest son and successful general, remains one of history's great mysteries. Whether motivated by dynastic calculation, family intrigue, or personal tragedy, it cast a shadow over Constantine's later years. Constantine's death on May 22, 337 AD, came as he prepared for a campaign against Persia. He was baptized by Eusebius of Nicomedia, an Arian bishop, highlighting the doctrinal complexities that plagued his reign. His funeral in Constantinople established traditions that would be followed by Byzantine emperors for centuries. The immediate aftermath of his death saw the massacre of most male relatives who might challenge his son's succession. This bloodbath, possibly ordered by Constantine II, demonstrated that Christian emperors could be as ruthless as their pagan predecessors in securing power. Constantine's legacy defies simple categorization. He was simultaneously the last classical emperor and the first medieval one, the destroyer of the tetrarchy and the creator of a new imperial system, the champion of Christianity and the practitioner of traditional Roman brutality. His reign marked the end of the Principate and the beginning of the Dominate, though these labels obscure more than they reveal. To Christians, Constantine was the first Christian emperor, the equal of the apostles, the instrument of God's providence. To pagans, he was an opportunist who betrayed Rome's traditions for political advantage. To historians, he remains a figure of endless fascination and debate, embodying the transformative power of individual agency in history. The Roman Empire that Constantine inherited was pagan, centered on Rome, and governed through a complex power-sharing arrangement. The empire he left was Christian in orientation, focused on Constantinople, and moving toward hereditary monarchy. Whether these changes saved or doomed, the empire depends on one's historical perspective. Constantine's greatness lies not in military conquest, though he was a brilliant general, or in administrative reform, though his changes proved durable, but in his ability to recognize and accelerate historical forces already in motion. He didn't create Christianity's rise, but provided the institutional framework for its triumph. He didn't invent the Eastern shift of power, but gave it physical form in Constantinople. Perhaps his most significant achievement was psychological rather than political. Constantine convinced the Roman world that radical change could be presented as restoration, that innovation could wear the mask of tradition. He transformed the empire while claiming to preserve it, changed its religion while maintaining its ceremonies, moved its capital while honoring its heritage. In the end, Constantine succeeded where so many emperors failed, because he understood that power required not just force but vision. He offered the Roman world a future at a time when it desperately needed one, even if that future bore little resemblance to its past. His genius lay in making this transformation seem not just inevitable but desirable. The emperor who began as a usurper in Britain ended as the founder of a civilization that would outlast Rome itself. The young man who learned politics in Diocletian's court created a system that Diocletian would barely have recognized. The general who fought under pagan standards died as Christianity's imperial patron. Constantine's epitaph might read, "Here lies the man who saved the Roman Empire by transforming it beyond recognition. In doing so, he earned his title, the Great, not for what he preserved, but for what he created." His true legacy lies not in the empire he ruled, but in the world he made possible, the Christian civilization of medieval Europe and the Byzantine Empire that preserved classical learning through the Dark Ages. History offers few figures who so completely embody the concept of the transformative moment. Constantine stood at the intersection of ancient and medieval, pagan and Christian, West and East. His choices at that crossroads shaped the development of Western civilization in ways that still resonate today. Whether one views him as visionary or opportunist, saint or tyrant, his impact remains undeniable. In Constantine, the Roman Empire found not just an emperor, but an architect of futures unimagined by his predecessors. 6. Maximinus Thrax, 235–238 AD, the giant who broke more than just records. Gaius Julius Verus Maximinus, known to history as Maximinus Thrax, holds several distinctions in the imperial record. The first emperor never to set foot in Rome, the first of openly barbarian descent, and possibly the tallest man ever to wear the purple. Ancient sources claim he stood over 8 feet tall, consumed 40 pounds of meat daily, and could pull loaded wagons with his bare hands. While these figures undoubtedly reflect ancient enthusiasm for exaggeration, the underlying truth remains: Maximinus represented something new and terrifying to the Roman establishment. Born around 173 AD in Thrace to a Gothic father and Sarmatian mother, Maximinus embodied the empire's demographic transformation. His parents were exactly the sort of semi-Romanized barbarians who increasingly populated the frontier provinces and filled the ranks of the army. That their son would rise to supreme power marked both the military's dominance and the Senate's irrelevance in 3rd century politics. Young Maximinus supposedly entered Roman service when he impressed Emperor Septimius Severus with his physical prowess during military games. Whether this theatrical origin story is true or not, he certainly rose through the ranks with the steady competence that characterized successful career soldiers. By the reign of Alexander Severus, he commanded legions on the Rhine frontier. The assassination of Alexander Severus in 235 AD by his own troops created the opportunity Maximinius needed. The soldiers, disgusted by their emperor's attempts to buy peace from Germanic tribes, elevated their commanding general instead. This acclamation occurred near Mainz, far from Rome's political institutions, establishing a pattern that would characterize the next 50 years. Emperors made by frontier armies with minimal concern for senatorial approval. Maximinus's response to his elevation revealed both his strengths and limitations. He immediately launched aggressive campaigns against the Germanic tribes, achieving significant victories that justified his soldiers' choice. His strategy was straightforward: meet force with greater force, pursue enemies relentlessly, and demonstrate that Rome remained militarily superior despite recent setbacks. The new emperor's relationship with the Senate began poorly and deteriorated rapidly. He never visited Rome, conducting all business from military headquarters. This absence wasn't merely geographical but psychological. Maximinus showed no interest in the capital's traditions, ceremonies, or political culture. To senators, accustomed to at least the pretense of consultation, this disdain felt like deliberate insult. Financial necessity drove policies that alienated every social class except the army. Maximinus doubled military pay, a popular move with obvious beneficiaries but catastrophic implications for the treasury. To fund this largesse, he implemented tax policies that made Caracalla's fiscal experiments look restrained. The wealthy faced confiscations, cities endured special levies, and even temples lost their treasures to the emperor's collectors. These exactions might have been tolerable had they funded successful wars, but Maximinus's campaigns, while tactically successful, produced no lasting strategic advantage. He pushed deep into Germanic territory, winning battles but failing to establish permanent control. The expense of these operations, combined with increased military pay, created a fiscal crisis that touched every corner of the empire. Provincial reaction to Maximinus's rule varied significantly. In frontier regions, where military success mattered most, he retained support. The armies of Britain, the Danube and the East remained loyal throughout his reign. But in Africa, where taxation hit agricultural wealth particularly hard, resentment built toward explosion. The crisis began in March 238 AD, when the province of Africa proclaimed the elderly proconsul Gordian emperor, along with his son as co-ruler. This revolt spread rapidly, fueled by economic grievances and senatorial encouragement. The Senate, seizing its opportunity, declared Maximinus a public enemy and recognized the Gordians as legitimate emperors. Maximinus's response demonstrated his military instincts. He marched on Italy immediately. However, this decision revealed his political naivety. By focusing solely on military solution, he neglected the rebellion's deeper causes. His army entered Italy in early 238 AD, expecting quick victory, but finding unexpected resistance. The siege of Aquileia became Maximinus's undoing. This well-fortified city, prepared for siege and supported by the Senate, refused to surrender. As the siege dragged on, Maximinus's army faced supply shortages and declining morale. The emperor's notorious temper, exacerbated by frustration, alienated his officers. In May 238 AD, Maximinus's own Praetorian Guard assassinated him and his son, sending their heads to Rome as tokens of submission. The soldiers who had elevated him 3 years earlier now calculated that dead emperors were less troublesome than living ones who couldn't deliver victory or pay. Maximinus's reign, though brief, marked a significant transition in imperial history. He represented the emergence of a new type of emperor, the pure military professional with no connection to Rome's traditional elite. His elevation demonstrated that the army had become the sole maker of emperors, while his fall showed that even military support required political skill to maintain. The sources uniformly hostile to Maximinus paint him as a savage giant, more beast than man. Herodian describes him drinking from rivers like an animal and sleeping on the ground like a common soldier. The Historia Augusta adds colorful details about his superhuman strength and appetite. These accounts reflect senatorial prejudice against an emperor who ignored their class entirely. Yet beneath the hostile rhetoric lies a more complex figure. Maximinus was clearly an effective military commander who inspired loyalty in his troops. His campaigns achieved real victories against Germanic tribes. His fiscal policies, while harsh, responded to genuine financial need rather than personal greed. He lived simply even as emperor. The tragedy of Maximinus lay in his inability to adapt from military command to imperial rule. He understood warfare but not politics, tactics but not strategy, army management but not imperial administration. His reign demonstrated that military excellence alone could not sustain imperial power in a complex, diverse empire. Religious policy under Maximinus reflected his practical mindset. While some Christian sources claim persecution, evidence suggests indifference rather than hostility. He needed money more than theological conformity, leading to temple confiscations that affected all religions equally. This pragmatic impiety offended traditionalists while failing to win Christian support. Maximinus's physical appearance became central to his historical image. Ancient sources emphasize his gigantic size, barbaric features, and crude manners. Whether he actually stood 8 feet tall matters less than what such descriptions represent. The anxiety of Rome's elite facing an emperor who embodied everything they feared about the empire's transformation. The significance of his barbarian origins cannot be overstated. Previous emperors had come from the provinces, but Maximinus was the first of openly non-Roman descent. His elevation showed that Caracalla's universal citizenship had real consequences, allowing anyone, regardless of birth, to aspire to supreme power. His relationship with the army reveals the evolving nature of military politics. Maximinus understood soldier psychology, sharing their hardships and rewarding their service. Yet he failed to grasp that even loyal armies required victories and regular pay. When he could provide neither at Aquileia, his troops chose pragmatism over loyalty. The revolt of 238 AD exposed the empire's structural weaknesses. Provincial elites could challenge imperial authority when taxation became intolerable. The Senate retained enough prestige to legitimize rebellion. The army's loyalty depended on immediate material benefits. These fault lines would plague the empire throughout the 3rd century. Maximinus's architectural legacy was minimal. He built no great monuments, founded no cities, left no lasting institutions. His impact was negative rather than positive, demonstrating how not to rule a diverse empire. Yet this negative example proved instructive for later emperors who learned to balance military necessity with political accommodation. Modern historians have attempted to rehabilitate Maximinus, viewing him as a capable soldier overwhelmed by circumstances beyond his control. This revisionism goes too far. His political failures were real and consequential, yet it correctly identifies the structural problems that would have challenged any ruler in his position. The empire Maximinus inherited faced simultaneous crises: external invasion, economic strain, and institutional breakdown. His purely military response addressed symptoms while exacerbating underlying problems. Later emperors would learn from his mistakes, developing more sophisticated approaches to imperial governance. In death, Maximinus achieved the legendary status he never sought in life. Medieval writers portrayed him as a giant of fairy tale proportions, while Renaissance artists depicted him as the embodiment of barbaric strength. These representations say more about their creator's anxieties than about the historical Maximinus. His true significance lies in what his reign revealed about the empire's transformation. By 235 AD, traditional qualifications for imperial power, senatorial status, Italian origin, classical education, had become irrelevant. Military ability and army support were all that mattered. Maximinus embodied this new reality completely. The failure of his reign demonstrated that this transformation remained incomplete. Pure military rule proved unsustainable without some accommodation of civilian interests. Later soldier emperors would learn to combine military credibility with political flexibility, creating the synthesis that allowed the empire to survive its 3rd century crisis. Maximinus Thrax stands as a watershed figure, the first barbarian emperor, the first to ignore Rome completely, the first to rule solely through military power. His reign lasted barely 3 years, but its implications echoed through the following decades. In his rise and fall, we see both the army's dominance and its limitations as a basis for imperial authority. His epitaph might read, "Here lies Maximinus, who proved that the sword alone cannot rule an empire. He demonstrated that while armies could make emperors, they could not make them successful without broader support." His reign marked not just a personal failure, but a systemic crisis that would take decades to resolve. In the end, Maximinus was neither the monster of senatorial propaganda nor the misunderstood hero of revisionist history. He was a capable soldier, promoted beyond his abilities, a frontier general who never understood that ruling an empire required different skills than commanding an army. His tragedy was not that he failed, but that his failure was inevitable given the mismatch between his capabilities and his position's demands. The giant from Thrace left no lasting monuments, founded no dynasty, initiated no great reforms, yet his brief reign illuminated the empire's transformation more clearly than many longer ones. In Maximinus, we see the 3rd century crisis personified: military dominance, provincial emergence, institutional breakdown, and the desperate search for security through force alone. His failure paved the way for more sophisticated soldier emperors who would eventually restore stability by combining military strength with political wisdom. 7. Gordian I. 238 AD, the reluctant emperor who started a dynasty by accident. Marcus Antonius Gordianus, Sempronianus, Romanus, Africanus, known more concisely as Gordianamor, achieved the remarkable feat of founding an imperial dynasty that would outlast him by several years, despite reigning for only 22 days and never actually wanting the job in the first place. His elevation to the purple at the age of nearly 80 reads like a classical farce, a wealthy elderly gentleman thrust into supreme power by circumstances entirely beyond his control, who then proceeded to handle the situation with all the enthusiasm of someone asked to volunteer for gladiatorial combat. Born around 159 AD into a family that claimed descent from the Gracchi, a genealogical assertion about as reliable as modern claims of Mayflower ancestry, Gordian represented everything Maximinus Thrax was not: cultured, aristocratic, traditionally Roman, and spectacularly wealthy. His career followed the predictable pattern of the senatorial elite, provincial governorships, urban magistracies, and the accumulation of enough property to make Croesus look middle class. The Gordian family estates in Africa were legendary, reportedly producing enough olive oil to lubricate the entire Roman economy. This wealth funded a lifestyle that included patronage of the arts, extensive libraries, and the kind of refined luxury that made other senators feel inadequately ostentatious. Gordian himself was known as a man of letters, supposedly authoring a poem about the emperors Antoninus Pius and Marcus Aurelius that ran to 30 books, a literary achievement that suggests either remarkable dedication or remarkable insomnia. By 238 AD, Gordian had reached the pinnacle of senatorial achievement, proconsul of Africa. This position, usually reserved for elder statesmen in the twilight of their careers, was meant to be a dignified semi-retirement, offering prestige without excessive responsibility. Instead, it placed him at the epicenter of a crisis that would briefly make him the most powerful man in the Roman world. The African revolt against Maximinus began not with Gordian, but with a group of young aristocrats in Cesarus who assassinated the local procurator over tax grievances. These enthusiastic revolutionaries, realizing they needed legitimate leadership to avoid immediate execution, turned to their proconsul. Gordian's reaction to being offered the imperial purple was, according to sources, something between horror and resignation. 7. Gordian I. 238 AD, the reluctant emperor who started a dynasty by accident. Marcus Antonius Gordianus, Sempronianus, Romanus, Africanus, known more concisely as Gordianus, achieved the remarkable feat of founding an imperial dynasty that would outlast him by several years, despite reigning for only 22 days and never actually wanting the job in the first place. His elevation to the purple at the age of nearly 80 reads like a classical farce, a wealthy elderly gentleman thrust into supreme power by circumstances entirely beyond his control, who then proceeded to handle the situation with all the enthusiasm of someone asked to volunteer for gladiatorial combat. Born around 159 AD into a family that claimed descent from the Gracchi, a genealogical assertion about as reliable as modern claims of Mayflower ancestry, Gordian represented everything Maximinus Thrax was not: cultured, aristocratic, traditionally Roman, and spectacularly wealthy. His career followed the predictable pattern of the senatorial elite, provincial governorships, urban magistracies, and the accumulation of enough property to make Croesus look middle class. The Gordian family estates in Africa were legendary, reportedly producing enough olive oil to lubricate the entire Roman economy. This wealth funded a lifestyle that included patronage of the arts, extensive libraries, and the kind of refined luxury that made other senators feel inadequately ostentatious. Gordian himself was known as a man of letters, supposedly authoring a poem about the emperors Antoninus Pius and Marcus Aurelius that ran to 30 books, a literary achievement that suggests either remarkable dedication or remarkable insomnia. By 238 AD, Gordian had reached the pinnacle of senatorial achievement, proconsul of Africa. This position, usually reserved for elder statesmen in the twilight of their careers, was meant to be a dignified semi-retirement, offering prestige without excessive responsibility. Instead, it placed him at the epicenter of a crisis that would briefly make him the most powerful man in the Roman world. The African revolt against Maximinus began not with Gordian, but with a group of young aristocrats in Cesarus who assassinated the local procurator over tax grievances. These enthusiastic revolutionaries, realizing they needed legitimate leadership to avoid immediate execution, turned to their proconsul. Gordian's reaction to being offered the imperial purple was, according to sources, something between horror and resignation. The scene of his acclamation reads like a comedy of manners. Wealthy young men bursting into the proconsul's residence, declaring him emperor, and refusing to take no for an answer. Gordian reportedly wept, argued, and finally accepted only when threatened with immediate death, a negotiating position that suggested his political instincts remained sharp despite his advanced age. Gordian's first act as emperor was to associate his son, also named Gordian, as co-emperor. This decision reflected both dynastic thinking and practical necessity. At 79, Gordian I needed a successor who wouldn't require a search committee. Gordian II, already in his 40s, seemed a reasonable choice, though events would prove that imperial mathematics rarely follows logical rules. The African rebellion spread rapidly, fueled by resentment against Maximinus's taxation and the Senate's eager endorsement. When news reached Rome, the Senate declared Maximinus a public enemy and recognized the Gordians as legitimate emperors. This senatorial enthusiasm reflected not just opposition to Maximinus, but also joy at having one of their own on the throne, even if that throne was currently located in an African provincial capital. The Gordians began organizing their administration with the methodical efficiency of experienced bureaucrats. They appointed officials, issued proclamations, and generally behaved as if their rebellion had already succeeded. This optimism proved premature. Capelianus, governor of neighboring Numidia and a personal enemy of Gordian I, remained loyal to Maximinus and commanded the only significant military force in the region. The military reality of the Gordians' position was catastrophic. They controlled no legions, commanded no professional troops, and faced an experienced general with a veteran army. Gordian II attempted to defend Carthage with a militia of local volunteers, a force that demonstrated more enthusiasm than military skill. The Battle of Carthage in April 238 AD lasted roughly as long as it took Capelianus's legionaries to reach the citizen militia. Gordian II died fighting, displaying a courage that might have served him better had it been coupled with tactical sense. When news of his son's death reached Gordian II, the elderly emperor chose the traditional Roman response to irredeemable failure, suicide by hanging. The Gordians' reign lasted 22 days, making it one of the shortest in imperial history, yet their impact far exceeded their tenure. The Senate, having burned its bridges with Maximinus, desperately needed new emperors. They elected Pupienus and Balbinus, while also elevating Gordian's 13-year-old grandson as Caesar, ensuring the Gordian name would continue to feature in imperial politics. Evaluating Gordian requires separating the man from the myth. Senatorial sources portray him as a paragon of traditional virtues, learned, generous, and reluctant to seek power. This idealization reflects both genuine admiration and the Senate's need to justify their rebellion. The real Gordian was probably more complex, ambitious enough to accept provincial commands, wealthy enough to fund extensive patronage, and pragmatic enough to recognize when resistance was futile. His cultural achievements deserve recognition. The Gordian Library in Rome, his patronage of scholars, and his own literary efforts represented the senatorial ideal of the cultured aristocrat. In an age increasingly dominated by military professionals, Gordian embodied an older tradition of the gentleman administrator. The African context of his reign proves significant. The province's wealth and distance from frontier threats had created a different political culture than the militarized zones that produced most 3rd century emperors. Gordian's elevation showed that provincial elites could still aspire to supreme power, even if they lacked military backing. His relationship with the Senate illuminates the institution's evolving role. By 238 AD, senators couldn't make emperors independently, but they retained enough prestige to legitimize them. Gordian's senatorial background made him the perfect figurehead for anti-Maximinus sentiment, even if his actual power proved illusory. The dynastic implications of Gordian's brief reign proved surprisingly durable. His grandson, Gordian III, would rule for 6 years, while the family name carried enough weight to influence politics throughout the 240 CES. This dynastic continuity, achieved accidentally through a 22-day reign, demonstrates the persistent appeal of hereditary legitimacy. Religious policy under the Gordians, brief as it was, suggested traditional tolerance, neither persecuting Christians nor favoring them. They represented the conservative pagan aristocracy's approach to religious diversity. This moderation would become increasingly rare as the century progressed. The revolt's failure highlighted structural weaknesses in the Roman system. Provincial elites could initiate rebellion, but lacked military force to sustain it. The Senate could declare emperors, but not protect them. The army remained the ultimate arbiter of power, regardless of legal or traditional claims. Gordian I's suicide carried symbolic weight beyond personal tragedy. It represented the senatorial aristocracy's inability to reclaim control of the empire through traditional means. Future senators would learn to work within the military system rather than against it. The propaganda war following the Gordians' death proves illuminating. Maximinus portrayed them as usurpers and traitors, while the Senate celebrated them as martyrs for liberty. This contested memory reflects the period's ideological confusion, with different groups claiming legitimacy through different traditions. Archaeological evidence from Africa provides insight into the Gordians' local support. Inscriptions honoring them appeared throughout the province, suggesting genuine enthusiasm for their rule. This regional loyalty contrasts with their military weakness, highlighting the gap between popular support and practical power. The speed of events in 238 AD, 3 emperors in less than 6 months, marked the beginning of the true crisis period. The Gordians' brief reign demonstrated that imperial authority had become dangerously fluid, capable of shifting with bewildering rapidity. Modern historians debate whether Gordian I was a reluctant hero or an opportunistic aristocrat. The truth probably lies between these extremes. He accepted power reluctantly, but organized resistance sufficiently. He represented traditional values, but adapted to revolutionary circumstances. He failed militarily, but succeeded dynastically. The Gordian Revolt marked a turning point in senatorial military relations. After 238 AD, senators increasingly accepted military dominance, seeking influence through cooperation rather than confrontation. Gordian's failure taught them that traditional prestige couldn't compete with professional armies. His 22 days as emperor left few concrete achievements, but significant precedents. The joint elevation of father and son established a model for collegial rule. The senatorial endorsement of provincial rebellion legitimized resistance to unpopular emperors. The dynastic continuation through Gordian III showed that family connections still mattered. In artistic representations, Gordian I appears as the archetypal Roman aristocrat, dignified, bearded, and wearing the toga with natural authority. These images, produced hastily during his brief reign, capture the senatorial ideal he embodied rather than the political reality he faced. The contrast between Gordian I's and Maximinus Thrax couldn't be starker. Civilian versus soldier, aristocrat versus commoner, traditionalist versus innovator. Their conflict represented competing visions of imperial authority, with military pragmatism ultimately defeating senatorial idealism. Gordian's historical significance lies not in what he accomplished, but in what he represented. His elevation marked the Senate's last serious attempt to assert independent authority. His failure demonstrated the limits of traditional legitimacy in an increasingly militarized empire. His legacy through Gordian III showed that dynastic principles retained surprising vitality. The elderly proconsul who never wanted to be emperor became, through historical accident, the founder of a dynasty. His 22 days on the throne changed nothing immediately but everything eventually. In Gordian I, we see the twilight of senatorial Rome, cultured, wealthy, and ultimately powerless against the forces reshaping the empire. His epitaph might read, "Here lies Gordian I, who proved that being qualified for power and being able to wield it are entirely different matters. He died as he lived, a gentleman overwhelmed by circumstances beyond his control, whose brief moment in history illuminated the empire's transformation more clearly than many longer reigns." In the end, Gordian I's tragedy was not personal but institutional. He represented a system of governance that had become obsolete, a social class that had lost its political function, and a tradition of civilian rule that could no longer compete with military reality. His failure was inevitable, but in failing, he helped define the challenges that future emperors would have to address: the balance between military power and civilian authority, between provincial interests and central control, between traditional legitimacy and practical necessity. 8. Gordian II, 238 AD, the son who died for his father's reluctant ambition. Marcus Antonius Gordianus Sempronianus Romanus Africanus, known as Gordian II, holds the dubious distinction of being perhaps the only Roman emperor who died in battle, not for his own ambitions, but for those thrust upon his elderly father. His 22-day reign as co-emperor with Gordian I represents one of history's more poignant examples of filial duty carried to its logical and fatal conclusion. Born around 192 AD into the same aristocratic splendor that characterized his father's life, Gordian II grew up in an environment where literary pursuits and administrative competence were valued far more than military skill, a prioritization that would prove tragically misguided in the crisis of 238 AD. His education followed the traditional pattern of the Roman elite: rhetoric, philosophy, and law, supplemented by the practical experience of provincial administration. 8. Gordian II, 238 AD, the son who died for his father's reluctant ambition. Marcus Antonius Gordianus Sempronianus Romanus Africanus, known as Gordian II, holds the dubious distinction of being perhaps the only Roman emperor who died in battle, not for his own ambitions, but for those thrust upon his elderly father. His 22-day reign as co-emperor with Gordian I represents one of history's more poignant examples of filial duty carried to its logical and fatal conclusion. Born around 192 AD into the same aristocratic splendor that characterized his father's life, Gordian II grew up in an environment where literary pursuits and administrative competence were valued far more than military skill, a prioritization that would prove tragically misguided in the crisis of 238 AD. His education followed the traditional pattern of the Roman elite: rhetoric, philosophy, and law, supplemented by the practical experience of provincial administration. By his mid-40s, Gordian II had achieved a respectable, if unspectacular, career. He served as suffect consul, governed provinces, and generally fulfilled the expectations of his class without displaying either exceptional brilliance or dangerous ambition. Contemporary sources describe him as affable and cultured, with a particular interest in literature that mirrored his father's scholarly inclinations. He reportedly possessed a private library that rivaled those of many cities, though whether he actually read all these books or merely collected them remains a matter for speculation. His personal life reflected the privileges and contradictions of the Roman aristocracy. Married with at least one son, the future Gordian III, he maintained the extensive network of clients and dependents expected of his status. Yet, unlike many of his peers, he seems to have avoided the political intrigues that characterized senatorial life, perhaps recognizing that in the age of Maximinus Thrax, discretion was the better part of valor. When revolution came to Africa in 238 AD, Gordian II was serving as legatus to his father, a position that combined filial duty with administrative responsibility. The exact nature of his role in the initial uprising remains unclear. Sources suggest he was as surprised as his father by the sudden elevation to imperial power. Yet once the die was cast, He embraced his new role with a determination that suggests either genuine commitment or recognition that retreat was impossible. The decision to make Gordian II co-emperor was both practical and symbolic. At 46, he represented vigor compared to his father's 79 years, while his position as heir apparent provided dynastic continuity. The arrangement also followed recent precedent. Many emperors had elevated sons or chosen successors to ensure smooth transitions. What made this case unique was that neither Gordian particularly wanted the positions they now held. Contemporary accounts paint Gordian II as more active than his father in organizing resistance to Maximinus. While Gordian handled administration from Carthage, his son took charge of military preparations. This division of labor made sense given their relative ages, but it also exposed the fundamental weakness of their position. Neither possessed significant military experience, and they commanded no professional troops. The forces available to Gordian II consisted primarily of urban militia, hastily armed citizens, and whatever local auxiliaries could be recruited. Against these amateur soldiers stood Capelianus's 3rd Legion Augusta, veterans of frontier warfare, who viewed civilian uprisings with professional contempt. The disparity in military capability was obvious to everyone except, apparently, those who needed to recognize it most. Gordian II's preparations for defense revealed both his limitations and his courage. He attempted to organize his irregular forces along traditional Roman lines, appointing officers and establishing chains of command. He also tried to fortify Carthage, though the city's walls had been neglected for generations. These efforts showed commendable energy but fundamental misunderstanding of military realities. When Capelianus marched on Carthage in April 238 AD, Gordian II made the decision that would define his brief reign. He chose to meet the enemy in open battle rather than endure a siege. This choice has puzzled historians, as Carthage's defenses, however deteriorated, offered better odds than facing veterans in the field. Various explanations have been proposed: youthful impetuosity, concern for the city's food supplies, or simple recognition that defeat was inevitable and better faced quickly. The Battle of Carthage unfolded with grim predictability. Gordian II's militia, despite numerical superiority, broke almost immediately when faced with disciplined legionaries. Ancient sources, prone to dramatic embellishment, claim Gordian II fought bravely in the front ranks, seeking either victory or honorable death. More likely, he was simply overwhelmed in the general rout. His death in battle marked him as unique among Roman emperors. While many died violently, few fell in actual combat, and none other died fighting for a throne they never sought. This distinction lends his brief reign a tragic nobility absent from many longer ones. He died not as a usurper grasping for power, but as a son supporting his father and a senator defending his class. The immediate aftermath of his death was catastrophic for the Gordian cause. When news reached Gordian I, the elderly emperor committed suicide, ending their joint reign after just 22 days. Yet, paradoxically, Gordian II's death helped ensure his family's continued prominence. The Senate, having committed to the Gordian cause, elevated his young son as Caesar, creating the unlikely scenario where a dynasty survived its founders. Roman historical tradition treated Gordian II more kindly than many unsuccessful emperors. Senatorial sources emphasized his virtues, loyalty to his father, courage in battle, and reluctance to seek power. These qualities, whether entirely accurate or not, made him a sympathetic figure in contrast to the brutal Maximinus or the ambitious soldiers who would follow. The propaganda value of Gordian II's death proved significant. The Senate portrayed him as a martyr for Roman liberty, killed defending civilization against military tyranny. This narrative, while oversimplified, helped legitimize continued resistance to Maximinus, and established the Gordians as symbols of senatorial values. Archaeological evidence from Africa provides glimpses of how quickly the Gordians established their authority. Coins minted during their brief reign show both emperors, with Gordian II depicted as a vigorous man in his prime. Inscriptions honoring them appeared throughout the province, suggesting genuine local support for their rule. The military aspects of Gordian II's defeat offer insights into the period's warfare. The battle demonstrated that motivated citizens were no match for professional soldiers, a lesson that would be repeated throughout the crisis. It also showed that controlling Italy and Rome required military force, not just political legitimacy. His death highlighted the generational divide in Roman politics. While his elderly father represented the traditional senatorial elite, Gordian II embodied a younger generation caught between old values and new realities. His attempt to be both dutiful son and military commander exemplified this impossible position. The dynastic implications of Gordian II's brief reign proved surprisingly durable. His son, Gordian III, would rule for 6 years, longer than any emperor since Alexander Severus. This succession through the female line, Gordian III, was the son of Gordian II's daughter, demonstrated the flexibility of Roman dynastic thinking when necessity demanded. Religious attitudes during the Gordians' reign remained traditionally tolerant. Neither father nor son showed particular interest in religious innovation or persecution. This conservatism reflected their senatorial background and contrasted with the more aggressive religious policies of later 3rd century emperors. The revolt's failure exposed structural weaknesses in the Roman administrative system. Provincial elites could initiate rebellion, but lacked the military resources to sustain it. The Senate could declare legitimacy, but not provide protection. Ultimate power remained with whoever commanded the most effective military force. Gordian II's legacy lived on through artistic representations that emphasized his nobility and sacrifice. Posthumous portraits depicted him as the ideal Roman aristocrat, dignified, courageous, and doomed. These images served political purposes, reminding viewers of senatorial virtues even as military emperors dominated reality. The contrast between Gordian II and the soldier emperors who followed couldn't be starker. He represented education over experience, tradition over innovation, and ultimately civilian values over military necessity. His failure demonstrated why these qualities, however admirable, proved insufficient in the 3rd century crisis. Modern historians debate whether Gordian II was a tragic hero or a well-meaning incompetent. The truth likely combines both elements. He faced impossible circumstances with genuine courage, but lacked the skills his situation demanded. His death was both futile and noble, achieving nothing immediate but establishing a powerful symbol. The Carthage campaign revealed the limits of amateur military leadership. Gordian II's tactical decisions, while brave, showed fundamental misunderstanding of warfare. His defeat proved that good intentions and personal courage couldn't substitute for professional military expertise. Family loyalty defined Gordian II's brief career. He supported his father's reluctant elevation, shared his risks, and died attempting to defend their joint rule. This filial devotion, while admirable, also demonstrated the persistence of traditional Roman values even when they proved practically disadvantageous. The speed of events in 238 AD, 3 sets of emperors in less than 6 months, marked the empire's institutional breakdown. Gordian II's death after just 22 days epitomized this instability, showing how quickly power could be gained and lost in the 3rd century crisis. His death in battle created a powerful narrative that outlasted its immediate political context. Later generations remembered Gordian II as the emperor who died fighting, even if they forgot exactly what he was fighting for. This memory preserved senatorial values even as the Senate itself became increasingly irrelevant. The archaeological record suggests Gordian II took his imperial role seriously despite its brevity. Building projects begun during his reign, though never completed, indicate plans for long-term rule. These abandoned foundations serve as metaphors for his entire career, well-intentioned but ultimately unrealized. Provincial reactions to the Gordians varied significantly. In Africa, they enjoyed genuine support based on local connections and opposition to Maximinus's taxation. In military provinces, their elevation was seen as illegitimate senatorial interference. This division reflected the empire's growing fragmentation. Gordian II's brief reign illuminated the changing nature of imperial succession. Traditional factors like senatorial approval and dynastic connection still mattered, but were increasingly subordinate to military support. His failure showed that legitimacy required force as well as law. The father-son dynamic of the Gordian reign was unique in Roman history. While many emperors associated sons as co-rulers, none did so under such reluctant circumstances. Their joint elevation and near-simultaneous deaths created a compelling tragedy that resonated with Roman sensibilities. In military history, Gordian II represents the civilian amateur thrust into professional warfare. His defeat at Carthage joined a long list of similar disasters, from Crassus at Carrhae to Valens at Adrianople. These defeats consistently demonstrated that political authority alone couldn't command military success. His death marked the end of the Senate's attempt to reassert control through traditional means. Future senatorial emperors would require military backing, acknowledging the new reality of 3rd century politics. Gordian II's sacrifice, while personally noble, proved politically futile. The 22-day reign of the Gordians became proverbial for brevity and futility, yet this very brevity gave their rule a certain purity. They had no time to become corrupted by power or to betray their principles. They remained, in death, what they had been in life, representatives of a dying order. Gordian II's epitaph might read, "Here lies a son who died for his father's honor, a senator who fought for his class's dignity, and an emperor who ruled just long enough to demonstrate why civilians no longer could." His death in battle, while militarily meaningless, created a symbol that outlasted the empire itself. In the final analysis, Gordian II embodied the tragedy of the Roman elite in the 3rd century, educated for a world that no longer existed, thrust into power by circumstances they couldn't control, and destroyed by forces they couldn't comprehend. His courage in facing this fate with dignity provided one of the few edifying moments in an era notably short on noble examples. The younger Gordian's brief career serves as a mirror reflecting the empire's transformation. In his reluctant elevation, amateur military leadership, and violent death, we see the old order's last attempt to assert itself through traditional means. His failure cleared the way for the military professionals who would dominate the next half-century, but his memory preserved values that would eventually resurface in the reformed empire of Diocletian and Constantine. History remembers Gordian II not for what he achieved. He had no time for achievements, but for what he represented. The last gasp of senatorial independence, the persistence of family loyalty, and the nobility of facing impossible odds with dignity. In an age of opportunism and betrayal, his simple devotion to duty stands out as genuinely admirable, even if ultimately futile. 9. Balbinus, 238 AD. The aristocrat who discovered democracy had sharp edges. Decimus Caelius Calvinus, Balbinus, embodied everything the Roman Senate believed about itself: noble birth, cultural refinement, and natural authority derived from centuries of privilege. His 3-month reign alongside Pupienus in 238 AD demonstrated with brutal clarity that these qualities, however genuine, offered no protection against Praetorian swords or the empire's fundamental transformation from aristocratic republic to military autocracy. Born around 165 AD into the kind of patrician family that considered Julius Caesar rather nouveau riche, Balbinus could trace his ancestry to the Republic's earliest days. This impeccable lineage provided both advantages and limitations. Doors opened automatically, but the expectations behind those doors could prove suffocating. His career followed the predictable path of the high nobility, prestigious priesthoods, ceremonial magistracies, and provincial commands that required more social grace than military skill. The death of the Gordians created a crisis that demanded immediate resolution. With Maximinus Thrax approaching Italy and no obvious military candidate available, the Senate turned inward. The selection process revealed institutional paralysis. Unable to agree on a single candidate, they chose two, hoping that shared power would prevent tyranny. This decision reflected both political wisdom and fatal misunderstanding of current realities. Balbinus brought specific qualities to this awkward partnership. His aristocratic background reassured conservative senators, while his lack of military ambition made him acceptable to those fearing another soldier emperor. Most importantly, his willingness to share power with Pupienus suggested a flexibility rare among Roman nobles. By 238 AD, Balbinus had achieved the standard markers of senatorial success without displaying any particularly distinctive talents. He governed provinces competently enough to avoid scandal, commanded armies without suffering defeat, and accumulated wealth without obvious corruption. This record of genteel mediocrity made him the perfect compromise candidate when the Senate needed emperors who wouldn't threaten anyone, except, as it turned out, the Praetorian Guard. The division of responsibilities between the two emperors acknowledged their different strengths. While Pupienus led armies against Maximinus, Balbinus remained in Rome handling civil administration. This arrangement suited Balbinus perfectly. He understood ceremony and protocol far better than tactics and strategy. Contemporary sources provide unusually detailed physical descriptions of Balbinus, perhaps because his appearance so perfectly matched senatorial ideals, tall and dignified, with the natural bearing of one born to command. He looked every inch the Roman noble. His portraits show a man of refined features and calm expression, suggesting either philosophical detachment or complete unawareness of impending doom. Balbinus's conduct during his brief reign revealed both strengths and weaknesses. He performed ceremonial duties with appropriate gravity, received embassies with diplomatic skill, and generally maintained the pretense that normal governance had resumed. This return to routine might have reassured some but ignored the fundamental instability that had produced the crisis. When news arrived of Maximinus's death, Balbinus celebrated with traditional festivities that demonstrated both relief and misjudgment. He organized games, distributed donations, and generally behaved as if the crisis had passed. This premature celebration ignored the Praetorian Guard's growing resentment and the German troops' continued presence in Rome. The relationship between Balbinus and Pupienus became increasingly strained as their reign progressed. Sources suggest personal antipathy exacerbated by different approaches to power. Balbinus apparently resented Pupienus's lower birth and administrative focus, while Pupienus grew frustrated with Balbinus's aristocratic assumptions and ceremonial priorities. The end came with shocking suddenness. The Praetorian Guard, already angry about their exclusion from the selection process, viewed the German soldiers as an existential threat. They stormed the palace, finding the two emperors reportedly arguing about precedence in a ceremonial procession, a detail almost too perfectly symbolic to be entirely credible. What followed was deliberately humiliating. The guards stripped both emperors of their imperial regalia and paraded them through the streets, subjecting them to public mockery before execution. This theatrical cruelty served multiple purposes, demonstrating Praetorian power, punishing senatorial presumption, and warning future emperors about the consequences of ignoring military interests. Historical tradition treated Balbinus more gently than many failed emperors. Senatorial sources emphasized his noble birth and dignified bearing while glossing over his lack of substantial achievements. This sympathetic portrayal reflected class solidarity rather than objective assessment. Balbinus's death marked more than personal tragedy. It represented the definitive end of senatorial independence in choosing emperors. The elevation of young Gordian III by the same guards who murdered Balbinus and Pupienus established a clear message: the military, not the Senate, controlled succession. The brief joint reign of Balbinus and Pupienus offers insights into Roman attitudes towards shared power. While theoretically accepting collegiate authority, the Republic had featured two consuls. After all, imperial practice had evolved towards single rule. The experiment of 238 AD failed partly because it violated expectations about how power should be exercised. Archaeological evidence for Balbinus's reign consists primarily of hastily minted coins and a few inscriptions. These material remains suggest his authority was recognized across the empire, even if his actual power proved illusory. The coins portray him with standard imperial attributes, making no attempt to indicate his unusual status as co-emperor. Religious policy under Balbinus remained conventionally conservative. As a member of several traditional priesthoods, he maintained established cults without innovation or persecution. This religious status quo reflected both personal inclination and the reign's brevity. The contrast between Balbinus and military emperors like Maximinus highlights the period's fundamental conflict, where Maximinus represented raw power divorced from tradition. Balbinus embodied tradition divorced from power. Neither extreme proved sustainable in an empire requiring both legitimacy and force. Modern historians struggle to assess Bedtime fairly. His brief reign produced no significant achievements, yet failure resulted from circumstances rather than personal inadequacy. He represented values, aristocratic dignity, cultural refinement, administrative procedure, that remained important even as military necessity dominated immediate decisions. The selection of elderly emperors like Balbinus and Pupienus reflected the Senate's defensive psychology. Choosing men near the end of their careers minimized long-term threats to senatorial authority. This strategy backfired spectacularly when the Praetorians demonstrated that even brief reigns could be shortened further. Balbinus's aristocratic background influenced his approach to imperial authority. He apparently viewed the position as the culmination of a traditional career rather than a revolutionary transformation of status. This perspective, while historically grounded, proved fatally outdated in the current crisis. Family connections played a curious role in Balbinus's story. His patrician lineage qualified him for power, but provided no protection once he achieved it. The guards who murdered him showed no respect for ancestry that had commanded deference for centuries. This disregard marked a significant shift in Roman social values. The joint reign's failure taught lasting lessons about Roman imperial politics. Future emperors rarely attempted to share power equally, recognizing that divided authority invited challenge. When colleagues were appointed, clear hierarchies prevented the confusion that contributed to Balbinus and Pupienus's downfall. Cultural representations of Balbinus emphasized his nobility even in death. Later, artistic depictions showed him facing execution with stoic dignity, transforming political failure into moral victory. These images served senatorial propaganda, suggesting spiritual superiority even in physical defeat. The speed of events in 238 AD provides essential context for understanding Balbinus's fate. He ruled for approximately 3 months in a year that saw 6 different emperors. This extreme instability made considered governance impossible, reducing imperial authority to desperate improvisation. The public nature of Balbinus's execution carried profound symbolism. By humiliating him before death, the Praetorians didn't merely eliminate a ruler, but repudiated an entire system of values. Aristocratic birth, senatorial dignity, and procedural legitimacy all died with Balbinus in the streets of Rome. Balbinus's death accelerated trends already evident in Roman society. Traditional aristocracy retained social prestige but lost political power. military force replaced legal procedure as the ultimate arbiter. The empire moved inexorably toward explicit autocracy, abandoning republican pretenses that Balbinus had embodied. The contrast between expectation and reality defined Balbinus's brief reign. He anticipated honorable retirement after steadying the state through crisis. Instead, he discovered that honor meant nothing without power, and that crises had become permanent rather than temporary conditions. His legacy survived primarily as a cautionary tale about the limits of traditional authority. Later, aristocrats learned to cooperate with military power rather than attempt to supplant it. The Senate never again tried to impose its own members as emperors without army support. The personal relationship between Balbinus and Pupienus deserves attention despite its brevity. Their reported quarrels over precedence seem almost comically petty given their precarious position. Yet these disputes reflected deeper tensions between different conceptions of authority: birth versus merit, tradition versus efficiency, ceremony versus practicality. Provincial reactions to Balbinus's elevation and death remain poorly documented. Most regions probably continued functioning through administrative inertia, barely noticing the rapid changes in distant Rome. This disconnect between capital politics and provincial reality characterized much of the 3rd century. Balbinus's approach to governance revealed ingrained aristocratic assumptions. He apparently believed that proper procedure and dignified bearing could substitute for military backing. This faith in institutional authority proved tragically misplaced in an era when institutions survived only through force. The role of the young Gordian III during this period remains intriguingly ambiguous. Appointed Caesar to placate popular sentiment, he served as a living link to the failed Gordian revolt. Balbinus and Pupienus may have viewed him as a harmless figurehead. The Praetorians saw him as a malleable alternative to elderly senators. Economic policy during the 3-month reign showed signs of attempted stabilization. Balbinus and Pupienus began reviewing Maximinus's confiscations and considering tax relief. These initiatives, however well-intentioned, died with their authors, leaving no lasting impact on the empire's fiscal crisis. The ceremonial aspects of Balbinus's reign received disproportionate attention in sources, perhaps because they represented the only area where he exercised real authority. He presided over religious festivals, received foreign embassies, and maintained the elaborate protocol that distinguished Rome from barbarism, at least in senatorial imagination. Balbinus's wife, whose name remains unrecorded, reportedly witnessed his execution. This personal detail, if true, adds human tragedy to political failure. The destruction of family alongside individual represented complete repudiation of aristocratic claims to special status. The specific circumstances of Balbinus's death vary by source, but all agree on its deliberately degrading nature. Some accounts describe torture, others mention public stripping and beating. These details, whether accurate or embellished, emphasize the guards' determination to humiliate traditional authority. Military matters remained Pupienus's domain, but Balbinus couldn't entirely avoid them. His reluctance to engage with army concerns contributed to the Praetorians' hostility. The guards interpreted his aristocratic detachment as contempt, fueling the resentment that led to murder. The religious implications of Balbinus's death deserve consideration. As a holder of traditional priesthoods, his murder violated sacred protections that had theoretically shielded religious officials. This sacrilege marked another step in the secularization of imperial power. The aftermath of the murders revealed the Senate's complete capitulation. They immediately recognized Gordian III as emperor, ratifying the Praetorians' choice without protest. This swift acquiescence demonstrated learning through terror. Senatorial independence died with Balbinus and Pupienus. Archaeological evidence suggests some provincial recognition of Balbinus's authority. Milestone inscriptions bearing his name appear in several regions, indicating that imperial administration continued functioning despite political chaos. This bureaucratic continuity helped preserve the empire through its darkest period. Foreign relations during the brief reign remained minimal. Embassies arrived and departed, treaties were confirmed, and diplomatic courtesies were observed. Yet everyone understood that meaningful negotiations awaited resolution of internal conflicts. The selection of Balbinus alongside Pupienus represented the Senate's attempt to balance different constituencies. Balbinus appealed to traditionalists who valued bloodline and ceremony. Pupienus satisfied those seeking administrative competence. This compromise pleased no one with real power. Artistic representations of Balbinus emphasized his patrician dignity. Coin portraits show a man of refined features and calm expression, projecting the assured authority of inherited status. These images contrast sharply with the rough-hewn faces of soldier emperors, highlighting the period's social transformation. The contrast between Balbinus's expectations and experience epitomizes aristocratic tragedy in the 3rd century. Raised to believe in natural superiority, he discovered that breeding meant nothing without battalions. His death demonstrated that the old order had become fatally obsolete. The psychological impact of the murders extended beyond immediate political consequences. Senators who witnessed or learned of the executions understood that traditional protections no longer functioned. This realization accelerated their withdrawal from active politics. Legal reforms begun during the 3-month reign showed thoughtful intent but no practical impact. Balbinus and Pupienus planned to review recent legislation, particularly regarding property confiscations. These initiatives vanished with their authors, leaving no trace in the legal record. Balbinus's cultural interests, mentioned briefly in sources, suggest a man of genuine refinement. He patronized arts and letters, maintaining the aristocratic tradition of cultural leadership. These civilized pursuits seemed increasingly irrelevant in an empire dominated by military concerns. The joint reign's failure influenced subsequent constitutional thinking. Later reforms by Diocletian and Constantine acknowledged that shared power required clear hierarchies and specialized functions. The chaos of 238 taught that equality and authority invited disaster. Provincial elites learned different lessons from Balbinus's fate than senatorial aristocrats. They recognized that local power remained viable while central authority fluctuated. This insight encouraged the regionalism that characterized much of the 3rd century. The moral judgments passed on Balbinus by ancient historians revealed changing values. Earlier writers would have praised his ancestry and dignity. Later ones criticized his military incompetence and political naivety. This shift reflected the empire's transformation from civilian to military state. Balbinus's death marked a generational transition. He represented the last cohort that could remember the Antonine stability, when aristocratic governance seemed natural and effective. Younger Romans knew only crisis and accepted military dominance as normal. The brevity of the reign highlights the acceleration of political time during the crisis. Events that might have unfolded over years now occurred in weeks. This compression left no space for gradual adjustment or careful planning. 9. Balbinus, 238 AD. The aristocrat who discovered democracy had sharp edges. Decimus Caelius Calvinus, Balbinus embodied everything the Roman Senate believed about itself: noble birth, cultural refinement, and natural authority derived from centuries of privilege. His 3-month reign alongside Pupienus in 238 AD demonstrated with brutal clarity that these qualities, however genuine, offered no protection against Praetorian swords or the empire's fundamental transformation from aristocratic republic to military autocracy. Born around 165 AD into the kind of patrician family that considered Julius Caesar rather nouveau riche, Balbinus could trace his ancestry to the Republic's earliest days. This impeccable lineage provided both advantages and limitations. Doors opened automatically, but the expectations behind those doors could prove suffocating. His career followed the predictable path of the high nobility, prestigious priesthoods, ceremonial magistracies, and provincial commands that required more social grace than military skill. By 238 AD, Balbinus had achieved the standard markers of senatorial success without displaying any particularly distinctive talents. He governed provinces competently enough to avoid scandal, commanded armies without suffering defeat, and accumulated wealth without obvious corruption. This record of genteel mediocrity made him the perfect compromise candidate when the Senate needed emperors who wouldn't threaten anyone, except, as it turned out, the Praetorian Guard. The death of the Gordians created a crisis that demanded immediate resolution. With Maximinus Thrax approaching Italy and no obvious military candidate available, the Senate turned inward. The selection process revealed institutional paralysis. Unable to agree on a single candidate, they chose two, hoping that shared power would prevent tyranny. This decision reflected both political wisdom and fatal misunderstanding of current realities. Balbinus brought specific qualities to this awkward partnership. His aristocratic background reassured conservative senators, while his lack of military ambition made him acceptable to those fearing another soldier emperor. Most importantly, his willingness to share power with Pupienus suggested a flexibility rare among Roman nobles. The division of responsibilities between the two emperors acknowledged their different strengths. While Pupienus led armies against Maximinus, Balbinus remained in Rome handling civil administration. This arrangement suited Balbinus perfectly. He understood ceremony and protocol far better than tactics and strategy. Contemporary sources provide unusually detailed physical descriptions of Balbinus, perhaps because his appearance so perfectly matched senatorial ideals, tall and dignified, with the natural bearing of one born to command. He looked every inch the Roman noble. His portraits show a man of refined features and calm expression, suggesting either philosophical detachment or complete unawareness of impending doom. Balbinus's conduct during his brief reign revealed both strengths and weaknesses. He performed ceremonial duties with appropriate gravity, received embassies with diplomatic skill, and generally maintained the pretense that normal governance had resumed. This return to routine might have reassured some but ignored the fundamental instability that had produced the crisis. The relationship between Balbinus and Pupienus became increasingly strained as their reign progressed. Sources suggest personal antipathy exacerbated by different approaches to power. Balbinus apparently resented Pupienus's lower birth and administrative focus, while Pupienus grew frustrated with Balbinus's aristocratic assumptions and ceremonial priorities. When news arrived of Maximinus's death, Balbinus celebrated with traditional festivities that demonstrated both relief and misjudgment. He organized games, distributed donations, and generally behaved as if the crisis had passed. This premature celebration ignored the Praetorian Guard's growing resentment and the German troops' continued presence in Rome. The end came with shocking suddenness. The Praetorian Guard, already angry about their exclusion from the selection process, viewed the German soldiers as an existential threat. They stormed the palace, finding the two emperors reportedly arguing about precedence in a ceremonial procession, a detail almost too perfectly symbolic to be entirely credible. What followed was deliberately humiliating. The guards stripped both emperors of their imperial regalia and paraded them through the streets, subjecting them to public mockery before execution. This theatrical cruelty served multiple purposes, demonstrating Praetorian power, punishing senatorial presumption, and warning future emperors about the consequences of ignoring military interests. Balbinus's death marked more than personal tragedy. It represented the definitive end of senatorial independence in choosing emperors. The elevation of young Gordian III by the same guards who murdered Balbinus and Pupienus established a clear message: the military, not the Senate, controlled succession. Historical tradition treated Balbinus more gently than many failed emperors. Senatorial sources emphasized his noble birth and dignified bearing while glossing over his lack of substantial achievements. This sympathetic portrayal reflected class solidarity rather than objective assessment. The brief joint reign of Balbinus and Pupienus offers insights into Roman attitudes towards shared power. While theoretically accepting collegiate authority, the Republic had featured two consuls. After all, imperial practice had evolved towards single rule. The experiment of 238 AD failed partly because it violated expectations about how power should be exercised. Archaeological evidence for Balbinus's reign consists primarily of hastily minted coins and a few inscriptions. These material remains suggest his authority was recognized across the empire, even if his actual power proved illusory. The coins portray him with standard imperial attributes, making no attempt to indicate his unusual status as co-emperor. Religious policy under Balbinus remained conventionally conservative. As a member of several traditional priesthoods, he maintained established cults without innovation or persecution. This religious status quo reflected both personal inclination and the reign's brevity. The contrast between Balbinus and military emperors like Maximinus highlights the period's fundamental conflict, where Maximinus represented raw power divorced from tradition. Balbinus embodied tradition divorced from power. Neither extreme proved sustainable in an empire requiring both legitimacy and force. Modern historians struggle to assess Balbinus fairly. His brief reign produced no significant achievements, yet failure resulted from circumstances rather than personal inadequacy. He represented values, aristocratic dignity, cultural refinement, administrative procedure that remained important even as military necessity dominated immediate decisions. The selection of elderly emperors like Balbinus and Pupienus reflected the Senate's defensive psychology. Choosing men near the end of their careers minimized long-term threats to senatorial authority. This strategy backfired spectacularly when the Praetorians demonstrated that even brief reigns could be shortened further. Balbinus's aristocratic background influenced his approach to imperial authority. He apparently viewed the position as the culmination of a traditional career rather than a revolutionary transformation of status. This perspective, while historically grounded, proved fatally outdated in the current crisis. The joint reign's failure taught lasting lessons about Roman imperial politics. Future emperors rarely attempted to share power equally, recognizing that divided authority invited challenge. When colleagues were appointed, clear hierarchies prevented the confusion that contributed to Balbinus and Pupienus's downfall. Family connections played a curious role in Balbinus's story. His patrician lineage qualified him for power, but provided no protection once he achieved it. The guards who murdered him showed no respect for ancestry that had commanded deference for centuries. This disregard marked a significant shift in Roman social values. The public nature of Balbinus's execution carried profound symbolism. By humiliating him before death, the Praetorians didn't merely eliminate a ruler, but repudiated an entire system of values. Aristocratic birth, senatorial dignity, and procedural legitimacy all died with Balbinus in the streets of Rome. Cultural representations of Balbinus emphasized his nobility even in death. Later artistic depictions showed him facing execution with stoic dignity, transforming political failure into moral victory. These images served senatorial propaganda, suggesting spiritual superiority even in physical defeat. The speed of events in 238 AD provides essential context for understanding Balbinus's fate. He ruled for approximately 3 months in a year that saw 6 different emperors. This extreme instability made considered governance impossible, reducing imperial authority to desperate improvisation. Balbinus's death accelerated trends already evident in Roman society. Traditional aristocracy retained social prestige but lost political power. Military force replaced legal procedure as the ultimate arbiter. The empire moved inexorably toward explicit autocracy, abandoning republican pretenses that Balbinus had embodied. The contrast between expectation and reality defined Balbinus's brief reign. He anticipated honorable retirement after steadying the state through crisis. Instead, he discovered that honor meant nothing without power, and that crises had become permanent rather than temporary conditions. His legacy survived primarily as a cautionary tale about the limits of traditional authority. Later, aristocrats learned to cooperate with military power rather than attempt to supplant it. The Senate never again tried to impose its own members as emperors without army support. Provincial reactions to Balbinus's elevation and death remain poorly documented. Most regions probably continued functioning through administrative inertia, barely noticing the rapid changes in distant Rome. This disconnect between capital politics and provincial reality characterized much of the 3rd century. The personal relationship between Balbinus and Pupienus deserves attention despite its brevity. Their reported quarrels over precedence seem almost comically petty given their precarious position. Yet these disputes reflected deeper tensions between different conceptions of authority: birth versus merit, tradition versus efficiency, ceremony versus practicality. Balbinus's approach to governance revealed ingrained aristocratic assumptions. He apparently believed that proper procedure and dignified bearing could substitute for military backing. This faith in institutional authority proved tragically misplaced in an era when institutions survived only through force. The role of the young Gordian III during this period remains intriguingly ambiguous. Appointed Caesar to placate popular sentiment, he served as a living link to the failed Gordian revolt. Balbinus and Pupienus may have viewed him as a harmless figurehead. The Praetorians saw him as a malleable alternative to elderly senators. Economic policy during the 3-month reign showed signs of attempted stabilization. Balbinus and Pupienus began reviewing Maximinus's confiscations and considering tax relief. These initiatives, however well-intentioned, died with their authors, leaving no lasting impact on the empire's fiscal crisis. The ceremonial aspects of Balbinus's reign received disproportionate attention in sources, perhaps because they represented the only area where he exercised real authority. He presided over religious festivals, received foreign embassies, and maintained the elaborate protocol that distinguished Rome from barbarism, at least in senatorial imagination. Military matters remained Pupienus's domain, but Balbinus couldn't entirely avoid them. His reluctance to engage with army concerns contributed to the Praetorians' hostility. The guards interpreted his aristocratic detachment as contempt, fueling the resentment that led to murder. The specific circumstances of Balbinus's death vary by source, but all agree on its deliberately degrading nature. Some accounts describe torture, others mention public stripping and beating. These details, whether accurate or embellished, emphasize the guards' determination to humiliate traditional authority. Balbinus's wife, whose name remains unrecorded, reportedly witnessed his execution. This personal detail, if true, adds human tragedy to political failure. The destruction of family, alongside individual, represented complete repudiation of aristocratic claims to special status. The aftermath of the murders revealed the Senate's complete capitulation. They immediately recognized Gordian III as emperor, ratifying the Praetorians' choice without protest. This swift acquiescence demonstrated learning through terror. Senatorial independence died with Balbinus and Pupienus. Archaeological evidence suggests some provincial recognition of Balbinus's authority. Milestone inscriptions bearing his name appear in several regions, indicating that imperial administration continued functioning despite political chaos. This bureaucratic continuity helped preserve the empire through its darkest period. The religious implications of Balbinus's death deserve consideration. As a holder of traditional priesthoods, His murder violated sacred protections that had theoretically shielded religious officials. This sacrilege marked another step in the secularization of imperial power. Artistic representations of Balbinus emphasized his patrician dignity. Coin portraits show a man of refined features and calm expression, projecting the assured authority of inherited status. These images contrast sharply with the rough-hewn faces of soldier emperors, highlighting the period's social transformation. The selection of Balbinus alongside Pupienus represented the Senate's attempt to balance different constituencies. Balbinus appealed to traditionalists who valued bloodline and ceremony. Pupienus satisfied those seeking administrative competence. This compromise pleased no one with real power. Foreign relations during the brief reign remained minimal. Embassies arrived and departed, treaties were confirmed, and diplomatic courtesies were observed. Yet everyone understood that meaningful negotiations awaited resolution of internal conflicts. The contrast between Balbinus's expectations and experience epitomizes aristocratic tragedy in the 3rd century. Raised to believe in natural superiority, he discovered that breeding meant nothing without battalions. His death demonstrated that the old order had become fatally obsolete. Legal reforms begun during the 3-month reign showed thoughtful intent but no practical impact. Balbinus and Pupienus planned to review recent legislation, particularly regarding property confiscations. These initiatives vanished with their authors, leaving no trace in the legal record. The psychological impact of the murders extended beyond immediate political consequences. Senators who witnessed or learned of the executions understood that traditional protections no longer functioned. This realization accelerated their withdrawal from active politics. Balbinus's cultural interests, mentioned briefly in sources, suggest a man of genuine refinement. He patronized arts and letters, maintaining the aristocratic tradition of cultural leadership. These civilized pursuits seemed increasingly irrelevant in an empire dominated by military concerns. The joint reign's failure influenced subsequent constitutional thinking. Later reforms by Diocletian and Constantine acknowledged that shared power required clear hierarchies and specialized functions. The chaos of 238 taught that equality in authority invited disaster. Provincial elites learned different lessons from Balbinus's fate than senatorial aristocrats. They recognized that local power remained viable while central authority fluctuated. This insight encouraged the regionalism that characterized much of the 3rd century. The moral judgments passed on Balbinus by ancient historians revealed changing values. Earlier writers would have praised his ancestry and dignity. Later ones criticized his military incompetence and political naivety. This shift reflected the empire's transformation from civilian to military state. Balbinus's death marked a generational transition. He represented the last cohort that could remember the Antonine stability, when aristocratic governance seemed natural and effective. Younger Romans knew only crisis and accepted military dominance as normal. The brevity of the reign highlights the acceleration of political time during the crisis. Events that might have unfolded over years now occurred in weeks. This compression left no space for gradual adjustment or careful planning. Religious tolerance characterized Balbinus's approach to spiritual matters, neither persecuting Christians nor favoring them. He maintained the equilibrium that had generally prevailed since Trajan. This moderation would become increasingly rare as religious conflicts intensified. The economic impact of constant regime change became apparent during 238. Each new emperor meant new coins, new administrators, and new uncertainties. Balbinus's brief tenure contributed to monetary instability that plagued the empire for decades. Social hierarchies suffered irreparable damage from events like Balbinus's murder. When praetorians could strip and kill a patrician emperor with impunity, traditional distinctions lost meaning. This leveling process, though violent, contained democratic implications. The contrast between Balbinus and the teenage Gordian III who succeeded him couldn't be starker. Age, experience, and breeding yielded to youth, malleability, and military sponsorship. This transition symbolized the empire's movement from gerontocracy to opportunism. Balbinus's failure to secure military loyalty stemmed partly from cultural incomprehension. He understood armies as instruments of state policy, not as political actors with independent interests. This conceptual gap proved fatal in the new reality of military politics. The Senate's behavior after the murders revealed institutional decay. Instead of demanding justice or asserting prerogatives, they simply accepted the fait accompli. This passivity marked the effective end of senatorial relevance in imperial succession. Literary treatments of Balbinus emphasized tragic dignity rather than political significance. He became a symbol of fallen nobility, representing virtues that could no longer protect their possessors. This romanticization obscured the practical lessons of his failure. The rapid sequence of emperors in 238 demonstrated systemic breakdown rather than individual inadequacy. Balbinus failed not because he was uniquely incompetent, but because the position had become impossible without military support. His death accelerated the professionalization of imperial office. Future emperors would be military men or bureaucrats, not aristocratic amateurs. The skills required for survival had changed fundamentally from those Balbinus possessed. Archaeological evidence from Rome suggests hasty attempts to establish legitimacy, building inscriptions and statue bases bearing Balbinus's name indicate projects begun but abandoned. These fragments testify to ambitions cut short by violence. The international implications of Rome's instability became apparent during 238. Foreign powers, particularly Persia, recognized opportunities in the empire's weakness. Balbinus's inability to project power externally reflected internal paralysis. Constitutional theory suffered from the events of 238. The idea that the Senate could choose emperors independently died with Balbinus and Pupienus. Future selections would acknowledge military reality even when maintaining legal fictions. The personal courage Balbinus displayed in his final moments deserves recognition. Facing death with dignity, he maintained composure that impressed even hostile sources. This stoic acceptance reflected philosophical training and aristocratic pride. His epitaph might read, "Here lies Balbinus, last of the pure patricians, who discovered too late that noble blood runs as red as common." His death marked not just personal tragedy, but the end of an entire system of values. The transformation of Roman society accelerated after 238. Traditional hierarchies collapsed, military power dominated, and survival skills replaced social graces. Balbinus embodied everything the old order valued and everything the new order rejected. In the final analysis, Decimus Callius Calvinus Balbinus stands as a perfect symbol of aristocratic obsolescence. His virtues, dignity, refinement, tradition, became liabilities in a world requiring flexibility, force, and innovation. His death didn't cause the change but crystallized it, showing that the Rome of the Republic had finally died, even if its forms lingered. The aristocrat who briefly wore purple learned that democracy, in its crudest form, had very sharp edges indeed. His murder by common soldiers demonstrated that power had shifted irrevocably from Senate house to barracks. In Balbinus's fall, we see not just personal tragedy, but the death of an entire social order that had defined Roman civilization for centuries. History remembers him less for what he did than for what his fate represented. The moment when traditional authority finally succumbed to military power, when breeding yielded to brutality, and when the pretense of senatorial sovereignty ended in blood on Rome's streets. Balbinus died as he had lived, a patrician to the end, but his world died with him, making way for the very different empire that would emerge from the 3rd century crisis. 10. Philip the Arab, 244–249 AD, the Desert Prince who celebrated Rome's birthday. Born around 204 AD in the province of Arabia Petraea, specifically in the city of Shaba, which he would later rename Philippopolis with characteristic modesty. Philip came from the sort of background that would have horrified earlier generations of Roman aristocrats. His family had likely gained citizenship during the Severan period, representing the empire's increasing demographic transformation. His brother, Gaius Julius Priscus, preceded him in imperial service, becoming an important administrator under Gordian III and paving the way for Philip's own rise. Marcus Julius Philippus, known to history as Philip the Arab, achieved what many considered impossible in the 3rd century. He ruled for 5 relatively stable years, celebrated Rome's millennial anniversary with appropriate grandeur, and managed to die fighting rather than through assassination, though the distinction proved academic to his corpse. His reign demonstrated that provincial origins and exotic ethnicity no longer disqualified candidates for supreme power, while his fall proved that even competent administration couldn't overcome structural military weakness. The young Arab's career progressed through military service, where he demonstrated the combination of competence and ambition that characterized successful 3rd century officers. By 243 AD, he had risen to the position of Praetorian prefect under the teenage Emperor Gordian III, effectively becoming the 2nd most powerful man in the empire. This appointment reflected both his brother's influence and his own proven abilities. The circumstances of Philip's elevation to emperor in 244 AD remain suspiciously convenient. While campaigning against the Sassanid Persians, Gordian III died under unclear circumstances. Sources variously claim battle wounds, illness, or assassination. Philip, as the senior official present, was immediately proclaimed emperor by the army. Whether he actively conspired in Gordian's death or merely benefited from it remains one of history's unsolved mysteries. His first challenge as emperor involved extricating the Roman army from a difficult position in Mesopotamia. Philip negotiated peace with the Persian king Shapur I, agreeing to terms that Roman sources desperately tried to present as honorable. In reality, he probably paid a substantial sum to secure safe withdrawal, demonstrating the pragmatism that would characterize his reign. Better a live emperor with a depleted treasury than a dead one with intact pride. Returning to Rome, Philip faced the perpetual challenge of legitimizing power seized through questionable means. His solution combined traditional methods with personal innovations. He associated his young son, also named Philip, as co-emperor, ensuring dynastic continuity. He cultivated the Senate with careful respect, understanding that while senators couldn't make emperors, they could still break them through persistent opposition. The domestic policies of Philip's reign showed administrative competence rather than revolutionary innovation. He attempted to reform the tax system, reduce corruption, and maintain basic services, the unglamorous work of keeping an empire functional. His provincial background perhaps gave him better understanding of imperial administration beyond Rome's walls. Philip's most famous achievement came in 248 AD, with the celebration of Rome's 1000th anniversary. The Ludi Seculares, secular games staged for this occasion, represented the last great spectacle of classical paganism. For 3 days and nights, Rome witnessed ceremonies, sacrifices, theatrical performances, and gladiatorial games on an unprecedented scale. The celebration included exotic animal hunts featuring creatures from across the empire, reminding Romans of their world dominance, even as that dominance crumbled. The millennial celebration carried deeper significance than mere entertainment. In an age of constant crisis, it asserted continuity with Rome's glorious past, while promising an equally glorious future. Philip, the Arab outsider, positioned himself as the guardian of Roman tradition, demonstrating that imperial identity transcended ethnic origins. Religious policy under Philip remains controversial due to later Christian claims that he was secretly Christian himself. While this seems unlikely, he certainly participated in pagan ceremonies. His reign showed notable tolerance toward Christians. This pragmatic approach reflected recognition that religious persecution distracted from more pressing problems. Military challenges dominated Philip's reign despite his efforts at domestic stability. Goths crossed the Danube in 248 AD, beginning invasions that would plague the empire for decades. Simultaneously, usurpers emerged in various provinces, each claiming the purple with monotonous regularity. Philip's responses showed competent generalship, but revealed the fundamental impossibility of defending all frontiers simultaneously. The most serious rebellion came from Decius, commander of the Danubian legions, who was proclaimed emperor by his troops in 249 AD. Philip marched north to confront this threat, demonstrating personal courage, if not strategic wisdom. The Battle of Verona in September 249 AD ended with Philip's defeat and death, though sources disagree whether he fell in combat or was murdered afterward. Philip's son, left in Rome during the campaign, was quickly eliminated by the Praetorian Guard once news of his father's death arrived. The dynasty that had seemed so promising ended with typical 3rd century brutality, leaving only memories of what might have been. Archaeological evidence from Philip's reign proves surprisingly rich. Cones show sophisticated propaganda, portraying him variously as military victor, provider of abundance, and restorer of tradition. Building inscriptions across the empire testify to continued administrative function despite political uncertainty. His hometown of Shaba received particular attention, transformed into a proper Roman city with theaters, temples, and baths. The significance of Philip's Arab origins deserves careful consideration. By the 240s AD, provincial background no longer automatically disqualified candidates from supreme power. Yet Philip remained conscious of potential prejudice, emphasizing his Roman identity through traditional imagery and actions. His successful integration demonstrated the empire's capacity for cultural absorption even during crisis. Economic conditions during Philip's reign reflected broader 3rd century trends. Inflation continued despite attempts at currency reform. Trade patterns shifted as frontier insecurity disrupted traditional routes. Yet the ability to stage the millennial games suggested that complete collapse remained avoidable with proper management. Military organization under Philip showed both continuity and adaptation. He maintained the basic structures established by the Severans while beginning to acknowledge new realities. The increasing use of cavalry and the emergence of mobile field armies responded to changed strategic requirements. The relationship between Philip and the Senate illuminates evolving power dynamics. Unlike Maximinus Thrax, Philip understood the value of senatorial cooperation. He consulted regularly, appointed senators to important positions, and generally maintained the fiction of partnership. This approach cost little and gained much in terms of administrative stability. Provincial administration during Philip's reign demonstrated surprising resilience. Despite political upheaval, most regions continued functioning through bureaucratic inertia. Local elites maintained order, collected taxes, and administered justice with minimal central direction. This decentralization helped preserve the empire through its darkest period. Cultural life under Philip reflected both vitality and anxiety. Literary output continued, though increasingly focused on practical subjects rather than artistic excellence. Philosophy turned toward personal consolation rather than systematic thought. The millennial celebration represented perhaps the last moment when classical culture could pretend unchanging permanence. The role of Philip's family deserves attention beyond mere dynastic politics. His wife, Marcia Ottocilia Severa, appeared prominently on coinage and in public ceremonies. His son received careful education and gradual introduction to imperial responsibilities. This emphasis on family presented an image of stability in unstable times. The army's relationship with Philip proved ultimately fatal, despite initial support. Soldiers respected his military competence, but required constant success and regular donatives. When Gothic invasions threatened their home provinces, Danubian legions chose a local commander over a distant emperor. Foreign relations during Philip's reign revealed the empire's changing position. The peace with Persia, though criticized by Roman hardliners, acknowledged new realities of power. Diplomatic contacts with various barbarian groups suggested recognition that not all problems could be solved militarily. Philip's architectural legacy extended beyond his hometown. He completed projects begun by predecessors and initiated new ones, particularly in frontier regions. These constructions served both practical defensive purposes and symbolic statements of imperial permanence. Religious attitudes during the millennial celebration provide fascinating insights into late pagan thought. The ceremonies emphasized Rome's divine favor and eternal destiny, even as events suggested neither. This disconnect between ritual assertion and political reality characterized the period's spiritual confusion. The contrast between Philip and his immediate predecessors illuminates changing requirements for imperial success. Where Gordian III failed through youth and inexperience, Philip succeeded through maturity and competence. Yet, even his relative success proved insufficient against structural problems. Economic policies under Philip showed understanding of fiscal reality. He attempted to reduce military expenditure while maintaining effectiveness, reformed tax collection to improve efficiency, and limited new coinage to control inflation. These measures provided temporary relief, but couldn't address fundamental problems. Modern historians debate Philip's true character behind the propaganda. Was he a cynical opportunist who murdered his way to power, or a capable administrator thrust into an impossible situation? The truth probably combines both elements. Ambition and ability often coexist in successful politicians. The celebration of Rome's millennium marked a watershed in imperial history. It was simultaneously a genuine achievement. Few states survive 1,000 years, and a desperate assertion of continuity amid obvious decline. Philip's role as master of ceremonies for this event perfectly captured his historical position. 10. Philip the Arab, 244–249 AD, the Desert Prince, who celebrated Rome's birthday. Marcus Julius Philippus, known to history as Philip the Arab, achieved what many considered impossible in the 3rd century. He ruled for 5 relatively stable years, celebrated Rome's millennial anniversary with appropriate grandeur, and managed to die fighting rather than through assassination, though the distinction proved academic to his corpse. His reign demonstrated that provincial origins and exotic ethnicity no longer disqualified candidates for supreme power, while his fall proved that even competent administration couldn't overcome structural military weakness. Born around 204 AD in the province of Arabia Petraea, specifically in the city of Shaba, which he would later rename Philippopolis with characteristic modesty, Philip came from the sort of background that would have horrified earlier generations of Roman aristocrats. His family had likely gained citizenship during the Severan period, representing the empire's increasing demographic transformation. His brother, Gaius Julius Priscus, preceded him in imperial service, becoming an important administrator under Gordian III and paving the way for Philip's own rise. The young Arab's career progressed through military service, where he demonstrated the combination of competence and ambition that characterized successful 3rd century officers. By 243 AD, he had risen to the position of Praetorian prefect under the teenage Emperor Gordian III, effectively becoming the 2nd most powerful man in the empire. This appointment reflected both his brother's influence and his own proven abilities. The circumstances of Philip's elevation to emperor in 244 AD remain suspiciously convenient. While campaigning against the Sassanid Persians, Gordian III died under unclear circumstances. Sources variously claim battle wounds, illness, or assassination. Philip, as the senior official present, was immediately proclaimed emperor by the army. Whether he actively conspired in Gordian's death or merely benefited from it, remains one of history's unsolved mysteries. His first challenge as emperor involved extricating the Roman army from a difficult position in Mesopotamia. Philip negotiated peace with the Persian king Shapur I, agreeing to terms that Roman sources desperately tried to present as honorable. In reality, he probably paid a substantial sum to secure safe withdrawal, demonstrating the pragmatism that would characterize his reign. Better a live emperor with a depleted treasury than a dead one with intact pride. Returning to Rome, Philip faced the perpetual challenge of legitimizing power seized through questionable means. His solution combined traditional methods with personal innovations. He associated his young son, also named Philip, as co-emperor, ensuring dynastic continuity. He cultivated the Senate with careful respect, understanding that while senators couldn't make emperors, they could still break them through persistent opposition. The domestic policies of Philip's reign showed administrative competence rather than revolutionary innovation. He attempted to reform the tax system, reduce corruption, and maintain basic services, the unglamorous work of keeping an empire functional. His provincial background perhaps gave him better understanding of imperial administration beyond Rome's walls. Philip's most famous achievement came in 248 AD, with the celebration of Rome's 1000th anniversary. The Ludi Seculares, secular games staged for this occasion, represented the last great spectacle of classical paganism. For 3 days and nights, Rome witnessed ceremonies, sacrifices, theatrical performances, and gladiatorial games on an unprecedented scale. The celebration included exotic animal hunts featuring creatures from across the empire, reminding Romans of their world dominance, even as that dominance crumbled. The millennial celebration carried deeper significance than mere entertainment. In an age of constant crisis, it asserted continuity with Rome's glorious past, while promising an equally glorious future. Philip, the Arab outsider, positioned himself as the guardian of Roman tradition, demonstrating that imperial identity transcended ethnic origins. Religious policy under Philip remains controversial due to later Christian claims that he was secretly Christian himself. While this seems unlikely, he certainly participated in pagan ceremonies. His reign showed notable tolerance toward Christians. This pragmatic approach reflected recognition that religious persecution distracted from more pressing problems. Military challenges dominated Philip's reign despite his efforts at domestic stability. Goths crossed the Danube in 248 AD, beginning invasions that would plague the empire for decades. Simultaneously, usurpers emerged in various provinces, each claiming the purple with monotonous regularity. Philip's responses showed competent generalship, but revealed the fundamental impossibility of defending all frontiers simultaneously. The most serious rebellion came from Decius, commander of the Danubian legions, who was proclaimed emperor by his troops in 249 AD. Philip marched north to confront this threat, demonstrating personal courage, if not strategic wisdom. The Battle of Verona in September 249 AD ended with Philip's defeat and death, though sources disagree whether he fell in combat or was murdered afterward. Philip's son, left in Rome during the campaign, was quickly eliminated by the Praetorian Guard once news of his father's death arrived. The dynasty that had seemed so promising ended with typical 3rd century brutality, leaving only memories of what might have been. Archaeological evidence from Philip's reign proves surprisingly rich. Cones show sophisticated propaganda, portraying him variously as military victor, provider of abundance, and restorer of tradition. Building inscriptions across the empire testify to continued administrative function despite political uncertainty. His hometown of Shaba received particular attention, transformed into a proper Roman city with theaters, temples, and baths. The significance of Philip's Arab origins deserves careful consideration. By the 240s AD, provincial background no longer automatically disqualified candidates from supreme power. Yet Philip remained conscious of potential prejudice, emphasizing his Roman identity through traditional imagery and actions. His successful integration demonstrated the empire's capacity for cultural absorption even during crisis. Economic conditions during Philip's reign reflected broader 3rd century trends. Inflation continued despite attempts at currency reform. Trade patterns shifted as frontier insecurity disrupted traditional routes. Yet the ability to stage the millennial games suggested that complete collapse remained avoidable with proper management. Military organization under Philip showed both continuity and adaptation. He maintained the basic structures established by the Severans while beginning to acknowledge new realities. The increasing use of cavalry and the emergence of mobile field armies responded to changed strategic requirements. The relationship between Philip and the Senate illuminates evolving power dynamics. Unlike Maximinus Thrax, Philip understood the value of senatorial cooperation. He consulted regularly, appointed senators to important positions, and generally maintained the fiction of partnership. This approach cost little and gained much in terms of administrative stability. Provincial administration during Philip's reign demonstrated surprising resilience. Despite political upheaval, most regions continued functioning through bureaucratic inertia. Local elites maintained order, collected taxes, and administered justice with minimal central direction. This decentralization helped preserve the empire through its darkest period. Cultural life under Philip reflected both vitality and anxiety. Literary output continued, though increasingly focused on practical subjects rather than artistic excellence. Philosophy turned toward personal consolation rather than systematic thought. The millennial celebration represented perhaps the last moment when classical culture could pretend unchanging permanence. The role of Philip's family deserves attention beyond mere dynastic politics. His wife, Marcia Otticilia Severa, appeared prominently on coinage and in public ceremonies. His son received careful education and gradual introduction to imperial responsibilities. This emphasis on family presented an image of stability in unstable times. Foreign relations during Philip's reign revealed the empire's changing position. The peace with Persia, though criticized by Roman hardliners, acknowledged new realities of power. Diplomatic contacts with various barbarian groups suggested recognition that not all problems could be solved militarily. The army's relationship with Philip proved ultimately fatal, despite initial support. Soldiers respected his military competence, but required constant success and regular donatives. When Gothic invasions threatened their home provinces, Danubian legions chose a local commander over a distant emperor. Religious attitudes during the millennial celebration provide fascinating insights into late pagan thought. The ceremonies emphasized Rome's divine favor and eternal destiny, even as events suggested neither. This disconnect between ritual assertion and political reality characterized the period's spiritual confusion. Philip's architectural legacy extended beyond his hometown. He completed projects begun by predecessors and initiated new ones, particularly in frontier regions. These constructions served both practical defensive purposes and symbolic statements of imperial permanence. The contrast between Philip and his immediate predecessors illuminates changing requirements for imperial success. Where Gordian III failed through youth and inexperience, Philip succeeded through maturity and competence. Yet, even his relative success proved insufficient against structural problems. Modern historians debate Philip's true character behind the propaganda. Was he a cynical opportunist who murdered his way to power, or a capable administrator thrust into an impossible situation? The truth probably combines both elements. Ambition and ability often coexist in successful politicians. The celebration of Rome's millennium marked a watershed in imperial history. It was simultaneously a genuine achievement. Few states survive 1,000 years, and a desperate assertion of continuity amid obvious decline. Philip's role as master of ceremonies for this event perfectly captured his historical position. Economic policies under Philip showed understanding of fiscal reality. He attempted to reduce military expenditure while maintaining effectiveness, reformed tax collection to improve efficiency, and limited new coinage to control inflation. These measures provided temporary relief, but couldn't address fundamental problems. The treatment of Christians during Philip's reign suggests pragmatic tolerance rather than personal sympathy. He neither persecuted nor patronized the church, viewing it as one element in a complex religious landscape. This moderation contrasted with both earlier persecution and later favoritism. Philip's death in battle, while tragic, provided a dignity denied to many 3rd century emperors. He faced his challenger directly rather than skulking in palaces or fleeing to exile. This personal courage earned respect, even from opponents, and helped preserve his historical reputation. The speed with which Philip's dynasty collapsed after his death reveals the personal nature of 3rd century power. Without the emperor's presence, his carefully constructed system of alliances and appointments disintegrated immediately. His son's murder emphasized that hereditary principle alone provided insufficient protection. Provincial reactions to Philip's death varied significantly. Some regions barely noticed the change, continuing under local administration. Others erupted in disorder as competing factions sought advantage. This varied response demonstrated the empire's fragmentation despite surface unity. The legacy of Philip the Arab extends beyond his specific achievements. He proved that provincial outsiders could govern effectively, that cultural integration remained possible despite crisis, and that competent administration still mattered even in a militarized age. His failure stemmed from circumstances rather than personal inadequacy. Archaeological evidence from Arabia Petraea shows how Philip's elevation affected his homeland. New buildings, improved infrastructure, and increased trade reflected imperial favor. Yet this regional development couldn't compensate for broader imperial decline. The contrast between Philip's millennial celebration and the empire's actual condition encapsulates 3rd century contradictions. Surface prosperity masked deeper problems. Traditional ceremonies continued amid radical change, and cultural confidence persisted despite political chaos. Philip embodied these contradictions perfectly. His reign marked a transition between the chaos of 238 AD and the prolonged crisis of the 250 CES. For 5 years, competent leadership provided relative stability, suggesting that recovery remained possible given the right circumstances. That these circumstances never fully materialized reflect structural rather than personal failure. Philip's epitaph might read, "Here lies the Arab who became Roman, celebrated an empire's millennium, and died defending what he had helped preserve." His reign demonstrated both the possibilities and limitations of individual ability in an age of systemic crisis. In the final analysis, Marcus Julius Philippus stands as one of the more successful 3rd century emperors, precisely because he recognized limitations. He didn't attempt radical reforms or military conquests beyond his means. Instead, he provided competent administration, maintained basic services, and staged one last great celebration of Roman glory. That this proved insufficient speaks to the depth of the crisis rather than the quality of his leadership. History remembers Philip the Arab as the emperor who threw Rome's last great party before the lights went out. Yet behind this image lies a more complex figure, a provincial who mastered imperial politics, a soldier who understood administration, and a pragmatist who recognized that survival sometimes mattered more than glory. His reign offered a glimpse of what might have been possible had structural problems not overwhelmed individual competence. 11. Decius 249–251 AD, the traditionalist who died fighting the future. Born around 201 AD in the village of Budalia near Sirmium in Pannonia, Decius represented the increasingly common phenomenon of provincial elite rising to supreme power. His family belonged to the local aristocracy, Roman enough to provide connections, but provincial enough to understand frontier realities. This background shaped his perspective throughout his career, combining traditional Roman values with practical military experience. Gaius Messius Quintus Decius, better known to history as Decius, achieved the unfortunate distinction of being the first Roman emperor to die in battle against a foreign enemy. His reign, lasting just under 2 years, combined genuine military capability with a catastrophically misguided attempt to restore traditional Roman values through religious persecution. In trying to force the empire back to its glorious past, Decius succeeded only in demonstrating how irretrievably that past had vanished. The confrontation with Philip the Arab ended at Verona in September 249 AD, with Philip's death in battle. Decius entered Rome as emperor, promising to restore traditional virtues and proper governance. His Senate reception emphasized continuity and respect for established institutions, though everyone understood that real power lay with the legions that had elevated him. The irony of Decius's elevation became apparent almost immediately. Successfully defeating Parthashas, he found himself proclaimed emperor by the same troops he had been sent to pacify. This pattern, generals sent to suppress revolts becoming usurpers themselves, had become depressingly familiar. Decius apparently accepted the purple reluctantly, though such protestations of unwillingness had become standard imperial theatre. Decius's early career followed the typical cursus honorum, though weighted toward military assignments. He governed Moesia and Germania Inferior, gaining first-hand experience with the empire's most troubled frontiers. By 248 AD, he had achieved sufficient distinction for Philip the Arab to appoint him to command troops on the Danube frontier, tasked with suppressing the rebellion of Parthashas. In Decius's mind, Rome's crisis stemmed from abandonment of traditional values, particularly religious observance. The gods had favored Rome for centuries. Recent disasters clearly resulted from divine anger at spreading impiety. Christianity, with its exclusive monotheism and rejection of state cults, represented everything wrong with contemporary society. By forcing universal participation in traditional rites, Decius hoped to restore divine favor and social unity. Decius's most famous or infamous policy began almost immediately, the first empire-wide persecution of Christians. The Edict of 250 AD required all inhabitants to perform sacrifice to the traditional gods and obtain certificates, libelli, proving compliance. This policy reflected not mere religious bigotry, but a comprehensive vision of social restoration. The persecution's implementation revealed both bureaucratic efficiency and fundamental miscalculation. Local commissions supervised sacrifices, issued certificates, and reported compliance. Many Christians apostatized under pressure, others obtained false certificates through bribery, while a minority faced imprisonment or execution. The policy created administrative chaos, social division, and long-term resentment while failing to eliminate Christianity. Beyond religious policy, Decius attempted various reforms aimed at restoring traditional Roman virtue. He revived the office of censor, appointing the respected Senator Valerian to oversee moral improvement. He emphasized military discipline, personal austerity, and proper administrative procedure. These efforts reflected genuine concern for imperial welfare rather than mere reactionary nostalgia. The campaign culminated in the Battle of Abritus in June 251 AD. Sources disagree on details, but the essential facts are clear. Decius and his son Herennius Etruscus died fighting the Goths. The Roman army suffered catastrophic defeat, and barbarian forces withdrew laden with plunder and prisoners. The emperor's body was never recovered, adding mythic dimension to the disaster. Military challenges, however, allowed little time for social engineering. The Gothic king Chineva led a major invasion across the Danube in 250 AD, devastating Moesia and threatening the Balkans. Decius responded energetically, demonstrating real strategic ability. He achieved initial successes, including relief of the besieged city of Nicopolis, showing that his military reputation was deserved. Archaeological evidence from Decius's reign reflects both crisis and continuity. Coin issues emphasized traditional themes: victory, security, restoration. Building inscriptions show continued infrastructure maintenance despite military pressures. The bureaucratic apparatus for persecution created extensive documentation, inadvertently preserving valuable information about provincial administration. Decius's death shocked the Roman world. No emperor had fallen in battle against foreign enemies since the Republic. The disaster seemed to confirm divine disfavor, though Christians and pagans drew opposite conclusions about which gods were angry. More practically, it demonstrated that barbarian threats had evolved beyond mere raiding to existential danger. The dynastic aspect of Decius's reign deserves attention. He associated his sons Herennius Etruscus and Hostilian as Caesars, following standard practice. His wife Herennia Etruscula received the title Augusta, appearing prominently in official propaganda. This emphasis on family projected stability while ensuring succession, though events rendered such precautions futile. 11. Decius 249–251 AD, the traditionalist who died fighting the future. Gaius Messius Quintus Decius, better known to history as Decius, achieved the unfortunate distinction of being the first Roman emperor to die in battle against a foreign enemy. His reign, lasting just under 2 years, combined genuine military capability with a catastrophically misguided attempt to restore traditional Roman values through religious persecution. In trying to force the empire back to its glorious past, Decius succeeded only in demonstrating how irretrievably that past had vanished. Born around 201 AD in the village of Gudalia near Sirmium in Pannonia, Decius represented the increasingly common phenomenon of provincial elite rising to supreme power. His family belonged to the local aristocracy, Roman enough to provide connections, but provincial enough to understand frontier realities. This background shaped his perspective throughout his career, combining traditional Roman values with practical military experience. Decius's early career followed the typical cursus honorum, though weighted toward military assignments. He governed Moesia and Germania Inferior, gaining first-hand experience with the empire's most troubled frontiers. By 248 AD, he had achieved sufficient distinction for Philip the Arab to appoint him to command troops on the Danube frontier, tasked with suppressing the rebellion of Pacaetianus. The irony of Decius's elevation became apparent almost immediately. Successfully defeating Pacaetianus, he found himself proclaimed emperor by the same troops he had been sent to pacify. This pattern, generals sent to suppress revolts becoming usurpers themselves, had become depressingly familiar. Decius apparently accepted the purple reluctantly, though such protestations of unwillingness had become standard imperial theatre. The confrontation with Philip the Arab ended at Verona in September 249 AD, with Philip's death in battle. Decius entered Rome as emperor, promising to restore traditional virtues and proper governance. His Senate reception emphasized continuity and respect for established institutions, though everyone understood that real power lay with the legions that had elevated him. Decius's most famous or infamous policy began almost immediately, the first empire-wide persecution of Christians. The Edict of 250 AD required all inhabitants to perform sacrifice to the traditional gods and obtain certificates, libelli, proving compliance. This policy reflected not mere religious bigotry, but a comprehensive vision of social restoration. In Decius's mind, Rome's crisis stemmed from abandonment of traditional values, particularly religious observance. The gods had favored Rome for centuries. Recent disasters clearly resulted from divine anger at spreading impiety. Christianity, with its exclusive monotheism and rejection of state cults, represented everything wrong with contemporary society. By forcing universal participation in traditional rites, Decius hoped to restore divine favor and social unity. The persecution's implementation revealed both bureaucratic efficiency and fundamental miscalculation. Local commissions supervised sacrifices, issued certificates, and reported compliance. Many Christians apostatized under pressure. Others obtained false certificates through bribery, while a minority faced imprisonment or execution. The policy created administrative chaos, social division, and long-term resentment while failing to eliminate Christianity. Beyond religious policy, Decius attempted various reforms aimed at restoring traditional Roman virtue. He revived the office of censor, appointing the respected Senator Valerian to oversee moral improvement. He emphasized military discipline, personal austerity, and proper administrative procedure. These efforts reflected genuine concern for imperial welfare rather than mere reactionary nostalgia. Military challenges, however, allowed little time for social engineering. The Gothic king Chineva led a major invasion across the Danube in 250 AD, devastating Moesia and threatening the Balkans. Decius responded energetically, demonstrating real strategic ability. He achieved initial successes, including relief of the besieged city of Nicopolis, showing that his military reputation was deserved. The campaign culminated in the Battle of Abritus in June 251 AD. Sources disagree on details, but the essential facts are clear. Decius and his son Herennius Etruscus died fighting the Goths. The Roman army suffered catastrophic defeat, and barbarian forces withdrew laden with plunder and prisoners. The emperor's body was never recovered, adding mythic dimension to the disaster. Decius's death shocked the Roman world. No emperor had fallen in battle against foreign enemies since the Republic. The disaster seemed to confirm divine disfavor, though Christians and pagans drew opposite conclusions about which gods were angry. More practically, it demonstrated that barbarian threats had evolved beyond mere raiding to existential danger. Archaeological evidence from Decius's reign reflects both crisis and continuity. Coin issues emphasized traditional themes: victory, security, restoration. Building inscriptions show continued infrastructure maintenance despite military pressures. The bureaucratic apparatus for persecution created extensive documentation, inadvertently preserving valuable information about provincial administration. The dynastic aspect of Decius's reign deserves attention. He associated his sons Herennius Etruscus and Hostilian as Caesars, following standard practice. His wife Herennia Etruscula received the title Augusta, appearing prominently in official propaganda. This emphasis on family projected stability while ensuring succession, though events rendered such precautions futile. Decius's relationship with the Senate illuminates changing power dynamics. Unlike some military emperors, he showed genuine respect for senatorial traditions. The revival of censorship particularly appealed to conservative senators, yet this deference remained superficial. Real decisions followed military rather than civilian counsel. Provincial administration during Decius's brief reign maintained surprising coherence. Despite persecution and Gothic invasion, most regions continued functioning normally. Local elites administered justice, collected taxes, and maintained order with minimal central direction. This resilience helped preserve imperial structure through repeated crises. Economic conditions continued deteriorating despite attempted reforms. Inflation accelerated as military expenses increased. Trade suffered from frontier insecurity and administrative disruption. The persecution further damaged economic activity by targeting prosperous Christian merchants and artisans. Cultural life reflected increasing anxiety about traditional values. Literary output focused on moral decline and divine anger. Philosophy emphasized personal virtue rather than systematic thought. Decius's persecution inadvertently stimulated Christian literature, producing martyrologies and apologetics that outlasted his policies. The Gothic War exposed fundamental strategic problems. Roman forces proved tactically superior in open battle, but struggled against mobile raiders. Fortification systems designed for different threats proved inadequate. Decius recognized these issues, but lacked time to implement solutions. Religious policy dominated assessments of Decius's reign. The persecution, though brief, created lasting divisions. Christian communities split between those who sacrificed and those who refused. Pagan authorities discovered that forced conformity produced more problems than it solved. The failure of religious coercion demonstrated changing social realities. Military organization under Decius showed both innovation and limitation. He improved discipline and training but couldn't address structural weaknesses. The disaster at Abritus resulted partly from systemic problems beyond any emperor's immediate control. Foreign relations during Decius's reign focused on crisis management rather than long-term strategy. Persian threats remained dormant, while Gothic invasions dominated attention. Diplomatic initiatives proved impossible when barbarian goals involved plunder rather than negotiation. The aftermath of Decius's death revealed imperial fragility. His surviving son Hostilian briefly shared power with Trebonian's Gallus before dying of plague. The Gothic withdrawal came through negotiated payment rather than military victory. These events demonstrated that traditional Roman responses no longer guaranteed traditional results. Archaeological evidence from persecution victims provides unique insights into provincial society. Buried hoards, hidden religious objects, and hastily abandoned properties reveal both the policy's scope and its limitations. Many communities simply ignored imperial edicts when enforcement proved impractical. The contrast between Decius and his predecessor, Philip, illuminates competing visions of imperial survival. Philip accepted cultural change while maintaining basic functions. Decius demanded cultural conformity at the expense of social harmony. Neither approach proved sufficient against structural crises. Modern historians debate whether Decius was a principled traditionalist or a misguided reactionary. His military competence seems genuine, his administrative reforms well-intentioned, yet his religious policy revealed fundamental misunderstanding of social evolution. The empire had changed more than conservative Romans could accept. The symbolism of Decius's death resonated through subsequent generations. Dying in battle against barbarians embodied traditional Roman virtue, yet the defeat demonstrated that virtue alone couldn't preserve the empire. His fate warned that looking backward provided no protection against forward-pressing threats. Provincial reactions to Decius's policies varied dramatically. Frontier regions appreciated military focus, but resented persecution. Urban centers suffered economic disruption from religious conflict. Rural areas often ignored imperial edicts entirely. This varied response highlighted growing imperial fragmentation. The legacy of Decius's persecution proved more enduring than his military achievements. Christian writers portrayed him as a monster, pagan authors as a failed savior. Both perspectives missed the complexity of a competent emperor facing impossible challenges with inadequate tools. Decius's attempt to revive the censorship represents his reign in microcosm. The office symbolized traditional Roman virtue, but had become obsolete centuries earlier. Restoring empty forms couldn't recreate vanished substance. His entire program suffered from this confusion between symbol and reality. The Gothic victory at Abritus marked a turning point in Roman-barbarian relations. Previously, major defeats occurred on enemy territory. Now they happened within imperial borders. The psychological impact exceeded immediate military consequences, suggesting that Rome's defensive superiority was ending. Family loyalty characterized Decius's personal relationships. His sons received careful preparation for rule. His wife participated actively in governance. This dynastic unity contrasted with the treachery common among 3rd century emperors. Yet even familial bonds couldn't ensure survival against external threats. Economic policy Under Decius attempted stabilization through traditional means. Currency reform, reduced spending, and increased taxation followed standard patterns. These measures provided temporary relief, but couldn't address underlying structural problems. The religious landscape after Decius's persecution showed permanent changes. Christian communities developed strategies for surviving future repressions. Pagan authorities recognized limitations of forced conformity. The episode accelerated religious evolution rather than restoring traditional practice. Military recruitment during Decius's reign revealed changing demographics. Frontier provinces provided most soldiers while Italian recruitment declined further. This shift affected both military culture and political loyalty, contributing to regionalization of imperial power. Decius's death in battle created a powerful narrative about imperial duty. Unlike emperors who died in palace coups or comfortable beds, he fell defending the empire he ruled. This heroic end partially redeemed his failed policies in historical memory. The archaeological record from 249–251 AD shows crisis beneath surface continuity. Coin hoards increased dramatically, suggesting widespread insecurity. Construction projects begin but remain unfinished. Religious artifacts show both persecution and resistance. Cultural production during Decius's reign reflected conservative themes. Art emphasized traditional motifs. Literature praised ancient virtues. Yet this retrograde movement couldn't conceal social transformation. The attempt to freeze cultural evolution failed as completely as religious persecution. Decius's epitaph might read, "Here lies somewhere in Mosian marshes, the last emperor who believed Rome could be saved by returning to its past." His death, fighting Goths, symbolized the futility of resisting historical change through force alone. In the final analysis, Decius embodied the tragedy of conservative leadership in revolutionary times. His virtues, military competence, administrative ability, genuine patriotism might have served well in an earlier era, but the 3rd century crisis required innovation rather than restoration, adaptation rather than reaction. His death in battle marked not just personal defeat, but the failure of an entire worldview that could no longer comprehend, much less master, the forces reshaping the Roman world. Trebonius Gallus, 251–253 AD, the survivor who made peace with disaster, Gaius Vibius Trebonianus Gallus, managed to transform the catastrophic defeat at Abritus into a stepping stone to imperial power, demonstrating that in 3rd century Rome, surviving disaster could be more important than preventing it. His 2-year reign represents a masterclass in crisis management through appeasement, proving that sometimes the best solution to overwhelming problems is to pay them to go away, at least temporarily. Born around 206 AD on the island of Perugia to a family of senatorial rank, Gallus possessed the perfect combination of aristocratic legitimacy and military experience that characterized successful 3rd century emperors. His career progressed steadily through various commands, culminating in the governorship of Moesia, a position that placed him at the epicenter of the Gothic crisis, and fortuitously left him as the senior surviving commander after Decius's death. The aftermath of Abritus found the Roman army shattered, its emperor dead, and Gothic forces rampaging through the Balkans. In this moment of supreme crisis, the legions turned to Gallus, who accepted the purple with what sources describe as appropriate reluctance, though one suspects his grief was somewhat tempered by ambition. His first act as emperor revealed the pragmatism that would define his reign. He negotiated peace with the Goths. The terms of this treaty scandalized traditional Romans. Gallus agreed to pay annual tribute to the Goths and allowed them to withdraw with their plunder and prisoners. Critics denounced this as surrender. Supporters noted that the alternative was continued devastation of provinces the empire couldn't defend. The arrangement bought time, though at the cost of establishing a dangerous precedent that barbarians could profit from attacking Rome. Gallus attempted to legitimize his accession by associating Decius's surviving son, Hostilian, as co-emperor. This gesture toward dynastic continuity lasted only months before Hostilian conveniently died of plague, leaving Gallus and his own son Volusianus as joint rulers. The speed of this transition raised inevitable suspicions, though plague was certainly claiming enough victims to make murder unnecessary. The plague itself, probably smallpox, became the defining crisis of Gallus's reign, known as the Plague of Cyprian after the Christian bishop who described it. The pandemic devastated the empire for years. Cities depopulated, armies weakened, and economic activity collapsed. Gallus responded with traditional measures, public sacrifices, emergency grain distributions, and attempts to maintain basic services despite catastrophic mortality. Military challenges multiplied even as disease ravaged the empire. The Persian king Shapur III, sensing weakness, launched invasions that captured Antioch and threatened Syria. Gallus lacked resources for effective response, managing only defensive operations while desperately trying to rebuild depleted armies. The eastern frontier, stable under Philip, began the deterioration that would culminate in Valerian's capture. Religious policy under Gallus marked a retreat from Decius's aggressive persecution. While maintaining traditional observances, he avoided systematic oppression of Christians. This moderation reflected practical necessity rather than tolerance. The empire faced too many crises to waste resources on religious conflict. Christians interpreted the plague as divine punishment for persecution, while pagans blamed Christian impiety for angering the gods. Economic conditions during Gallus's reign reached new lows. Plague disrupted agriculture and trade. Military expenses drained the treasury, and tribute payments to barbarians added insult to injury. The silver content of coins declined further, accelerating inflation that would plague the empire for decades. Gallus attempted various expedients, but lacked both resources and time for comprehensive reform. Provincial administration showed remarkable resilience despite multiple catastrophes. Local elites continued governing with minimal central direction, demonstrating the bureaucratic inertia that helped preserve the empire through its darkest periods. Some regions prospered relatively, while others faced complete collapse, reflecting the empire's increasing fragmentation. The end came from an unexpected direction. Aemilianus, governor of Moesia, defeated Gothic raiders and was proclaimed emperor by his troops in 253 AD. Gallus marched north to confront this threat, but found his own soldiers unwilling to fight. They murdered him and Volusianus near Interamna, switching allegiance to the victorious general. The pattern of successful commanders becoming emperors continued its deadly logic. Archaeological evidence from Gallus's reign reflects widespread crisis. Coin hoards multiplied dramatically, indicating pervasive insecurity. Urban construction virtually ceases outside of emergency fortification. Burial practices changed to accommodate mass mortality from plague. These material remains confirm literary accounts of comprehensive disaster. Gallus's dynastic arrangements followed standard patterns. His son Volusianus became Caesar, and then Augustus, while his wife Affinia Baebiana received the title Augusta. This emphasis on family continuity projected stability amid chaos, though events proved such precautions futile. The rapid elimination of imperial families had become routine. Military organization, under Gallus, showed adaptation to crisis conditions. Depleted units merged, recruitment standards lowered, and emergency levies became common. The army that emerged from plague and defeat differed significantly from earlier imperial forces, beginning transformations that would culminate in Diocletian's reforms. Foreign relations during this period consisted mainly of damage control. The Gothic treaty established patterns of barbarian management through payment rather than conquest. Persian advances met minimal resistance due to resource constraints. Diplomatic initiatives focused on buying time rather than achieving strategic advantage. The cultural impact of plague dominated Gallus's reign. Literature focused on mortality and divine anger. Art emphasized protective deities and healing cults. Philosophy turned toward personal consolation rather than social theory. The psychological trauma of mass death shaped cultural production for generations. Administrative reforms attempted by Gallus showed awareness of structural problems, despite limited success. He tried to regularize tax collection, improve military supply, and maintain essential services. These efforts demonstrated competent leadership, overwhelmed by circumstances rather than imperial inadequacy. Religious attitudes during the plague revealed changing spiritual landscapes. Traditional sacrifices continued, but with declining confidence. Mystery cults promising personal salvation gained popularity. Christianity spread despite official disapproval, offering explanations for suffering that resonated with traumatized populations. The contrast between Gallus and his predecessor, Decius, illuminates different approaches to crisis management. Decius sought to restore traditional values through force. Gallus accepted current realities while trying to minimize damage. Neither succeeded fully, but Gallus's pragmatism proved temporarily more effective. Provincial responses to Gallus's policies varied by region. Frontier provinces appreciated peace with the Goths, despite its humiliating terms. Eastern regions resented inadequate defense against Persia. Italian territories focused on surviving plague rather than imperial politics. This varied reaction reflected growing imperial disunity. Economic expedients during Gallus's reign included emergency taxation, forced loans, and currency debasement. These measures provided short-term relief while worsening long-term problems. The fundamental mismatch between imperial obligations and available resources defied easy solution. Military recruitment during plague conditions created unique challenges. Depleted populations provided fewer candidates, while disease risk discouraged volunteers. Increasing reliance on barbarian auxiliaries began patterns that would transform the Roman army's ethnic composition. The Gothic treaty negotiated by Gallus established precedents with lasting consequences. Payment for peace became standard policy, encouraging further attacks. Barbarian groups learned that successful raids led to profitable negotiations rather than punitive expeditions. These dynamics would plague the empire for centuries. Archaeological evidence from plague burials provides unique insights into social collapse. Mass graves, hastily abandoned properties, and disrupted settlement patterns reveal the pandemic's scope. Some regions show complete depopulation, while others maintained surprising continuity. Cultural production during Gallus's reign reflected pervasive anxiety. Literary works focused on death, divine judgment, and social collapse. Artistic themes emphasized protection, healing, and salvation. The creative response to crisis produced distinctive styles that marked the period's unique trauma. The end of Gallus's reign through military revolt demonstrated persistent patterns in imperial succession. Success against foreign enemies provided legitimacy that civil administration couldn't match. The army's role as kingmaker remained unchanged, despite evolving threats and conditions. Religious developments during the plague accelerated existing trends. Traditional civic cults declined as personal salvation became paramount. Christianity's emphasis on charity during crisis attracted converts. Pagan philosophies adapted to address existential anxiety. The spiritual landscape transformed fundamentally. Gallus's legacy suffered from association with humiliating treaties and catastrophic plague. Later historians judged him harshly for appeasing barbarians, ignoring the limited options available. His pragmatic response to overwhelming crisis deserved more credit than it received from critics writing in safer times. The administrative continuity maintained during Gallus's reign proved crucial for imperial survival. Despite plague, invasion, and political instability, basic government functions continued. This bureaucratic resilience helped preserve institutional structures through the 3rd century crisis. Military innovations during this period included increased mobility, simplified logistics, and adapted tactics. These changes responded to new threats, but also reflected reduced resources. The Roman army began its transformation from offensive to defensive force. The psychological impact of concurrent disasters, plague, invasion, economic collapse, created lasting trauma. Traditional confidence in Roman superiority eroded, apocalyptic thinking increased across religious boundaries. Provincial aristocracies showed remarkable adaptation during Gallus's reign. Local elites maintained order, organized relief, and preserved administrative continuity despite central weakness. This regional leadership proved essential for imperial survival. The contrast between official propaganda and lived reality reached new extremes. Coins proclaimed victory and security, while plague and invasion devastated provinces. This disconnect reflected not deception, but desperate attempts to maintain morale amid obvious decline. Diplomatic initiatives under Gallus focused on damage limitation rather than expansion. Treaties aimed to secure breathing space, not permanent advantage. This defensive posture marked a significant shift from earlier imperial ambition. The role of imperial women during this period deserves attention. Affinia Babiana appeared prominently on coinage, suggesting active participation in governance. Imperial wives increasingly served as dynastic anchors during rapid regime changes. Economic adaptations to crisis included barter systems, local currencies, and simplified trade networks. These informal arrangements bypassed failing imperial structures, demonstrating societal resilience amid institutional collapse. Religious syncretism accelerated as people sought any divine protection available. Traditional boundaries between cults blurred. Healing deities gained prominence regardless of origin. Spiritual pragmatism replaced theological purity. The brevity of Gallus's reign limited his ability to implement comprehensive reforms, yet his pragmatic responses to immediate crises bought time for the empire's eventual recovery. Short-term expedients sometimes prove more valuable than grand strategies during existential threats. Cultural memory preserved Gallus primarily as the emperor who paid tribute to barbarians. This simplification ignored the complexities of his situation and the rationality of his choices. Historical reputation often values dramatic failure over pragmatic compromise. The transformation of imperial ideology during this period reflected changing realities. Traditional claims of universal dominion gave way to more modest goals of survival and stability. This ideological adjustment proved essential for the empire's continuation. Gallus's epitaph might read, "Here lies the emperor who chose survival over glory, pragmatism over principle, and thereby bought the empire time it desperately needed." His willingness to accept humiliating necessities preserved structures that more prideful rulers might have destroyed through stubborn resistance. The survivor of Abritus proved that imperial success in the 3rd century required different virtues than earlier periods celebrated. Not glory, but endurance. Not conquest, but continuity. Not principle, but pragmatism became the measures of effective rule. Gallus embodied these unglamorous necessities, earning historical disdain for the very qualities that helped ensure there would be a Roman Empire for future generations to criticize him. From 253 AD, the 3-month wonder who forgot about Persia, Marcus Aemilius Aemilianus holds the dubious distinction of proving that in 3rd century Rome, military victory against barbarians was a direct path to imperial power, while forgetting about other threats was an equally direct path to imperial death. His reign, lasting barely 3 months, serves as a perfect case study in how not to transition from successful general to emperor in an era when multiple crises demanded simultaneous attention. Born around 207 AD in the Roman province of Africa, possibly in Djerba, Abilian came from relatively obscure origins. Some sources suggest Moorish ancestry, making him another example of the empire's increasing ethnic diversity at its highest levels. His early career remains largely undocumented until he emerged as governor of Mysia Inferior, a position that placed him directly in the path of Gothic invasions and imperial opportunity. The circumstances of Aemilian's rise illuminate the period's military dynamics. When Gothic tribes violated their treaty with Gallus and resumed raiding, Aemilian responded with unexpected vigor. He defeated the invaders decisively, recovered plunder, and even pursued them across the Danube, achievements that contrasted sharply with Gallus's policy of appeasement. His soldiers, impressed by success and enriched by recovered booty, proclaimed him emperor in July 253 AD. Aemilian's march on Italy followed the well-worn path of provincial usurpers. He moved quickly, understanding that speed often mattered more than strength in civil conflicts. Gallus and Volusianus advanced to meet him but found their troops unwilling to fight against a victorious general. The soldiers murdered both emperors near Interamna, sparing Aemilian the need for actual battle. The new emperor's messaging emphasized traditional military virtues. He promised to expel all barbarians from Roman territory, restore discipline, and end humiliating tribute payments. This platform appealed to those frustrated by Gallus's pragmatic compromises, suggesting that Roman honor could be restored through aggressive action. The Senate, displaying its usual adaptability to changed circumstances, recognized Aemilian immediately. Senators who had praised Gallus's wisdom days earlier now celebrated Aemilian's valor. This institutional flexibility, while ensuring senatorial survival, further diminished the body's moral authority. Aemilian's brief administration showed energy but limited strategic vision. He began planning campaigns against the Goths, apparently intending to follow through on his promises of barbarian expulsion. However, this focus on the Danube frontier ignored equally pressing threats elsewhere, particularly from Persia. The fatal oversight in Aemilian's calculations was Valerian, governor of Raetia. This experienced commander had been marching to support Gallus when news of the murders arrived. Rather than submitting to the new regime, Valerian allowed his troops to proclaim him emperor. He then advanced toward Italy with veteran legions from the Rhine frontier. Aemilian's response revealed the precariousness of his position. He moved north to confront Valerian, but found his support evaporating as quickly as it had materialized. His soldiers, calculating that Valerian's larger army offered better prospects for survival and reward, murdered Aemilian near Spoletium in September 253 AD. The brevity of Aemilian's reign, roughly 88 days, makes assessment difficult. He demonstrated military competence against the Goths, but failed to grasp the empire's multiple challenges. His promise to end tribute payments showed popular appeal but questionable realism given current resources. Archaeological evidence for Aemilian's reign is minimal. A few coins bear his image and titles, produced hastily during his brief hold on power. These issues show standard imperial imagery, suggesting no time for innovative propaganda. Some inscriptions acknowledge his authority, indicating that news of his accession spread through normal administrative channels. The pattern of Aemilian's rise and fall exemplifies 3rd century political dynamics. Military success provided immediate legitimacy, but required broader vision for sustainability. The army's fickleness reflected rational calculation rather than mere disloyalty. Soldiers consistently chose commanders, offering the best combination of victory and reward. Religious policy under Aemilian remains largely unknown due to his reign's brevity. He likely maintained traditional observances while avoiding Decius's aggressive persecution. The continuing plague probably demanded religious responses, but no specific initiatives are recorded. Economic conditions showed no improvement during Aemilian's brief tenure. The fundamental problems of inflation, reduced trade, and military expenses persisted regardless of who wore the purple. His promises of renewed conquest implied additional costs that the treasury could ill afford. The administrative apparatus continued functioning through yet another violent transition. Provincial governors, local officials, and bureaucrats maintained essential services while awaiting confirmation of who actually ruled. This institutional continuity proved crucial for imperial survival. Military organization under Aemilian reflected ongoing adaptations to crisis. His successful campaign against the Goths demonstrated that Roman tactical superiority persisted when properly led. However, the ease with which armies switched allegiance revealed discipline's decline. Foreign relations during this period consisted mainly of reaction to immediate threats. Aemilian's victory over the Goths provided temporary security on the Danube. Persian advances in the east continued unchecked, though news traveled slowly enough that this might not have concerned him immediately. The contrast between Aemilian and his predecessors illustrates evolving imperial requirements. Where Gallus sought stability through compromise, Aemilian promised restoration through aggression. Neither approach addressed fundamental structural weaknesses. Provincial reactions to Aemilian's accession varied predictably. Danubian regions celebrated his Gothic victory, while eastern provinces worried about Persian threats. Most areas simply continued under local administration, barely noting the change in nominal ruler. The role of imperial propaganda during brief reigns deserves attention. Aemilian's coins and inscriptions projected standard claims of victory and stability. The machinery of official messaging operated automatically regardless of reality. Cultural production during this tumultuous period focused on survival rather than creativity. The rapid succession of emperors discouraged major artistic projects. Literature reflected uncertainty and searched for meaning in apparent chaos. The sociology of military loyalty in 253 AD reveals calculated self-interest rather than principled commitment. Soldiers murdered emperors not from inherent treachery, but from rational assessment of personal advantage. This pragmatism accelerated imperial turnover. Aemilian's failure to anticipate Valerian's challenge shows strategic limitations. Successful frontier commanders often lacked the broader perspective required for imperial rule. Focus on immediate military problems blinded them to political complexities. The dynastic aspects of Aemilian's reign remain unclear. Sources mention a wife, Cornelia Supera, but no children or broader family connections. The brevity of his rule prevented development of hereditary claims. Religious attitudes during continuing plague combined desperation with eclecticism. People sought divine protection from any available source. Traditional boundaries between cults weakened as survival took precedence over theological consistency. Economic initiatives under Aemilian never progressed beyond promises. His pledge to end Gothic tribute implied fiscal improvement, but implementation required time he didn't possess. The empire's financial crisis continued unabated. The administrative challenge of rapid regime change tested bureaucratic resilience. Officials developed protocols for switching allegiance efficiently, maintaining government function despite political instability. This adaptability proved essential for imperial continuity. Military recruitment patterns during this period reflected changing demographics. Frontier provinces provided most soldiers, while Italian recruitment virtually ceased. This shift affected both army composition and political loyalty. The psychological impact of constant usurpations created pervasive uncertainty. No one could predict which proclamation would succeed or how long any emperor would survive. This instability affected everything from economic planning to personal relationships. Archaeological evidence suggests continued decline in urban centers. Construction projects started under previous emperors remained unfinished. Resources flowed increasingly toward military needs and emergency fortification. The role of intelligence and communication in civil conflicts proved crucial. Aemilian's inability to anticipate Valerian's response suggests inadequate information networks. Successful usurpers required both military strength and political awareness. Cultural memory preserved Aemilian primarily as a footnote in the chaotic year 253 AD. His Gothic victory earned brief mention, but his failure to maintain power overshadowed military achievement. Historical reputation favored survivors over flash-in-the-pan successes. The transformation of imperial authority continued during even brief reigns. Traditional legitimacy sources, senatorial approval, dynastic connection, divine favor, meant less than immediate military success. This shift fundamentally altered Roman political culture. Provincial aristocracies adapted to rapid changes by focusing on local power. Unable to predict or influence imperial succession, they concentrated on maintaining regional stability. This development accelerated imperial fragmentation. The military lessons of Aemilian's rise and fall influenced subsequent events. Successful commanders learned to secure broader support before claiming power. The fate of generals who moved too quickly served as cautionary examples. Religious developments during the crisis showed increasing personalization of faith. Public ceremonies continued, but with declining confidence. Private devotions and mystery cults gained prominence as people sought individual salvation. The economic impact of political instability compounded existing problems. Each regime change disrupted trade, delayed tax collection, and increased military expenses. The cumulative effect accelerated imperial decline. Aemilian's historical significance lies more in what he represents than what he achieved. His career embodies the opportunities and perils facing military commanders in the 3rd century. Success against foreign enemies opened paths to power, but guaranteed nothing about maintaining it. The brevity of his reign highlights the acceleration of political time during the crisis. Events that once unfolded over years now occurred in weeks. This compression left no room for gradual adaptation or careful planning. In the final analysis, Marcus Aemilianus stands as the perfect exemplar of the 3rd century Flash Emperor, elevated by military success, destroyed by political miscalculation, and remembered primarily for demonstrating how quickly fortune could reverse. His 3 months on the throne proved that defeating Goths was far easier than navigating the complexities of imperial rule. Aemilian's epitaph might read, "Here lies the emperor who won every battle except the one that mattered." His career demonstrates that in the brutal mathematics of 3rd century politics, tactical victory minus strategic vision equals 0. The empire needed rulers who could address multiple crises simultaneously. Aemilian proved that solving one problem while ignoring others was a recipe for extremely abbreviated reigns. History remembers him neither as hero nor villain, but as a capable general who briefly wore purple before discovering that imperial survival required talents beyond battlefield command. In the murderous game of 3rd century succession, he played his hand boldly but incompletely, joining the growing list of emperors who learned too late that the throne was easier to seize than to keep. Valerian 253–260 AD, the emperor who became a Persian footstool, Publius Licinius Valerianus, stands unique in Roman imperial history as the only emperor captured alive by a foreign enemy, spending his final years as a living trophy in the Persian court. His reign, marked by simultaneous catastrophes on every frontier, demonstrated that even experienced leadership could prove inadequate when the empire faced challenges beyond its structural capacity to address. Born around 195 AD to an ancient senatorial family, Valerian embodied the traditional Roman aristocracy at its most distinguished. His lineage traced back to the Republic, his career followed the classic cursus honorum, and his reputation for integrity earned him appointment as censor under Decius. In an age of provincial upstarts and military adventurers, Valerian represented continuity with Rome's patrician past, which proved both his qualification for power and his limitation in exercising it. Valerian's path to the purple followed the now familiar pattern of frontier crisis, leading to military proclamation. As governor of Rhaetia in 253 AD, he was marching to support Gallus against Aemilian, when both emperors met violent ends. His troops, perhaps recognizing the advantages of backing a senior statesman with military experience, proclaimed him emperor. Unlike many 3rd century usurpers, Valerian commanded immediate respect from both Senate and army. His first significant decision revealed both wisdom and necessity: the appointment of his son Gallienus as co-emperor. This arrangement acknowledged that the empire's problems exceeded any single ruler's capacity. Valerian took responsibility for the east, where Persian aggression demanded immediate attention, while Gallienus managed the west, facing Germanic invasions and internal revolts. The eastern situation, Valerian inherited, bordered on catastrophic. The Sassanid king Shapur I had exploited Roman weakness during the plague years, capturing Antioch and threatening Syria. Valerian's response demonstrated traditional Roman methodical preparation. He gathered forces, secured supply lines, and advanced systematically into Mesopotamia. Religious policy under Valerian marked a return to persecution after Gallus's tolerance. In 257 AD, he issued edicts targeting Christian clergy and prohibiting Christian assemblies. The following year brought harsher measures, including property confiscation and execution for refusal to sacrifice. This revival of persecution reflected both traditional piety and political calculation. Christians made convenient scapegoats for imperial failures. The motivations behind Valerian's persecution remain debated. Some historians see genuine religious conviction, others political necessity. The empire faced multiple crises that traditional religion seemed unable to address. Christianity's growth during the plague years suggested divine favor, threatening the theological foundations of Roman rule. Persecution offered a return to proper religious observance that might restore divine protection. Military operations in the east initially showed promise. Valerian recovered portions of Mesopotamia and Syria, demonstrating that Roman armies retained effectiveness when properly led. However, these successes proved ephemeral. Shapur retreated strategically, avoiding decisive battle while waiting for Roman overextension. The catastrophe came in 260 AD, near Edessa. Sources disagree on specifics. Some claim battlefield defeat, others suggest negotiation treachery. Still others mention plague decimating Roman forces. The result remains undisputed. Valerian became the first and only Roman emperor captured alive by a foreign enemy. The psychological impact on Roman prestige exceeded even the strategic consequences. Shapur's treatment of his imperial captive became legendary. Roman sources, possibly exaggerating for dramatic effect, describe Valerian used as a human mounting block for the Persian king, forced to kneel while Shapur stepped on his back to mount his horse. After Valerian's death in captivity, allegedly Shapur had him skinned, and his skin dyed red, displayed as a warning to Roman ambassadors. The capture's immediate consequences proved severe but not catastrophic. Gallienus, already experienced in independent rule, managed the crisis competently. The Eastern army, though defeated, remained largely intact under the command of Macrienus and Ballista. Provincial governors maintained administration despite the emperor's absence. The empire's institutional resilience again proved crucial. Archaeological evidence from Valerian's reign reflects continuing crisis. Coin quality declined further as silver content dropped. Construction focused on fortification rather than civic amenities. Persian rock reliefs at Naqsh-i-Rostam depict Valerian's submission to Shapur, providing rare contemporary visual documentation of the disaster. The administrative partnership between Valerian and Gallienus deserves attention. Unlike many imperial colleagues, they cooperated effectively without apparent rivalry. This functional division of authority might have succeeded given more favorable circumstances. Their relationship demonstrated that shared power could work when participants prioritized imperial survival over personal ambition. Economic conditions during Valerian's reign continued deteriorating. Plague resurged in several regions, trade routes remained insecure, and military expenses consumed available resources. The emperor attempted various fiscal measures, including currency reform and enhanced tax collection, but structural problems defied easy solutions. Provincial administration showed remarkable continuity despite imperial capture. Local elites maintained order, collected taxes, and administered justice with minimal central direction. This bureaucratic momentum helped preserve imperial structure through the crisis, though it also encouraged regional autonomy. The religious implications of Valerian's capture proved profound. Christians interpreted it as divine punishment for persecution, while pagans struggled to explain why traditional gods permitted such humiliation. The theological crisis weakened both religious systems, accelerating spiritual changes already underway. Military organization adapted to new threats during this period. The development of more mobile field armies responded to simultaneous frontier pressures. Increased use of cavalry reflected Persian influence and tactical evolution. These changes, though born of necessity, laid groundwork for later reforms. Foreign relations reached a nadir with Valerian's capture. Persian prestige soared while Roman diplomatic leverage collapsed. Germanic tribes intensified attacks. Sensing weakness, only the Palmyrene ruler, Odenathus, provided effective eastern resistance, foreshadowing the rise of regional powers. Cultural responses to imperial humiliation varied significantly. Some writers avoided the topic entirely. Others used it to moralize about fortune's fickleness. Art and literature increasingly emphasized themes of uncertainty, divine judgment, and personal salvation, rather than imperial glory. The contrast between Valerian's traditional background and revolutionary circumstances highlights the period's contradictions. He represented everything the Senate valued: ancient lineage, proper career progression, personal integrity, yet proved unable to address challenges that required innovative solutions. Family loyalty characterized Valerian's relationships despite political pressures. His partnership with Gallienus showed genuine trust, while his younger son Valerian II received careful preparation for future rule. This dynastic stability contrasted with the treachery common among 3rd century emperors. The aftermath of Edessa demonstrated imperial adaptability. Gallienus reorganized military command, granting extraordinary powers to successful generals. Odenathus received authority over the entire East, effectively creating a semi-independent buffer state. These pragmatic adjustments prioritized survival over traditional structures. Religious persecution ended with Valerian's capture, not from policy change but practical necessity. Gallienus issued edicts of toleration, recognizing that internal unity mattered more than theological conformity. This pragmatic shift marked growing acceptance of religious diversity. The psychological impact of imperial capture resonated for generations. Roman invincibility, already questioned, suffered irreparable damage. The image of an emperor in Persian chains symbolized the empire's vulnerability more powerfully than any military defeat. Archaeological evidence from Persian sites provides unique insights into Valerian's captivity. Relief sculptures show him in Roman dress, but submissive posture, suggesting maintenance of imperial dignity within acknowledged defeat. These depictions balanced humiliation with respect for fallen greatness. Economic adaptations during the crisis included increased local production, simplified trade networks, and alternative currencies. Communities developed self-sufficiency strategies that bypassed failing imperial systems. These grassroots solutions demonstrated societal resilience amid institutional collapse. The role of imperial women during Valerian's reign deserves attention. Mariniana, his wife, had died before his accession, but other female relatives maintained court presence. Their activities during his captivity remain undocumented, but likely included diplomatic efforts for his release. Military recruitment evolved significantly during this period. Traditional Italian levies virtually ceased, replaced by provincial troops and barbarian auxiliaries. This demographic shift affected army culture, loyalty patterns, and long-term imperial stability. The transformation of imperial ideology accelerated after Edessa. Claims of universal dominion became increasingly hollow. Propaganda emphasized survival and restoration rather than conquest and glory. This rhetorical adjustment reflected changed realities. Provincial responses to Valerian's capture varied dramatically. Eastern regions experienced immediate crisis, while western provinces under Gallienus maintained relative stability. This divergent impact accelerated the empire's informal division. Religious syncretism flourished in uncertainty. Mystery cults, philosophical schools, and traditional religions borrowed freely from each other. Spiritual boundaries blurred as people sought any source of comfort or protection. The legacy of Valerian's reign extends beyond personal humiliation. His capture forced fundamental reassessment of imperial capabilities and limitations. The adaptations begun under duress. Military reorganization, religious tolerance, regional autonomy shaped the empire's evolution. Cultural production during this period reflected pervasive anxiety. Literature emphasized fortune's cruelty and virtue's limitations. Art depicted protective deities and salvation themes. Philosophy focused on maintaining dignity amid uncontrollable circumstances. The contrast between Valerian's reputation before and after capture illustrates history's cruel irony. A respected senator became a symbol of imperial failure. Personal virtue proved insufficient protection against structural crisis. Administrative continuity, despite imperial absence, demonstrated bureaucratic resilience. Provincial governors, municipal officials, and military commanders maintained essential functions through unclear chains of authority. This institutional durability proved crucial for eventual recovery. The Edessa disaster marked a turning point in Roman-Persian relations. Previous conflicts involved territorial adjustment. Valerian's capture suggested existential threat. This escalation changed strategic calculations on both sides. Economic consequences of constant warfare reached critical levels. Agricultural production declined, urban populations shrank, and monetary systems approached collapse. Only radical reforms could address such comprehensive deterioration. Valerian's fate challenged traditional concepts of imperial divinity. How could a living god become a foreign slave? This theological problem weakened ruler cults while strengthening personal religious movements. The military lessons of 260 AD influenced subsequent strategy. Avoiding decisive battle in unfavorable circumstances became standard practice. Defensive depth replaced forward defense. Strategic flexibility superseded traditional doctrine. In the final analysis, Valerian embodied both the strengths and limitations of traditional Roman leadership confronting unprecedented crisis. His personal qualities, integrity, experience, determination, might have served well in earlier periods, but the 3rd century demanded different talents, flexibility, innovation, and recognition that old solutions no longer addressed new problems. Valerian's epitaph might read, "Here lies, somewhere in Persia, the last emperor who believed traditional virtue could overcome structural collapse." His capture symbolized more than personal misfortune. It marked the moment when Roman invincibility died, forcing the empire to confront its mortality and adapt or perish. History remembers Valerian primarily for how he ended, as Persian prisoner rather than Roman emperor. Yet this focus on his final humiliation obscures his significance as a transitional figure. His reign bridged the gap between traditional imperial administration and the emergency measures that would characterize the later 3rd century. In his failure, paradoxically, lay the seeds of eventual recovery as the empire learned it must change fundamentally to survive. Gallienus, 253–268 AD, the intellectual who saved Rome by letting it fall apart. Publius Licinius Egnatius Gallienus achieved something remarkable for a 3rd century emperor. He ruled for 15 years, dying not in his bed, but at least managing to be assassinated by Romans rather than defeated by foreigners. His reign, beginning as co-emperor with his captured father Valerian and continuing through 8 years of sole rule, demonstrated that sometimes the best way to preserve an empire is to stop pretending you control all of it. Born around 218 AD to Valerian and Marianiana, Gallienus received the traditional education of the Roman elite, supplemented by genuine intellectual interests that would later earn him both admiration and ridicule. He studied philosophy with Plotinus, patronized arts and letters, and maintained cultural sophistication throughout his reign, qualities that led military hardliners to dismiss him as effete, while modern historians recognize his adaptability to crisis. The partnership between Gallienus and his father initially divided imperial responsibilities geographically. While Valerian handled the east, Gallienus managed the west, gaining valuable experience in independent command. This arrangement proved fortunate when Valerian's capture in 260 AD thrust Gallienus into sole authority over an empire facing simultaneous catastrophes. The immediate aftermath of Edessa tested Gallienus's crisis management skills to their limit. The Persian victory encouraged attacks along every frontier. Alemanni invaded Italy, reaching Milan. Franks raided through Gaul into Spain. Goths ravaged the Balkans, and even took to the sea, plundering as far as Asia Minor. Meanwhile, internal revolts erupted across the empire. Gallienus's response revealed strategic genius disguised as necessity. Unable to address every threat simultaneously, he prioritized ruthlessly. Italy received immediate attention. No emperor could survive with barbarians near Rome. He defeated the Alemanni at Milan in 260 AD, demonstrating that Roman armies remained effective when properly led. The most controversial aspect of Gallienus's strategy involved accepting temporary loss of control over peripheral regions. When Postumus revolted in Gaul, creating the breakaway Gallic Empire, Gallienus made limited attempts at reconquest before effectively acknowledging the separation. Similarly, he granted extraordinary authority to Odenathus of Palmyra in the east, creating a semi-independent buffer state against Persia. This pragmatic approach horrified traditionalists but proved strategically sound. The Gallic Empire defended the Rhine frontier against Germanic tribes, while Palmyra contained Persian expansion. Gallienus retained control over the crucial central territories, Italy, Africa, the Balkans, while allowing capable regional leaders to handle peripheral threats. The empire survived by becoming a confederation. Military reforms under Gallienus responded to new strategic realities. He created a mobile cavalry reserve based at Milan, able to respond quickly to invasions. This innovation marked the beginning of the late Roman emphasis on mounted forces. He also promoted officers based on merit rather than social status, scandalizing the Senate but improving military effectiveness. The exclusion of senators from military command, traditionally seen as anti-aristocratic prejudice, actually reflected practical necessity. Professional soldiers proved more capable than amateur aristocrats in desperate circumstances. This reform accelerated the separation between civil and military careers that would characterize the late empire. Religious policy under Gallienus marked a decisive break with his father's persecution. He issued edicts of toleration in 260 AD, returning confiscated property to Christians and ending official harassment. This reversal reflected both personal inclination and political calculation. Internal unity mattered more than theological conformity during existential crisis. Cultural patronage flourished despite military emergencies. Gallienus supported philosophers, particularly the Neoplatonist Plotinus, even considering the foundation of a philosophical city called Platonopolis. He celebrated Greek culture, held artistic competitions, and maintained court ceremonies that emphasized continuity with Rome's civilized traditions. This cultural emphasis earned Gallienus criticism from military sources who considered it frivolous during crisis. Yet it served important purposes, maintaining morale, asserting civilization against barbarism, and demonstrating that the empire meant more than mere survival. The last great flowering of classical culture occurred under his patronage. Economic conditions remained dire throughout Gallienus's reign. The Antoninianus, already debased, became virtually worthless as silver content approached zero. Yet the economy adapted through barter, local currencies, and simplified trade networks. Gallienus couldn't restore prosperity, but prevented complete collapse. The relationship between Gallienus and the Senate deteriorated progressively. Senators resented their exclusion from military command and suspected the emperor of philosophical pretensions incompatible with traditional values. Gallienus, for his part, recognized that senatorial amateurism endangered imperial survival. This mutual antagonism colored historical accounts of his reign. Provincial administration showed remarkable resilience despite political fragmentation. Local elites maintained essential services while central authority weakened. This decentralization, though born of necessity, prevented total collapse and established patterns that would influence later reforms. The series of revolts against Gallienus, the 30 tyrants of hostile tradition, actually numbered far fewer and reflected regional responses to local threats rather than coordinated opposition. Most usurpers sought to defend their territories against barbarian invasion when central government proved unable to help. Gallienus's military campaigns, when examined objectively, show considerable success given his resources. He defeated the Alemanni, contained the Goths, and suppressed multiple revolts. His inability to recover Gaul reflected strategic choice rather than military failure. He could have reconquered Postumus, but at the cost of leaving other frontiers exposed. The assassination of Gallienus in 268 AD during the siege of Milan followed the pattern of military conspiracy rather than senatorial plot. His senior officers, led by the future Emperor Claudius II, apparently decided that new leadership was needed for planned Gothic campaigns. The smooth transition suggests calculated replacement rather than chaotic coup. Archaeological evidence from Gallienus's reign shows both crisis and adaptation. Coin hoards multiply, indicating insecurity, while their composition reveals economic adjustment to currency collapse. Urban fortification increases dramatically, but cultural production continues in secure areas. The artistic legacy of Gallienus includes remarkable portrait sculptures showing evolution from classical idealism to late antique expressionism. His images combine traditional imperial attributes with philosophical intensity, reflecting both his cultural interests and the period's spiritual searching. Religious developments during this period accelerated existing trends. Mystery cults flourished, philosophical schools gained adherents, and Christianity spread rapidly after persecution ended. The spiritual landscape transformed fundamentally as traditional certainties collapsed. The contrast between Gallienus's reputation in ancient sources and modern assessment reveals changing historical perspectives. Hostile senators portrayed him as effeminate and negligent. Contemporary historians recognize his strategic flexibility and cultural sophistication as essential adaptations to crisis. Family tragedy marked Gallienus's personal life. His younger son Valerian II died young, while his elder son Saturninus was murdered by Postumus. His wife Salonina shared his cultural interests and appeared prominently in official propaganda, suggesting genuine partnership despite political pressures. The military aristocracy that emerged under Gallienus replaced traditional senatorial leadership. These professional officers, often of humble origin, proved more capable in crisis but lacked broader administrative experience. This social revolution fundamentally altered imperial power structures. Foreign relations during Gallienus's sole rule emphasized damage control rather than expansion. He negotiated with barbarian tribes, accepted territorial losses, and prioritized defensible frontiers. This defensive strategy preserved core territories while acknowledging reduced capabilities. The development of regional power centers, Gaul, Palmyra, various Balkan commanders, anticipated the late empire's administrative subdivision. Gallienus tolerated these arrangements from necessity, but they established precedents for Diocletian's formal tetrarchy. Economic adaptations included simplified tax collection, increased military requisitions, and official recognition of barter transactions. These emergency measures maintained basic state functions despite monetary collapse. The ability to extract resources without functional currency demonstrated ingenuity. Cultural memory preserved Gallienus ambivalently. Elite sources emphasized his failures and eccentricities, while Christian writers appreciated his tolerance. Military professionals respected his reforms despite personal antipathy. This mixed legacy reflects his reign's contradictions. The transformation of imperial ideology under Gallienus shifted from universal dominion to survival and eventual restoration. Propaganda emphasized resilience rather than conquest, defense rather than expansion. This rhetorical adjustment aligned with strategic realities. Provincial variations in stability became extreme during this period. Some regions prospered under local leadership. Others suffered continuous warfare. Italy itself experienced both barbarian invasion and relative security. This uneven impact accelerated imperial fragmentation. The role of imperial women gained prominence as traditional structures weakened. Salonina appeared on coinage throughout the empire, while regional rulers like Zenobia of Palmyra exercised unprecedented authority. Crisis created opportunities for female power. Gallienus's death marked the end of the Licinian dynasty, but also a transition to more effective military leadership. His successors, Claudius II, Aurelian Probus, built upon his reforms while abandoning his cultural priorities. The empire survived through adaptation rather than restoration. The philosophical interests that earned Gallienus derision from contemporaries appear more significant in retrospect. His support for Neoplatonism influenced intellectual development, while his religious tolerance anticipated Constantine's policies. Cultural patronage preserved classical learning through crisis. Military innovations begun under Gallienus evolved into the late Roman army. Mobile cavalry reserves, professional officer corps, and flexible strategy replaced traditional legionary tactics. These adaptations proved essential for confronting new threats. The legacy of Gallienus's reign extends beyond specific achievements to fundamental reimagining of imperial possibilities. He demonstrated that the empire could survive territorial loss, that tolerance served better than persecution, and that adaptation mattered more than tradition. In the final analysis, Gallienus emerges as one of the 3rd century's most successful emperors precisely because he recognized what many contemporaries could not. The old empire was dying, but something new might be born from its transformation. His willingness to accept partial failure enabled partial success. Gallienus's epitaph might read, "Here lies the emperor who saved Rome by admitting he couldn't save all of it." His strategic retreats, religious tolerance, and military reforms created space for imperial recovery. The intellectual whom soldiers mocked proved more essential to Rome's survival than many generals who briefly wore purple. History's judgment of Gallienus has shifted from ancient condemnation to modern appreciation. His reign marked not failure, but necessary adaptation, not weakness, but realistic assessment of possibilities. In letting the empire partially fragment, he preserved its essential core. The philosopher-emperor understood what his critics did not. Sometimes survival requires accepting loss, and wisdom lies in knowing what can be saved. Claudius II, Gothicus, 268–270 AD. The general who won the battle but lost to the plague. Marcus Aurelius Claudius, known to history as Claudius Gothicus, achieved in 2 years what had eluded his predecessors for decades, a decisive victory over the Gothic confederations that had terrorized the empire. His reign, though brief, marked the beginning of imperial recovery, demonstrating that Roman military superiority could be restored given proper leadership. That he died of plague rather than assassination made him something of a novelty among 3rd century emperors. Born around 214 AD in the Dardanian region of Illyria, Claudius came from the same provincial military aristocracy that produced many 3rd century emperors. His early career remains poorly documented, though he certainly served with distinction under Gallienus, rising to high command through demonstrated competence rather than aristocratic connections. The circumstances of Claudius's accession remain controversial. He participated in the conspiracy that eliminated Gallienus during the siege of Milan in 268 AD. Though sources disagree about his level of involvement, some portray him as reluctant beneficiary, others as prime mover. Regardless, the army acclaimed him emperor immediately after Gallienus's assassination, suggesting premeditated succession. Claudius inherited an empire in crisis, but not collapse. Gallienus's reforms had stabilized the military situation without achieving decisive victory. The Gallic Empire under Postumus, soon succeeded by Victorinus, controlled the western provinces, while Zenobia of Palmyra exercised increasing independence in the east. Most pressing, however, was the massive Gothic invasion threatening the Balkans. The Gothic threat of 268–269 AD exceeded previous incursions in both scale and ambition. Contemporary sources, prone to exaggeration, claim invasion forces of 300,000 warriors and 2,000 ships. While these numbers are certainly inflated, the invasion represented an unprecedented coalition of Germanic tribes seeking settlement rather than mere plunder. Claudius's response demonstrated strategic patience combined with tactical brilliance. Rather than seeking immediate battle, he allowed the Gothic forces to disperse for plundering, then struck their separated contingents systematically. The decisive engagement came at Naissus, modern Niche, in 269 AD, where Roman discipline and superior tactics produced overwhelming victory. The Battle of Naissus marked a turning point in Roman-Gothic relations. Claudius's forces killed tens of thousands of warriors and captured numerous chieftains. Surviving Goths fled in disorder, many dying from hunger and disease during their retreat. The victory earned Claudius his cognomen Gothicus and restored Roman military prestige after decades of defeats. Following Naissus, Claudius conducted mopping-up operations throughout the Balkans. He defeated remaining Gothic bands, secured frontier defenses, and began resettling devastated provinces. These actions demonstrated that barbarian invasions could be not merely survived, but decisively defeated, given proper leadership and resources. The emperor's attention then turned to other threats. The Alemanni invaded northern Italy, requiring another campaign that Claudius conducted with characteristic efficiency. His brother Quintillus commanded forces against the Gallic Empire, though Claudius avoided full-scale civil war, possibly recognizing that Gaul effectively defended itself against Germanic threats. Administrative actions during Claudius's brief reign showed practical focus. He maintained Gallienus's military reforms while attempting reconciliation with the Senate, His coinage emphasized traditional themes of victory and restoration, though continued debasement reflected ongoing economic crisis. Religious policy under Claudius remained conventionally tolerant. He neither persecuted Christians nor showed them particular favor, focusing instead on military matters. This pragmatic approach continued Gallienus's recognition that religious conflict distracted from essential priorities. The plague that killed Claudius in 270 AD at Sirmium represented the same pandemic that had devastated the empire intermittently since the 250 CES. His death from disease rather than violence marked him as exceptional among 3rd century emperors, though it also prevented consolidation of his victories. Archaeological evidence from Claudius's reign remains limited due to its brevity. Coins show standard imperial imagery with emphasis on military themes. Inscriptions commemorate his Gothic victory, while milestone markers indicate continued attention to infrastructure despite warfare. The succession after Claudius's death proved remarkably smooth by 3rd century standards. His brother Quintillus briefly assumed power before yielding to Aurelian, another of Claudius's officers. This orderly transition suggested that the military leadership recognized the need for stability. Claudius's historical reputation benefited from both his victories and his convenient death. Later dynasties, particularly Constantine's family, claimed descent from him, enhancing his posthumous status. The Historia Augusta portrays him as an ideal emperor, though this reflects 4th century propaganda more than historical reality. The strategic implications of Nasus extended beyond immediate military success. The battle demonstrated that barbarian coalitions could be defeated through traditional Roman tactics properly applied. This victory restored confidence in imperial institutions and encouraged subsequent recovery efforts. Economic conditions showed little improvement during Claudius's brief reign. The fundamental problems of debased currency, reduced trade, and military expenses persisted. However, his victories reduced immediate pressure on frontier provinces, allowing some economic stabilization. The relationship between Claudius and the Senate marked modest improvement from Gallienus's antagonism. While maintaining military appointments based on merit, Claudius showed senators traditional respect. This diplomatic approach eased tensions without compromising military effectiveness. Provincial administration continued patterns established under Gallienus. Local authorities maintained essential services while central government focused on military threats. This decentralized approach proved necessary given imperial resource constraints. The Gothic War's aftermath revealed changing patterns in Roman barbarian relations. Many captured Goths entered Roman service as soldiers or settlers. This integration of defeated enemies became increasingly common, transforming the empire's demographic composition. Cultural activity during Claudius's reign remained minimal due to its brevity and military focus. The emperor showed little interest in arts or philosophy, concentrating entirely on practical matters. This utilitarian approach suited crisis conditions, but produced few lasting cultural monuments. Military organization under Claudius refined rather than revolutionized existing structures. He maintained Gallienus's cavalry reserves while emphasizing traditional infantry tactics at Nasus. This balanced approach proved effective against Gothic forces. The role of imperial propaganda adapted to Claudius's victories. Coins and inscriptions emphasized restoration of Roman power through military success. This messaging helped restore confidence after decades of defeat and uncertainty. Foreign relations beyond the Gothic War received limited attention. The Persian front remained quiet. Following agreements with Palmyra, western provinces under the Gallic Empire maintained effective self-defense. This fortunate confluence allowed concentration on the Gothic threat. The impact of plague during Claudius's final months disrupted military momentum. Disease affected both Roman forces and civilian populations, preventing full exploitation of Gothic defeats. This biological limitation constrained strategic possibilities. Religious attitudes during the crisis combined traditional observance with increasing spiritual anxiety. Claudius maintained state cults while tolerating diverse practices. The search for divine protection continued across religious boundaries. The transformation of imperial authority accelerated under Claudius despite his brief reign. Military success replaced legal tradition as the primary source of legitimacy. The emperor's role evolved from first citizen to supreme commander. Provincial variations in stability persisted throughout the period. Balkan regions suffered severe disruption from Gothic invasions, while other areas maintained relative peace. This uneven impact reinforced trends toward regional autonomy. The legacy of Claudius's victories proved more enduring than his administrative actions. Naulius entered military tradition as proof that Roman arms remained superior when properly led. This psychological boost aided subsequent recovery efforts. Economic adaptations continued despite military focus. Local production replaced long-distance trade, barter supplemented currency, and simplified taxation maintained basic state functions. These emergency measures became increasingly normalized. The contrast between Claudius and his predecessor Gallienus illustrates different approaches to crisis management. Where Gallienus accepted strategic retreats and emphasized culture, Claudius pursued military solutions exclusively. Both approaches proved partially successful. Family connections played minimal role in Claudius's reign. His brother Quintillus briefly succeeded him, but dynastic considerations remained secondary to military necessity. This pattern reflected the period's emphasis on competence over heredity. The Gothic victory's symbolic importance transcended immediate strategic gains. After decades of humiliation, Rome had won a major battle against foreign invaders. This success suggested that recovery was possible given proper leadership. Archaeological evidence from battle sites provides insight into tactical details. Weapon distributions and burial patterns confirm traditional Roman advantages in discipline and equipment. Gothic defeats resulted from tactical inferiority rather than numerical disadvantage. The administrative continuity maintained during Claudius's campaigns demonstrated bureaucratic resilience. Provincial governors and local officials functioned effectively despite imperial preoccupation with military matters. This institutional stability proved crucial for eventual recovery. Religious developments showed increasing syncretism as people sought protection from multiple divine sources. Traditional boundaries between cults weakened under pressure of plague and invasion. Spiritual pragmatism replaced theological precision. The mortality patterns during the plague that killed Claudius affected social structures significantly. Military units required constant replenishment, while civilian populations faced labor shortages. These demographic changes influenced long-term development. In the final analysis, Claudius Gothicus represented the competent military professional the empire desperately needed. His victories proved that Roman collapse was not inevitable, while his death demonstrated that even successful emperors remained vulnerable to non-military threats. Claudius's epitaph might read, "Here lies the emperor who reminded Rome it could still win battles even if he couldn't defeat disease." His brief reign marked the turning point between crisis and recovery, showing that traditional military virtues retained value when properly applied. History remembers Claudius primarily for Nasus, but his significance extends beyond single victory. He demonstrated that focused leadership could address specific threats effectively, even if comprehensive solutions remained elusive. His success inspired successors who would complete the restoration he began. The general who became emperor for 2 years accomplished more than many who ruled for decades. By defeating the Goths decisively, he restored Roman military credibility and civilian morale. That he died naturally rather than violently marked him as exceptional in an age of assassination. Claudius Gothicus proved that competence still mattered, even if fate limited its application. Quintillus, 270 AD, the brother who inherited an empire for 17 days, Marcus Aurelius Claudius Quintillus, holds the dubious distinction of having one of the shortest reigns in Roman imperial history that wasn't ended by immediate assassination. As the brother of Claudius Gothicus, he inherited the purple through family connection rather than military acclaim, discovering that in the 3rd century, fraternal succession carried less weight than legionary loyalty. His 17 days as emperor, some sources say 77, though this seems historically generous, demonstrated that hereditary principle alone could no longer secure imperial power. Born sometime in the early 3rd century in Illyria, Quintillus shared his brother's provincial military background. His career progressed in Claudius's shadow, reaching positions of responsibility without achieving independent distinction. By 270 AD, he commanded troops in northern Italy, positioned conveniently for succession but fatally distant from the main armies. When news of Claudius's death from plague reached Italy, Quintillus was proclaimed emperor by the forces under his immediate command. The Senate, displaying its usual adaptability, quickly confirmed his elevation. This traditional process of acclamation seemed to follow proper form, yet it ignored the revolutionary reality that power now resided with the frontier armies rather than Italian garrisons. The fundamental problem facing Quintillus was simple. While he controlled Italy and enjoyed senatorial support, the main Roman armies on the Danube preferred their own commander, Aurelian. These battle-hardened veterans who had won victory at Naissus saw no reason to accept leadership from someone whose primary qualification was fraternal relationship to their deceased commander. Sources disagree dramatically about the length of Quintillus's reign. The chronicle traditions give him 17 days, while numismatic evidence suggests a longer period, possibly up to 77 days. This discrepancy might reflect the time between his initial acclamation and final recognition of failure, or simply the confused chronology typical of the period. What remains clear is that Quintillus never exercised effective authority beyond Italy. When Aurelian marched west with the Danubian legions, Quintillus's support evaporated rapidly. His troops, calculating their chances against veterans of the Gothic wars, chose pragmatism over loyalty. The manner of Quintillus's death varies by source. Some claim suicide by opening his veins, others report murder by his own soldiers. The distinction hardly matters. Either way, his death resulted from recognition that military reality had rendered his position untenable. He died at Aquileia, the same city where many imperial ambitions had previously met their end. The brevity of Quintillus's reign left little mark on imperial administration. No significant legislation, military action, or reform can be attributed to his period in power. His coins, minted hastily in several cities, show standard imperial imagery without distinctive features. These numismatic artifacts provide the primary evidence that he ruled at all. The episode illuminates the transformation of imperial succession in the 3rd century. Traditional factors like senatorial approval and dynastic connection had become secondary to military endorsement. Quintillus possessed formal legitimacy, but lacked the practical power that flowed from commanding victorious armies. His failure also demonstrated the limitations of hereditary principle in a militarized state. While family relationships still mattered, as Constantine's later claim of descent from Claudius would show, they required military credibility for validation. A brother's reputation could open doors but not guarantee entry. The Senate's behavior during this crisis revealed its diminished status. Senators confirmed Quintillus promptly, then accepted Aurelian with equal speed. This institutional flexibility ensured survival but further eroded senatorial authority. The highest deliberative body of the Roman state had become a rubber stamp for military decisions. Archaeological evidence for Quintillus remains minimal. Besides coins, few inscriptions acknowledge his reign. This absence reflects both his brief tenure and the general reluctance to memorialize failed emperors. History favors winners, and Quintillus was definitively not one. The strategic situation during Quintilis's brief reign saw little change. The Gothic threat remained contained following Nicephorus, while other frontiers stayed relatively quiet. This stability resulted from Claudius's victories rather than any action by his successor. Quintilis inherited a momentarily secure empire but lacked time to influence its direction. Economic conditions continued their gradual deterioration. The plague that killed Claudius still ravaged populations while monetary debasement proceeded apace. Quintilis's coins maintained the low silver content standard of the era, reflecting fiscal reality rather than policy choice. The religious landscape showed no variation during his brief tenure. Christian communities continued their quiet expansion. Traditional cults maintained their observances, and mystery religions attracted adherents seeking personal salvation. 17 days, or even 77, provided insufficient time for religious innovation. Military organization remained focused on the reforms of Gallienus and Claudius. The cavalry reserves stayed in place, frontier defenses underwent repair, and recruitment continued from provincial populations. These processes operated through institutional momentum rather than imperial direction. The contrast between Quintilis and Aurelian could hardly be starker. Where Quintilis represented dynastic continuity, Aurelian embodied military meritocracy. Where Quintilis commanded garrison troops, Aurelian led veterans. The outcome of their implicit contest was never seriously in doubt. Provincial reactions to the succession crisis proved minimal. Most regions likely learned of Quintilis's elevation and death in the same message. Local administrators continued their duties while awaiting clear direction from whoever emerged victorious. This bureaucratic continuity helped preserve imperial function during political transitions. The role of imperial women during this period remains obscure. If Quintilis had a wife, she left no historical trace. The brevity of his reign prevented establishment of a court or development of dynastic propaganda. His family disappeared from history as quickly as he did. Cultural production during 17 days obviously remained non-existent. No literature, art, or architecture can be associated with Quintilis's reign. He became emperor and ceased to be one before any cultural patronage could begin. The psychological impact of such rapid imperial turnover affected both military and civilian populations. Soldiers learned that creating emperors brought rewards, while killing them rarely brought punishment. Civilians adapted to frequent regime changes by focusing on local rather than imperial authority. Foreign powers likely never recognized Quintilis's accession. The Persians, Palmyrenes, and various barbarian groups would have waited to see who actually controlled Roman armies before adjusting diplomatic relations. His reign ended before external recognition became necessary. The administrative apparatus continued functioning through yet another transition. Tax collectors, municipal officials, and provincial governors performed their duties while imperial authority shifted. This institutional resilience proved crucial for maintaining basic governance. Religious implications of Quintilis's brief reign proved negligible. No persecutions began or ended. No temples received patronage. No theological positions gained imperial endorsement. Spiritual life continued unaffected by political drama at the top. The military lessons of this episode reinforced existing trends. Frontier armies made emperors. Italian troops could only ratify their choices. Success in foreign wars trumped all other qualifications. These realities shaped imperial politics for the remainder of the century. Economic policy during 17 days consisted merely of continuing existing practices. No reforms were attempted, no new taxes imposed, no currency changes initiated. The imperial economy operated on autopilot, while political authority remained contested. The transformation of imperial ideology accelerated slightly through this crisis. The failure of dynastic succession reinforced the notion that military achievement alone justified supreme power. traditional legitimacy sources continued their decline in practical importance. In the final analysis, Quintillus serves primarily as a historical footnote, memorable mainly for the brevity of his reign and the manner of its ending. He represented the last gasp of hereditary principle against military reality, demonstrating that family connections meant little without army backing. His epitaph might read, "Here lies Quintillus, who proved that being an emperor's brother qualified you for imperial power for exactly as long as it took the real army to hear about it." His 17 days on the throne marked not personal failure, but systemic transformation. History remembers Quintillus, when it remembers him at all, as a transitional non-entity between the competent Claudius and the dynamic Aurelian, yet his brief reign illustrated important truths about 3rd century politics. Legitimacy required force, succession demanded military approval, and hereditary claims carried weight only when backed by legions. The brother who inherited an empire discovered that inheritance law had changed fundamentally in the brutal arithmetic of the 3rd century. Family connection without military support equaled 0. Quintillus paid with his life for this miscalculation, joining the growing list of emperors who learned too late that the purple was easier to claim than to keep. Aurelian, 270–275 AD, the restorer of the world who trusted the wrong secretary. Lucius Domitius Aurelianus accomplished in 5 years what had seemed impossible for decades, the reunification of the Roman Empire, known to history as Restitutor Orbis, restorer of the world. Aurelian defeated the Palmyrene Empire, reconquered the Gallic Empire, and repelled barbarian invasions with an energy that earned him comparison to the great emperors of Rome's past. That he died through bureaucratic treachery rather than military defeat adds a particularly Roman irony to his remarkable career. Born on September 9, 214 AD, probably in Sirmium or possibly Dacia, Aurelian came from humble origins. His father was reportedly a colonus tenant farmer to a senator named Aurelius, from whom the family possibly derived their name. This modest background would later feature in hostile senatorial accounts that emphasized his rough manners and military brutality. Aurelian's early career followed the typical pattern of provincial soldiers rising through merit. He served with distinction under Gallienus, participating in campaigns against both external enemies and internal usurpers. By Claudius Gothicus's reign, he commanded cavalry forces, proving particularly effective in the mobile warfare that characterized the period. His accession in 270 AD came through military acclaim following Quintillus's brief reign. The Danubian legions, recognizing Aurelian's capabilities from the Gothic Wars, proclaimed him emperor. Unlike many 3rd century usurpers, Aurelian faced no serious military opposition to his elevation. Quintillus's forces quickly recognized the inevitable and switched allegiance. Aurelian's first challenge came from the Juthungi, who invaded Italy immediately after his accession. Initial battles went poorly, with Roman forces suffering defeat at Placentia. Aurelian's response demonstrated the determined energy that would characterize his reign. He regrouped his forces, pursued the invaders relentlessly, and ultimately destroyed them near the Metaurus River. The Italian invasion exposed Rome's vulnerability, leading to Aurelian's most visible legacy, the Aurelian Walls. These massive fortifications stretching 12 miles around the capital represented the first comprehensive defensive system for Rome since the Republic. Their construction acknowledged that the empire's frontiers could no longer guarantee Italy's security. With Italy secured, Aurelian turned to internal challenges. The mint workers in Rome, enriched by decades of currency debasement, revolted against his planned monetary reforms. The uprising, led by the Rationalis Felicissimius, resulted in urban warfare that reportedly killed 7,000 soldiers. Aurelian suppressed the revolt brutally, demonstrating his unwillingness to tolerate any challenge to imperial authority. The Eastern campaign against Zenobia's Palmyrene Empire showcased Aurelian's strategic brilliance. Rather than direct assault, he methodically isolated Palmyra by recovering Asia Minor and Egypt. The campaign culminated in battles at Emei and Emesa, where Roman discipline defeated Palmyrene numbers. Zenobia's capture, while fleeing toward Persia, ended Eastern separatism. Palmyra's subsequent revolt, after Aurelian had shown initial leniency, provoked harsh retribution. The city suffered destruction, though perhaps not as complete as hostile sources suggest. This severity sent a clear message about the consequences of rebellion, establishing a pattern Aurelian would follow throughout his reign. The reconquest of the Gallic Empire proved surprisingly straightforward. Tetricus I, facing internal challenges and barbarian threats, apparently negotiated surrender. At the Battle of Chalons in 274 AD, Tetricus may have deliberately allowed defeat. Regardless of the details, Gaul's reintegration restored imperial unity for the first time since 260 AD. Aurelian's religious policy marked significant innovation. He established the cult of Sol Invictus, the unconquered sun, as the empire's primary deity, building a magnificent temple in Rome and creating a new priestly college. This solar monotheism attempted to provide religious unity while accommodating diverse traditions under a single theological umbrella. Economic reforms under Aurelian addressed the monetary chaos of previous decades. He attempted to restore silver content to coinage, though success proved limited. More effectively, he regularized food distribution in Rome and reformed tax collection. These measures provided temporary stability, but couldn't resolve structural problems. The abandonment of Dacia represented Aurelian's most controversial strategic decision. Recognizing that trans-Danubian territories couldn't be defended effectively, he evacuated Roman citizens to a new province south of the river, also called Dacia. This pragmatic withdrawal shortened defensive lines and acknowledged strategic realities, though it contradicted traditional Roman expansionism. Aurelian's military discipline became legendary and feared. He executed officers for minor infractions, punished soldiers severely for indiscipline, and earned the nickname Manu ad Ferrum, hand-on sword, for his readiness to use violence. This severity restored effectiveness to Roman armies, but created enemies among those who preferred more relaxed standards. The triumph celebrated in 274 AD surpassed anything Rome had seen for generations. Zenobia and Tetricus marched in golden chains, though both received comfortable retirement afterward, while exotic animals captured treasures and representative contingents from every province demonstrated restored imperial unity. The spectacle served as powerful propaganda for Aurelian's achievements. Foreign policy beyond reconquest focused on stabilization. Aurelian negotiated with Germanic tribes, settled defeated enemies within the empire as agricultural workers, and planned a major campaign against Persia. His goal wasn't expansion, but securing existing frontiers through military superiority and diplomatic arrangements. The Senate's relationship with Aurelian remained tense throughout his reign. Senators resented his humble origins, military absolutism, and disregard for traditional prerogatives. Aurelian, for his part, viewed the Senate as an obsolete institution, useful for ceremony, but irrelevant to actual governance. This mutual antagonism colored historical accounts of his reign. Religious attitudes during Aurelian's reign showed increasing movement toward monotheism. The elevation of Sol Invictus reflected broader spiritual trends, while traditional cults declined without active persecution. Christianity continued spreading, though Aurelian reportedly planned persecution before his death, a policy never implemented. Provincial administration under Aurelian emphasized central control after decades of fragmentation. He appointed loyal officers to governorships, conducted personal inspections, and punished corruption severely. This hands-on approach restored imperial authority, but required constant imperial attention to maintain. The assassination of Aurelian in 275 AD near Byzantium resulted from a bureaucratic conspiracy rather than military revolt. His secretary Eros, fearing punishment for some minor offense, forged documents suggesting the emperor planned to execute several officers. These officers, believing themselves threatened, struck first. The plotters reportedly expressed immediate regret upon discovering the deception. The aftermath of Aurelian's death revealed both his achievements and their fragility. The army, rather than elevating another general, asked the Senate to choose the next emperor, an unprecedented deference that reflected both respect for Aurelian and uncertainty about succession. The resulting interregnum lasted several months before Tacitus's selection. Archaeological evidence from Aurelian's reign shows renewed building activity after years of neglect. Besides the Roman walls, inscriptions commemorate road repairs, frontier fortifications, and temple construction. These material remains confirm literary accounts of comprehensive restoration efforts. The artistic legacy includes remarkable coin portraits showing Aurelian's stern features and military bearing. Unlike the idealized images of earlier emperors, these portraits emphasize authority through realism rather than classical beauty. The style influenced subsequent imperial representation. Cultural developments during this period reflected military priorities. Literature focused on practical subjects, military manuals, administrative handbooks, and historical compilations. Philosophy emphasized personal ethics rather than systematic thought. The arts served propaganda purposes more than aesthetic exploration. Economic recovery under Aurelian proved partial but significant. Trade routes reopened, urban life revived in secure areas, and agricultural production increased. However, structural problems including inflation, labor shortages, and tax inequities persisted despite reforms. The transformation of imperial ideology reached new stages under Aurelian. The title Dominus et Deus, Lord and God, appeared regularly. Divine imagery proliferated, and court ceremony became more elaborate. These changes reflected both Eastern influences and practical needs for enhanced authority. Military innovations included expanded use of cavalry, improved logistics, and standardized equipment. Aurelian's campaigns demonstrated the effectiveness of rapid movement and concentrated force. These tactical adaptations responded to new threats while building on earlier reforms. The religious significance of Sol Invictus extended beyond mere propaganda. This solar theology offered a unifying framework that could incorporate diverse traditions. Its emphasis on divine victory aligned with military success, while its cosmic symbolism appealed to philosophical minds. Provincial variations in prosperity became more pronounced during Aurelian's reign. Regions near military operations suffered disruption, while peaceful areas experienced revival. Italy benefited from imperial attention, the East recovered from Palmyrene rule, and Gaul began reconstruction after reintegration. The role of imperial women remained minimal under Aurelian. His wife, Ulpia Severina, appeared on some coins but exercised no recorded political influence. This marginalization reflected both Aurelian's military focus and traditional Roman attitudes in crisis periods. Foreign relations beyond the empire showed careful management. Diplomatic contacts with Persia prevented Eastern conflict, arrangements with Germanic tribes secured relative frontier peace, and trade connections slowly revived. Aurelian prioritized internal consolidation over external adventure. The psychological impact of reunification transformed Roman morale. After decades of defeat and fragmentation, Aurelian's victories restored confidence in imperial institutions. The empire's survival no longer seemed doubtful, though full recovery remained distant. Administrative reforms emphasized efficiency over innovation. Aurelian streamlined bureaucracy, eliminated redundant offices, and demanded accountability. These practical measures improved governance without fundamental structural change. The contrast between Aurelian's military success and bureaucratic vulnerability highlights period ironies. The emperor who defeated foreign enemies and internal rivals fell to forged documents. This death demonstrated that even the strongest rulers remained vulnerable to palace intrigue. Religious persecution of Christians, planned but not executed, would have marked a significant policy shift. Aurelian's motives remain unclear, perhaps ideological conviction, political calculation, or response to Christian growth. His death prevented what might have been the last great persecution. The legacy of Aurelian's reign proved remarkably durable. Imperial unity survived subsequent challenges. The Aurelian walls protected Rome for centuries, and Sol Invictus influenced Constantine's religious evolution. His 5 years achieved more lasting change than many longer reigns. Economic data from the period shows mixed results. Coin hoards decreased, suggesting improved security. Trade volumes increased, but remained below second-century levels. Urban populations stabilized after decades of decline. Agriculture recovered in peaceful regions. Military recruitment patterns shifted significantly under Aurelian. Greater emphasis on cavalry required different skills and training. Provincial origins of soldiers became more diverse, while Italian recruitment continued declining. The army that emerged resembled late Roman forces more than classical legions. The treatment of defeated enemies showed calculated clemency. Zenobia and Tetricus received comfortable retirements, demonstrating that submission brought rewards. This policy encouraged negotiated surrenders while reserving harsh punishment for continued resistance. Cultural memory preserved Aurelian as the archetypal soldier emperor. Later generations remembered his victories more than his reforms, his severity more than his pragmatism. This selective memory reflected Roman admiration for military success above other virtues. The speed of Aurelian's achievements appears remarkable, even by Roman standards. In 5 years he defeated multiple enemies, reunified the empire, reformed administration, and restored military discipline. This compressed accomplishment demonstrated what focused energy could achieve. Religious syncretism accelerated during this period. Sol Invictus incorporated elements from various solar deities, mystery cults adapted to changing conditions, and traditional religion evolved toward monotheistic tendencies. These developments prepared ground for Christianity's later triumph. The final campaign planned against Persia never materialized. Aurelian's death prevented what might have been either glorious victory or dangerous overextension. This unrealized ambition left Eastern questions unresolved for successors. In the final analysis, Aurelian stands as one of Rome's most effective emperors precisely because he understood contemporary realities. He abandoned indefensible territories, adapted religion to current needs, and prioritized practical restoration over idealistic expansion. His methods were harsh but appropriate to desperate times. Aurelian's epitaph might read, "Here lies the restorer of the world who saved the empire through sword and sense, only to fall to the pen of a frightened clerk." His death by bureaucratic conspiracy, rather than military defeat, perfectly encapsulates the complexities of imperial power. History judges Aurelian favorably despite his severity because results matter more than methods in existential crises. He found the empire fragmented and left it united, discovered it defenseless and made it secure, inherited chaos and imposed order. That his restoration proved temporary reflects not personal failure, but the depth of Rome's structural crisis. The soldier who became emperor for 5 crucial years demonstrated that determination and ability could still reverse decline. His reign marked not the empire's salvation that remained impossible, but its reprieve. In Aurelian, Roman virtues of discipline, courage, and pragmatism found their final great exemplar before the transformed world of late antiquity emerged. Tacitus, 275–276 AD, the elderly senator who proved old dogs can't learn new tricks, Marcus Claudius Tacitus achieved something remarkable for a 3rd century senator. He became emperor through legitimate selection rather than military force. Chosen by his peers during the unprecedented interregnum following Aurelian's assassination, the elderly Tacitus represented the Senate's final attempt to assert traditional authority. His 6-month reign demonstrated conclusively why civilian leadership no longer suited an empire requiring constant military command. Born around 200 AD to a family of uncertain origins, Tacitus claimed descent from the famous historian of the same name, an assertion that historians then and now treat with considerable skepticism. Whatever his ancestry, he pursued a conventional senatorial career, reaching the consulship and accumulating the massive wealth that sources consistently mention, reportedly owning estates across the empire. Tacitus' brief administration began with gestures toward senatorial restoration. He promised to govern in partnership with the Senate, sought their approval for appointments, and even proposed that they should select future emperors. These constitutional niceties pleased senators, but ignored the military realities that had marginalized their institution. The circumstances of Tacitus's elevation were unique in the 3rd century. After Aurelian's murder, the army, showing unusual deference, asked the Senate to select the next emperor. This request reflected both respect for Aurelian's memory and uncertainty about succession. The Senate, surprised by this unexpected restoration of authority, deliberated for 6 months before choosing one of their own. At approximately 75 years old, Tacitus was remarkably elderly for imperial elevation. His selection reflected the Senate's desire for a safe, controllable figurehead who would restore senatorial prerogatives. Tacitus initially refused the purple, citing his age and infirmities, but accepted under pressure from his peers who saw an opportunity to reclaim lost influence. Foreign threats quickly demanded attention, despite Tacitus's civilian inclinations. Gothic tribes and other barbarians, testing the new emperor, launched raids into Asia Minor. Tacitus, despite his age, personally led armies eastward, showing unexpected energy that belied his earlier protests of infirmity. The new emperor's first practical challenge came from the soldiers who had killed Aurelian. Although they had invited senatorial selection, they expected rewards for their deference. Tacitus ordered the conspirators executed, demonstrating either principled justice or dangerous naivety about military politics. This decision eliminated potential threats, but created resentment among the troops. The Eastern campaign achieved modest success. Roman forces defeated Gothic raiders in several engagements, demonstrating that imperial armies remained effective regardless of who commanded them. Tacitus showed competent if uninspired leadership, relying heavily on experienced officers while maintaining overall strategic direction. Administrative actions during Tacitus's brief reign focused on consolidation rather than innovation. He confirmed Aurelian's reforms, maintained existing provincial appointments, and attempted to restore fiscal discipline. These conservative policies reflected both his senatorial background and the limited time available for major initiatives. Religious policy under Tacitus remained conventionally traditional. He maintained state cults, showed respect for various religious practices, and avoided both persecution and innovation. This moderate approach continued the practical tolerance that had generally prevailed since Gallienus, with the exception of Aurelian's planned but unexecuted persecution. The death of Tacitus in June 276 AD at Tyana in Cappadocia ended the senatorial experiment abruptly. Sources disagree about the cause. Some claim fever, others suggest assassination by disgruntled soldiers. Either explanation seems plausible. Elderly men campaigning in harsh conditions often succumbed to natural causes, while his execution of Aurelian's assassins provided ample motive for revenge. Archaeological evidence from Tacitus's reign is minimal due to its brevity. A few coins bear his portrait, showing an aged but dignified face that matches literary descriptions. Inscriptions acknowledging his rule appear sparsely, reflecting both limited time and restricted geographic control. The succession of Tacitus's half-brother Florianus without senatorial consultation demonstrated the futility of constitutional restoration. The army immediately reverted to selecting emperors independently, choosing Probus over Florianus. The Senate's brief moment of renewed authority ended as suddenly as it began. The historical significance of Tacitus lies more in what he represented than what he accomplished. His elevation marked the Senate's last meaningful participation in imperial selection. His failure demonstrated that traditional authority could no longer function without military backing in the transformed empire. Economic conditions showed little change during the 6-month reign. The fundamental problems of inflation, reduced trade, and military expenses persisted regardless of who occupied the throne. Tacitus lacked both time and probably understanding to address structural economic issues. Provincial administration continued through institutional momentum rather than imperial direction. Local governors maintained order, collected taxes, and administered justice while central authority transitioned yet again. This bureaucratic continuity proved essential for imperial survival through repeated changes. The military's behavior during this period revealed evolved political consciousness. Soldiers deferred to senatorial authority initially, but quickly reverted to independent action when their interests seemed threatened. This flexibility demonstrated calculated pragmatism rather than constitutional principle. Cultural developments during Tacitus's brief reign reflected continuing trends rather than new directions. Literary production focused on practical subjects, artistic creation served immediate needs, and intellectual life accommodated itself to military dominance. The elderly emperor's scholarly pretensions found little expression in actual patronage. The contrast between Tacitus and military emperors like Aurelian highlighted the period's transformed requirements. Where Aurelian commanded through energy and competence, Tacitus attempted to rule through dignity and tradition. The empire needed the former qualities far more than the latter. Foreign relations during these 6 months remained essentially static. The Gothic victory provided temporary frontier security but didn't alter fundamental strategic challenges. Diplomatic initiatives, if any were attempted, left no historical trace. The role of imperial women during Tacitus's reign remains completely obscure. No wife or female relative appears in sources, suggesting either their absence or complete political irrelevance. This silence contrasts with the occasional prominence of imperial women under military emperors. Religious attitudes showed no variation from established patterns. Traditional cults continued, mystery religions attracted adherents, and Christianity expanded quietly. The brief reign provided insufficient time for religious policy development. The Senate's behavior during the interregnum and Tacitus's reign reveals institutional psychology. Given unexpected authority, senators chose one of their own rather than seeking the most capable candidate. This self-serving selection demonstrated why the Senate had lost power originally. Economic data from 276 AD shows continuing crisis despite political change. Coin debasement proceeded, trade remained depressed, and agricultural production fluctuated with security conditions. No evidence suggests attempted economic reform during Tacitus's brief rule. Military organization underwent no significant changes. The structures developed by Gallienus and refined by Aurelian remained in place. Tacitus commanded armies, but didn't reform them, lacking both time and probably expertise for military innovation. The psychological impact of senatorial restoration proved minimal. Most provincials likely never learned of the constitutional experiment before it ended. Even in Rome, the brief return to tradition left little lasting impression on populations accustomed to military rule. The transformation of imperial ideology paused briefly under Tacitus. Traditional republican imagery reappeared on coinage, senatorial dignity received emphasis, and constitutional rhetoric revived. These throwbacks to earlier times proved thoroughly anachronistic. Administrative continuity through regime change had become routine by 276. Officials transferred loyalty efficiently, maintaining government functions despite political instability. This adaptability helped preserve the empire through its most chaotic period. Provincial reactions to Tacitus's elevation probably ranged from indifference to mild curiosity. Most regions continued under local leadership, barely affected by distant political drama. The empire had learned to function despite, rather than because of central authority. The episode of Tacitus's reign demonstrated the irreversible nature of 3rd century changes. The Senate could still participate in politics but couldn't direct them. Traditional authority retained ceremonial value but lacked practical power. Military force had become the sole basis for effective rule. Cultural memory preserved Tacitus as a curious anomaly, the last senatorial emperor in an age of soldiers. Later historians treated him sympathetically, seeing in his brief reign a final glimpse of older values. This romanticization ignored the practical impossibility of his project. The brevity of Tacitus's rule prevented meaningful assessment of his capabilities. He showed unexpected energy for his age and achieved modest military success. Whether longer tenure would have produced significant achievements remains unknowable. In the final analysis, Marcus Claudius Tacitus stands as a testament to the persistence of obsolete institutions. His reign demonstrated that the Senate retained enough prestige to elevate an emperor, but lacked the power to sustain one. His failure was preordained by structural changes that no individual could reverse. His death, whether natural or violent, closed the final chapter of senatorial independence. Future emperors might respect the Senate, consult it, even emerge from it, but none would owe their position primarily to its selection. The experiment of 275 NEAT to 276 AD proved conclusively that Rome had become a military monarchy. Tacitus's epitaph might read, "Here lies the last emperor chosen by the Senate, who proved that dignity without force is merely an elaborate form of suicide in a world ruled by swords." His 6 months on the throne marked not revival but finale, the end of illusions about senatorial authority in an empire transformed beyond recognition. History remembers Tacitus neither as hero nor villain but as anachronism, a man of traditional values thrust into a position requiring revolutionary adaptability. His reign serves as a perfect bookend to the senatorial phase of Roman history, demonstrating through failure what the previous decades had shown through violence. The age of civilian leadership had passed forever. Florianus, 276 AD, the half-brother who miscalculated his family discount. Marcus Annius Florianus learned the hard way that family connections meant considerably less in the 3rd century than military backing. As half-brother to the briefly reigning Tacitus, he attempted to establish hereditary succession in an era when armies, not bloodlines, determined imperial power. His reign, lasting between 2 and 3 months, demonstrated that even legitimate relationship to a legitimate emperor guaranteed nothing without legionary support. Born sometime in the early 3rd century, Florianus shared a mother with Tacitus, but came from a different father. This maternal connection provided his sole claim to imperial authority, a claim that would have seemed laughably inadequate just decades earlier, but now represented at least a nod toward traditional legitimacy in an age of military usurpation. His career before 276 AD remains largely undocumented, though he certainly held military command under his half-brother. When Tacitus died in Cappadocia, Florianus was conveniently positioned as Praetorian prefect with immediate access to troops. He promptly had himself proclaimed emperor by the forces present, attempting to present succession as a fait accompli. The fundamental flaw in Florianus's calculation became apparent immediately. While he controlled armies in Asia Minor, the more powerful Eastern legions under Probus rejected his authority. These Syrian and Egyptian forces, veterans of multiple campaigns, saw no reason to accept hereditary succession when they could elevate their own proven commander. Florianus's response revealed both determination and strategic miscalculation. Instead of negotiating or seeking broader military support, he marched against Probus, hoping that quick military victory would legitimize his position. This decision ignored the fundamental lesson of recent history. Armies followed successful generals, not imperial relatives. The campaign against Probus unfolded as a masterclass in psychological warfare rather than military conflict. Probus, understanding that time favored his position, avoided direct battle while allowing summer heat and disease to weaken Florianus's forces. The armies faced each other near Tarsus in Cilicia, where temperature and illness proved more decisive than combat. As conditions deteriorated, Florianus's soldiers began questioning their commitment to a leader whose primary qualification was fraternal relationship. When it became clear that Probus commanded superior loyalty and equal legitimacy, the inevitable occurred. Florianus's own troops murdered him, allegedly in a bathhouse, ending both his reign and the brief experiment in hereditary succession. The sources disagree on Florianus's exact tenure. Some claim 88 days, others suggest slightly less. This uncertainty reflects both the chaos of the period and the general irrelevance of his reign. He controlled only part of the empire, issued few coins, and left minimal administrative trace. Archaeological evidence for Florianus consists primarily of hastily minted coins showing standard imperial imagery. These numismatic remains appear mainly in Asia Minor, confirming his limited geographic control. No significant inscriptions or building projects can be attributed to his brief rule. The Senate's behavior during this crisis revealed its complete marginalization. Despite having recently chosen Tacitus, senators played no role in the succession dispute. They neither endorsed Florianus nor rejected him, instead waiting passively to recognize whoever emerged victorious. This passivity marked the final abandonment of senatorial pretensions to influence succession. Economic conditions during Florianus's brief reign showed no variation from established patterns. The fundamental problems of inflation, reduced trade, and military expenses continued unabated. His short tenure prevented any attempted reforms, though he likely lacked both vision and opportunity for economic innovation. Provincial administration functioned through bureaucratic inertia during yet another succession crisis. Local officials maintained essential services while awaiting clear resolution of imperial authority. This institutional continuity had become routine, preserving governmental function despite frequent regime changes. Military organization reflected the increasing regionalization of Roman forces. Florianus commanded Asia Minor armies, but couldn't secure loyalty from other regions. This fragmentation demonstrated how provincial armies had developed separate identities and interests. The religious landscape remained unchanged during these few months. Traditional cults continued their decline, mystery religions attracted adherents, and Christianity expanded quietly. Florianus's reign was too brief and contested for religious policy development. Foreign relations essentially paused during the succession dispute. Barbarian groups and Persian authorities likely monitored Roman internal conflict while avoiding major initiatives. The empire's enemies had learned to exploit succession crises, but this one resolved too quickly for significant external intervention. The psychological impact of another rapid regime change reinforced military dominance in imperial politics. Soldiers confirmed their role as kingmakers, while civilian populations adapted to frequent transitions. Traditional legitimacy concepts continued their erosion. Cultural production during this period reflected ongoing crisis rather than specific patronage. No significant literature, art, or architecture can be associated with Florianus's reign. Creative energies focused on survival rather than innovation. The contrast between Florianus and Probus illuminated changing requirements for imperial success. Where Florianus offered family connection, Probus provided military achievement. Where Florianus claimed hereditary right, Probus demonstrated leadership ability. The outcome was predetermined by these qualifications. Administrative continuity through this transition followed established patterns. Officials transferred loyalty efficiently, maintaining government operations despite political uncertainty. This adaptability had become essential for imperial survival. The failure of hereditary succession under Florianus marked another milestone in the empire's transformation. Family relationships retained some value, but required military validation. The dynastic principle hadn't disappeared, but had become thoroughly subordinate to martial merit. Provincial reactions to the Florianus-Probus conflict probably reflected calculated self-interest rather than constitutional principle. Regional commanders and administrators supported whoever seemed likely to prevail, demonstrating the pragmatism that characterized 3rd century politics. The role of imperial women during this episode remains completely undocumented. If Florianus had a wife or female relatives, they left no historical trace. This absence reflects both the reign's brevity and the marginalization of women during military-dominated periods. Economic data from these months shows continued deterioration despite political drama. Coin quality declined further, trade patterns remained disrupted, and agricultural production fluctuated with security conditions. The succession dispute added uncertainty without addressing fundamental problems. Military recruitment patterns during the crisis revealed evolved practices. Armies supplemented regular forces with barbarian auxiliaries and local levies. These emergency measures reflected both manpower shortages and changing strategic requirements. The transformation of imperial ideology stalled briefly during Florianus's attempt at dynastic succession. Traditional legitimacy claims resurfaced temporarily before military reality reasserted itself. This brief revival demonstrated the persistence of older concepts despite their practical obsolescence. Religious attitudes showed no variation from established trends. The search for divine protection continued across cultural boundaries. Neither persecution nor innovation marked these months of political uncertainty. The episode's brevity prevented meaningful institutional development. Florianus had time neither to implement reforms nor to establish lasting policies. His reign represented an interruption rather than a direction in imperial evolution. Archaeological evidence suggests regional variation in recognition of Florianus's authority. Coins appear primarily in Asia Minor and parts of Europe, while Egypt and Syria show no material acknowledgement of his reign. This pattern confirms literary accounts of divided loyalty. The strategic implications of the succession dispute proved minimal. No frontiers collapsed, no provinces revolted successfully, and no foreign invasions exploited the confusion. The crisis resolved too quickly for significant damage. In the final analysis, Marcus Annius Florianus exemplified the impossibility of traditional succession in a militarized state. His attempt to claim power through family relationship alone ignored the transformed nature of imperial authority. His failure reinforced the lesson that 3rd century emperors required armies, not ancestors. Florianus's epitaph might read, "Here lies the half-brother who discovered that in imperial politics, blood runs thinner than legionary loyalty." His brief reign served primarily to demonstrate what no longer worked in Roman succession. History remembers Florianus as barely more than a footnote, a transitional figure between the senatorial experiment of Tacitus and the military competence of Probus. His significance lies not in achievements, but in representing the final death of hereditary principle as an independent basis for imperial authority. The man who tried to inherit an empire lasted just long enough to prove that inheritance required enforcement. In the brutal mathematics of 3rd century politics, family connection without military support equaled zero. Florianus paid with his life for this miscalculation, joining the growing list of would-be emperors who learned that the purple was won with swords, not blood ties. Probus, 276–282 AD, the soldier's soldier who forgot soldiers like downtime. Marcus Aurelius Probus earned his reputation as one of Rome's most capable military emperors through relentless campaigning, administrative efficiency, and an almost pathological inability to let his armies rest. His 6-year reign continued the recovery begun under Aurelian, securing frontiers and restoring order throughout the empire. But he died at the hands of soldiers forced to dig drainage ditches perfectly encapsulates the irony of a military emperor who failed to understand military psychology. Born in 232 AD in Sirmium to a military family of Illyrian origin, Probus embodied the provincial officer class that dominated the late 3rd century. His father, Dalmatius, held the rank of tribune, providing young Probus with both connections and early exposure to military life. Unlike many emperors who claimed humble origins for propaganda purposes, Probus genuinely rose through merit from relatively modest beginnings. His career advanced rapidly under Valerian and Gallienus, who recognized his exceptional abilities. By his early 30s, Probus commanded legions on the eastern frontier, earning particular distinction against Palmyra during Aurelian's reconquest. His reputation for both tactical brilliance and personal courage established him as one of the empire's premier generals. The elevation to emperor came in 276 AD when Eastern legions proclaimed him in opposition to Florianus. Unlike many usurpers, Probus avoided immediate military confrontation, instead allowing climate and disease to undermine his opponent's forces. This patient strategy demonstrated the calculating intelligence that characterized his entire reign. Probus's military campaigns began almost immediately and never really stopped. His first major operation targeted Germanic tribes that had exploited recent instability to cross the Rhine. In a series of lightning campaigns from 277–278 AD, he cleared Gaul of invaders, pursued them across the Rhine, and imposed punitive peace terms that included massive recruitment of Germanic warriors into Roman service. The scale of these Germanic wars impressed even contemporary observers accustomed to military hyperbole. Probus reportedly settled 100,000 Bastane within the empire, incorporated 16,000 Germanic recruits into the army, and recovered vast amounts of plundered goods. While these numbers likely reflect exaggeration, the campaigns undoubtedly achieved significant success. Eastern frontiers demanded attention next. Probus personally led armies against various threats in Asia Minor, Egypt, and the Danube region. The Blemmyes in Egypt, Isaurian brigands in Asia Minor, and Sarmatian raiders along the Danube all faced systematic suppression. These campaigns demonstrated Probus's strategic mobility and the restored effectiveness of Roman forces. Perhaps Probus's most innovative military policy involved the systematic settlement of defeated barbarians within the empire. Unlike earlier emperors who expelled invaders, Probus integrated them as agricultural colonists and military recruits. This approach addressed multiple problems simultaneously: frontier security, army manpower, and rural depopulation. Administrative reforms under Probus focused on practical restoration rather than innovation. He repaired infrastructure damaged by decades of warfare, encouraged agricultural development, and attempted to revive trade. His most famous civil project involved expanding viticulture in Gaul and Pannonia by lifting restrictions on wine production outside Italy. The relationship between Probus and the Senate remained formally respectful but practically irrelevant. He notified senators of his accession, accepted their recognition, and maintained ceremonial courtesies. However, real power resided entirely with the military, and both parties understood this reality. Religious policy under Probus continued the practical tolerance established by his predecessors. He maintained traditional cults, showed no particular favoritism toward any religion, and avoided both persecution and innovation. This moderate approach reflected focus on military and administrative priorities rather than theological concerns. Economic conditions showed modest improvement during Probus's reign. The relative peace his campaigns achieved allowed some recovery in agriculture and trade. However, fundamental problems of debased currency and structural imbalances persisted despite attempted reforms. The emperor's approach to imperial defense emphasized aggressive preemption rather than static defense. Probus believed in carrying war to enemy territory, disrupting potential threats before they materialized. This strategy proved effective, but required constant military activity that eventually exhausted both resources and patience. Probus's fatal error lay in his treatment of victorious armies during peacetime. Believing that idle soldiers caused trouble, he assigned troops to civilian construction projects, draining marshes, building roads, planting vineyards. While economically beneficial, these tasks offended military pride and created dangerous resentment. The end came in 282 AD near Sirmium, where soldiers assigned to drainage projects revolted. The specific trigger remains unclear. Sources mention either excessive labor demands or rumors of planned Persian campaigns. Whatever the immediate cause, troops murdered Probus in a tower where he sought refuge, ending a reign that had brought stability at the cost of constant exertion. Archaeological evidence from Probus's reign shows renewed building activity across the empire. Inscriptions commemorate road repairs, fortress construction, and civic improvements. Coin issues emphasize military victories and restored security. These material remains confirm literary accounts of comprehensive restoration efforts. The artistic legacy includes realistic portrait sculptures showing Probus's stern features and military bearing. Unlike idealized classical portraits, these images emphasize authority through accurate representation. The style continued trends begun under the Illyrian emperors toward greater realism. Provincial administration under Probus demonstrated both efficiency and centralization. He appointed capable governors, conducted personal inspections, and punished corruption severely. This hands-on approach restored imperial authority while requiring constant attention that contributed to administrative exhaustion. Military organization evolved significantly during this period. The integration of barbarian recruits accelerated, creating more diverse armies. Cavalry units expanded, reflecting tactical adaptations to new threats. These changes continued transforming Roman forces from classical legions to late antique armies. Foreign relations under Probus consisted primarily of imposed settlements rather than negotiated agreements. His victories allowed dictation of terms to defeated enemies, establishing Roman dominance through force. This approach proved effective short-term but created resentments that future emperors would face. Cultural developments reflected continuing militarization of society. Literature focused on practical subjects, art served propaganda purposes, and intellectual life accommodated itself to martial values. The general who became emperor showed little interest in cultural patronage beyond utilitarian needs. The psychological impact of Probus's hyperactive reign created mixed reactions. Civilians appreciated restored security, but resented constant military demands. Soldiers valued victories but grew weary of endless campaigns and peacetime labor. This tension ultimately proved fatal. Economic recovery during these years remained partial and uneven. Some regions prospered from peace and imperial attention, while others suffered from military requisitions and manpower drafts. Trade revived along secure routes, but never reached pre-crisis levels. Agricultural production increased in pacified areas, particularly in Gaul and Pannonia, where Probus encouraged viticulture. The transformation of imperial ideology under Probus maintained themes of restoration and victory. Propaganda emphasized the emperor as restorer of security and defender of civilization. Unlike earlier emphasis on divine status, Probus projected an image of tireless service to the state, an ideology that ironically contributed to his downfall. Religious attitudes during this period showed increasing convergence toward monotheistic concepts. Sol Invictus retained prominence, traditional cults continued declining, and Christianity expanded steadily. Probus's religious indifference allowed these trends to develop organically. The role of imperial women remained minimal during Probus's reign. No wife or female relatives appear prominently in sources, suggesting either their absence or complete exclusion from political activity. This marginalization reflected the thoroughly masculine nature of military rule. Provincial elites adapted to Probus's demanding administration by focusing on local concerns. They implemented imperial directives, supplied military requisitions, and maintained order while avoiding initiatives that might attract unwanted attention. This defensive posture helped preserve local autonomy within centralized structures. The contrast between Probus and his immediate predecessors illuminates evolving imperial requirements, where Tacitus represented senatorial tradition and Florianus claimed dynastic right. Probus embodied pure military competence. His success confirmed that martial ability remained the essential qualification for rule. Military recruitment under Probus underwent significant changes through systematic integration of barbarian warriors. This policy addressed manpower shortages while creating armies of mixed ethnic composition. The long-term implications included military effectiveness at the cost of traditional Roman identity. The settlement of barbarian populations within the empire represented social engineering on a massive scale. Probus distributed defeated enemies across various provinces as agricultural workers and potential recruits. This policy solved immediate security problems while creating future challenges of assimilation. Infrastructure development received considerable attention despite constant campaigns. Roads, bridges, and fortifications underwent repair or construction throughout the empire. These projects served both military necessity and economic recovery, demonstrating Probus's understanding of logistics. The fatal miscalculation regarding peacetime military employment revealed limits to Probus's leadership. His failure to recognize that soldiers viewed civilian labor as degrading showed surprising insensitivity from an officer who had risen through the ranks. The distinction between useful activity and appropriate activity proved crucial. Provincial governors under Probus faced demanding expectations for both efficiency and loyalty. The emperor appointed capable administrators, but required constant performance. This pressure improved governance short-term, but created stress that contributed to institutional fatigue. The archaeological record from 276–282 AD shows patterns of recovery and fortification. Urban centers display renewed construction, frontier zones feature enhanced defenses, and rural areas indicate agricultural expansion. These material remains confirm literary accounts of comprehensive restoration. Diplomatic activity during Probus's reign consisted mainly of receiving embassies from defeated enemies. The emperor's military dominance allowed imposition of terms rather than negotiation of compromises. This approach reflected Roman strength, but missed opportunities for lasting settlements. The integration of barbarian auxiliaries accelerated military evolution toward late Roman patterns. Germanic cavalry units, archer contingents, and specialized frontier forces supplemented traditional legions. These adaptations improved tactical flexibility while changing army culture. Cultural memory preserved Probus as an exemplar of military virtue whose very strengths became weaknesses. Later historians praised his campaigns while noting the exhaustion they produced. This ambivalent assessment reflects genuine historical complexity. Economic data indicates modest recovery in secure regions. Coin hoards decrease, suggesting improved stability. Trade goods appear more widely, implying renewed commerce. Agricultural tools and rural settlements multiply in pacified areas. These trends show improvement without fundamental transformation. The administrative apparatus functioned efficiently under Probus's direct supervision. Bureaucrats implemented reforms, collected taxes, and maintained records with competence born of necessity. The emperor's demanding oversight prevented corruption but required unsustainable attention to detail. Religious developments during this period included the spread of Eastern mystery cults alongside Christianity. Mithraism remained popular among soldiers, while urban populations increasingly embraced various salvation religions. Traditional civic cults continued their decline despite official maintenance. The artistic legacy of Probus's reign reflects military pragmatism. Portrait sculptures emphasize realism over idealization. Architectural projects prioritize function over aesthetics. Even propaganda art maintained straightforward style without elaborate symbolism. Foreign perceptions of Rome improved dramatically under Probus. Barbarian tribes learned to fear Roman retribution. Persian ambitions remained checked, and internal rebels faced swift suppression. This restoration of imperial prestige proved one of Probus's most significant achievements. The army's eventual murder of Probus demonstrated the limits of military absolutism. Soldiers who would follow their commander anywhere in war rebelled against perceived disrespect in peace. This paradox highlighted the complex psychology of Roman military forces. Provincial variations in prosperity became more pronounced during these years. Frontier regions recovered from security improvements, while interior provinces faced increased demands for military support. Italy continued its relative decline as economic activity shifted toward productive provincial centers. The religious tolerance practiced by Probus allowed Christianity to strengthen its institutional structure. Bishops consolidated authority, congregations expanded, and theological development continued without imperial interference. This benign neglect inadvertently prepared Christianity for future prominence. Military logistics reached new levels of sophistication under Probus's constant campaigns. Supply systems, transportation networks, and equipment production achieved efficiency necessary for rapid strategic movement. These improvements outlasted their creator. The psychological impact of restored security transformed civilian morale. After decades of crisis, populations experienced relative peace and predictable governance. This stability, though achieved through exhausting effort, provided foundation for future recovery. Administrative innovations included standardized procedures for provincial governance, improved communication systems, and regular inspection protocols. These reforms enhanced efficiency while centralizing control. The balance between local autonomy and imperial authority shifted decisively toward the latter. The treatment of defeated enemies showed calculated mixture of severity and integration. Probus executed rebel leaders, dispersed dangerous populations, and recruited useful warriors. This pragmatic approach maximized security while minimizing long-term resistance. Cultural production during these years remained limited, but showed signs of revival. Literary works focused on practical subjects and military themes. Artistic creation served immediate needs rather than aesthetic exploration. Philosophy continued its retreat into personal ethics. The final conspiracy against Probus revealed institutional tensions within the military. Officers who owed their positions to the emperor nevertheless participated in his murder. This betrayal demonstrated that even successful military leadership required political sensitivity. Economic policies emphasized production over distribution. Probus encouraged agriculture, promoted trade, and developed resources. However, structural inequalities persisted, and benefits concentrated among military and administrative elites. The legacy of Probus's reign proved remarkably durable despite its violent end. Frontier security lasted beyond his death. Administrative reforms persisted, and military recovery continued. His 6 years achieved more lasting impact than many longer reigns. Religious architecture received minimal attention compared to military construction. Temples underwent basic maintenance while fortifications expanded significantly. This priority reflected both practical needs and ideological orientation. The transformation of Roman society accelerated under Probus despite his conservative inclinations. Military dominance, barbarian integration, and administrative centralization advanced inexorably. The emperor facilitated changes he might personally have regretted. In the final analysis, Marcus Aurelius Probus embodied both the strengths and limitations of military emperorship. His campaigns restored security, his administration improved efficiency, and his leadership provided stability. Yet, his inability to transition from war to peace, to recognize soldiers' peacetime needs, proved fatal. Probus's epitaph might read, "Here lies the emperor who saved Rome through ceaseless labor and died because he couldn't stop laboring." His assassination by exhausted soldiers demonstrated that even the most successful military leadership required understanding when to rest. History judges Probus favorably, despite his violent end. He continued Aurelian's restoration, secured frontiers more thoroughly than any contemporary, and administered efficiently, if demandingly. His failure lay not in what he did wrong, but in doing too much right, too relentlessly. The soldier who became emperor proved that competence could still reverse decline, but also showed that competence alone wasn't sufficient. Probus possessed every military and administrative virtue except the wisdom to know when enough was enough. In the end, his very dedication to duty destroyed him, providing a cautionary tale about the dangers of confusing constant activity with effective leadership. Carus, 283–285 AD, the return of the lightning-struck emperor, second appearance. Note Carus appears twice in the emperor list, likely due to his significance as a transitional figure between the crisis period and Diocletian's reforms. This second treatment will focus on different aspects of his reign and its importance in the broader historical context. Marcus Aurelius Carus returned to our narrative not because history repeated itself, but because his brief reign deserves examination from multiple angles. While our first encounter emphasized his mysterious death and military competence, this second look reveals Carus as a crucial bridge between the chaos of the 3rd century crisis and the systematic reforms of Diocletian. The circumstances of 283 AD that elevated Carus differed markedly from earlier succession crises. Unlike previous usurpations born of desperation or ambition, Carus's accession came through calculated decision by a relatively stable military establishment. The armies that proclaimed him weren't rebelling against failure but seeking continuity after Probus's assassination. Carus brought to the purple a different kind of legitimacy, bureaucratic competence combined with military experience. As Praetorian prefect under Probus, he understood both administrative machinery and strategic requirements. This dual expertise positioned him uniquely to address the empire's persistent structural problems. His immediate establishment of a dynastic college with his sons Carinus and Numerian as Caesars represented more than mere nepotism. This arrangement anticipated Diocletian's later tetrarchy, recognizing that the empire's scale required multiple centers of authority. Carus essentially created a proto-tetrarchy based on family rather than adoption. The division of responsibilities between family members showed strategic thinking. Carinus governed the west from Gaul, managing Germanic threats and maintaining order in stable provinces. Numerian accompanied his father east, learning military command while providing dynastic presence. This separation of powers balanced central control with regional autonomy. Carus's Persian campaign deserves reconsideration as more than just another eastern adventure. His rapid advance to Ctesiphon demonstrated restored Roman offensive capability after decades of defensive struggle. More importantly, it showed that the empire could again project power beyond its frontiers, a psychological victory as significant as any territorial gain. The administrative reforms begun under Carus, though incomplete, laid groundwork for later systematization. He standardized provincial divisions, regularized tax collection, and attempted to rationalize military command structures. These initiatives showed awareness that the empire needed fundamental reorganization, not just crisis management. Economic policies during Carus's brief reign focused on stabilization rather than innovation. He maintained Probus's currency standards, continued infrastructure development, and supported agricultural recovery. This conservative approach provided breathing space for more radical reforms under his successors. The religious landscape under Carus reflected the empire's spiritual transformation. While maintaining traditional observances, he showed increasing acceptance of diverse practices. His reported tolerance toward Christians marked growing recognition that religious unity through force was impossible. Military organization evolved significantly during this period. Carus accelerated the separation between frontier forces and mobile field armies begun under Gallienus. This strategic differentiation would become fundamental to late Roman military structure. The mysterious circumstances of Carus's death, whether by lightning, illness, or assassination, matter less than its implications. His sudden demise while campaigning successfully highlighted the empire's continued vulnerability to individual mortality. This lesson influenced Diocletian's creation of a system less dependent on single personalities. Provincial administration under Carus showed increasing sophistication. Governors received clearer mandates, reporting requirements standardized, and accountability improved. These bureaucratic developments created institutional frameworks that survived his death. The role of the Senate during Carus's reign marked a final transition from participant to observer in imperial politics. While treated with formal respect, senators exercised no meaningful influence on succession or policy. This clarified relationship eliminated ambiguity that had complicated earlier reigns. Cultural developments during these years reflected gradual stabilization. Literary production showed modest revival, artistic styles evolved toward late antique forms, and intellectual life adapted to military dominance. The empire began emerging from survival mode toward renewed creativity. The dynastic experiment of Carus provided valuable lessons for future reforms. His attempt to share power among family members demonstrated both possibilities and limitations of collective rule. Diocletian would adopt the principle while avoiding the weaknesses of hereditary succession. Archaeological evidence from 285 AD shows continued recovery. Building projects begun under Probus reached completion. New fortifications appeared along frontiers, and urban centers displayed renewed vitality. These material remains confirm gradual improvement in imperial conditions. Foreign relations during Carus's reign revealed changing power dynamics. The Persian campaign forced Sassanid recognition of Roman resurgence, while Germanic tribes remained relatively quiet after Probus's campaigns. This external stability created opportunities for internal reform. The treatment of barbarian populations continued evolving toward integration rather than expulsion. Carus maintained Probus's settlement policies while developing more systematic approaches to recruitment and assimilation. These practices became standard in later periods. Religious tolerance under Carus established patterns that would influence Constantine's eventual policies. By avoiding persecution while maintaining traditional cults, he demonstrated that imperial authority could accommodate religious diversity. This pragmatism proved essential for long-term stability. The administrative personnel developed under Carus formed the core of Diocletian's later bureaucracy. Professional administrators trained in crisis management proved invaluable for implementing systematic reforms. Institutional memory survived political transitions. Military recruitment during this period increasingly emphasized quality over quantity. Carus recognized that smaller, better-trained forces could achieve more than massive but unreliable armies. This shift toward professionalism characterized late Roman military development. The economic data from Carus's reign shows tentative recovery, trade volumes increased marginally, agricultural production stabilized, and monetary circulation improved. While not dramatic, these trends indicated that the empire had weathered its worst crisis. Provincial variations in governance became more pronounced as regional solutions developed for local problems. This administrative flexibility, tolerated by Carus, provided models for Diocletian's formal division of authority. Centralization coexisted with practical decentralization. The psychological impact of Carus's successes restored confidence in imperial institutions. After decades of failure and fragmentation, demonstrated competence encouraged belief in recovery. This morale boost proved crucial for accepting later reforms. Infrastructure development continued systematically under Carus. Roads received maintenance, fortifications underwent improvement, and water systems expanded. These practical achievements showed that effective administration remained possible despite political instability. The transformation of imperial ideology reached a crucial phase during these years. Divine right evolved toward administrative competence as the primary justification for rule. This shift prepared ground for Diocletian's more radical reconception of imperial authority. In military strategy, Carus demonstrated that offensive operations remained viable when properly planned and executed. His Persian campaign proved that Rome could still project power effectively, restoring strategic options beyond mere defense. The brevity of Carus's reign prevented full implementation of his vision, but his initiatives showed clear direction towards systematic reform. He bridged the gap between emergency responses and comprehensive reorganization, making Diocletian's revolution possible. Cultural attitudes began shifting from crisis mentality toward cautious optimism. The arts showed renewed confidence, literature explored themes beyond survival, and philosophy engaged broader questions. This cultural recovery paralleled political stabilization. The legacy of Carus extends beyond his specific achievements to his role as transitional figure. He demonstrated that competent administration could restore order, that military success remained achievable, and that institutional reform was necessary. These lessons informed his successors. In the final analysis, Carus represents the moment when the Roman Empire began emerging from its darkest period. His reign combined traditional military virtues with innovative administrative thinking. While death prevented full realization of his potential, he established directions that others would follow. The emperor, struck by lightning, if that's truly what happened, illuminated the path forward through his brief but significant reign. Carus showed that recovery required more than military victory, it demanded institutional transformation. His proto-reforms created space for the more radical changes that would preserve the empire for centuries. History remembers Carus not just for his mysterious death, but for representing the transition from crisis to recovery. He stands as the last of the crisis emperors and the first of the reformers, embodying both the problems of the 3rd century and the solutions that would emerge in the 4th. Diocletian, 284–305 AD, re-emphasized role, the revolutionary who saved Rome by reinventing it. Gaius Aurelius Valerius Diocletianos deserves his second appearance in our chronicle, not merely as another emperor, but as the architect of a new Roman Empire. While our first encounter emphasized his rise and retirement, this examination explores how his reforms fundamentally transformed the state he inherited. In Diocletian, we witness the rare historical figure who both diagnoses a system's fatal flaws and successfully implements their remedy. Note, this second examination of Diocletian focuses on his revolutionary impact on imperial structures, completing our transition from the crisis of the 3rd century to the tetrarchic system. The empire Diocletian inherited in 284 AD had survived its existential crisis, but remained structurally unsound. Previous emperors had provided temporary stability through military competence and administrative efficiency, but none had addressed the fundamental problems that made crises inevitable. Diocletian succeeded where others failed by recognizing that the empire needed revolution, not restoration. His background as a soldier and administrator from Dalmatia provided unique preparation for this task. Unlike aristocrats wedded to tradition or generals focused solely on military solutions, Diocletian understood both the empire's practical needs and its institutional failures. His rise through the ranks gave him intimate knowledge of problems at every level of imperial governance. The Tetrarchy, Diocletian's most famous innovation, represented far more than a power-sharing arrangement. By dividing authority among 2 Augusti and 2 Caesars, he created a system that addressed multiple structural weaknesses simultaneously. It provided for orderly succession, enabled regional focus, and prevented the concentration of power that invited usurpation. Administrative reforms under Diocletian revolutionized imperial governance. He doubled the number of provinces, creating smaller units that were easier to govern and harder to use as power bases for rebellion. The separation of civil and military authority, begun by his predecessors, became systematic policy. These changes created the bureaucratic state that would characterize late antiquity. The genius of the Tetrarchy lay in its recognition of human nature. Rather than fighting the ambition that drove military commanders to seek power, Diocletian channeled it through institutional frameworks. Caesars knew they would become Augusti. Generals understood that loyalty offered better prospects than rebellion. The system worked perfectly, as long as Diocletian's authority enforced it. Economic measures attempted to address the monetary chaos of the previous decades. The edict on maximum prices, though ultimately unsuccessful, showed unprecedented ambition in economic management. Currency reform, tax restructuring, and standardized weights and measures demonstrated comprehensive approach to fiscal problems. While not all succeeded, they established precedents for state economic intervention. The transformation of imperial ideology reached its culmination under Diocletian. The emperor became explicitly divine, surrounded by elaborate ceremonial that emphasized his transcendent status. This wasn't mere vanity, but calculated policy to elevate imperial authority beyond personal challenge. The dominus replaced the princeps definitively. Religious policy under Diocletian initially continued the tolerance of his immediate predecessors before erupting into the Great Persecution of 303-305 AD. This final attempt to enforce religious uniformity failed completely, demonstrating that spiritual diversity had become irreversible. The persecution's failure prepared the ground for Constantine's embrace of Christianity. Military reorganization reflected both strategic wisdom and fiscal necessity. Diocletian expanded the army while improving its efficiency through better organization. The distinction between Limitaneian frontier troops and Comitaenses mobile field armies became formal policy. These reforms created military structures that would defend the empire for centuries. Provincial administration achieved new levels of sophistication through standardization and professionalization. Governors received detailed mandates, bureaucratic procedures multiplied, and reporting requirements intensified. This administrative density proved both strength and weakness, ensuring competent governance while creating rigidity that resisted adaptation. The architectural legacy of Diocletian's reign reflects both his ambitions and his methods. The baths of Diocletian in Rome demonstrated traditional magnificence, while his palace at Split revealed the new imperial style, part fortress, part sacred precinct. These structures embodied the transformed relationship between emperor and subjects. Fiscal policy under Diocletian attempted to create predictability in state finances. The new tax system based on regular census and standardized assessment replaced the ad hoc extractions of the crisis period. While burdensome, these measures provided the reliable revenue necessary for military and administrative expenses. The relationship between center and periphery fundamentally changed under Diocletian's reforms. Regional centers of power, legitimized through the tetrarchy, balanced unity with local responsiveness. This decentralization paradoxically strengthened imperial cohesion by acknowledging geographic realities. Cultural developments during Diocletian's reign reflected both continuity and transformation. Traditional forms persisted in art and literature, but new styles emerged that emphasized hierarchy, order, and divine authority. The classical world was evolving into its late antique successor. The retirement of Diocletian in 305 AD marked the planned culmination of his system. By voluntarily relinquishing power and compelling Maximian to do likewise, he attempted to establish precedent for orderly transition. The immediate collapse of this arrangement highlighted both the system's strengths and its dependence on its creator's authority. Religious transformation accelerated, despite persecution. Christianity's institutional structure strengthened under pressure, while traditional cults continued declining. The spiritual landscape of the empire had changed irreversibly, though Diocletian failed to recognize this reality. The legacy of Diocletian's reforms extended far beyond his reign. The administrative structure he created survived the Western Empire's fall. The Eastern Empire, built on his foundations, endured for another millennium. His vision of imperial authority influenced medieval kingship throughout Europe. Economic data from Diocletian's reign shows mixed results. Inflation temporarily slowed, trade patterns stabilized, and agricultural production recovered in peaceful regions. However, the increased tax burden and regulatory framework created new problems while solving old ones. Provincial elites adapted to Diocletian's system by becoming more thoroughly integrated into imperial administration. Local aristocracies transformed into imperial bureaucrats, trading autonomy for security. This process created the administrative class that would dominate late Roman society. Military evolution under Diocletian established patterns that persisted for centuries. Professional officers replaced aristocratic amateurs, specialized units proliferated, and defensive strategies superseded offensive ambition. The late Roman army emerged fully formed from his reforms. The psychological impact of Diocletian's success restored faith in imperial institutions. After generations of crisis, competent administration seemed possible again. This renewed confidence enabled acceptance of radical changes that earlier emperors couldn't have implemented. Foreign relations reflected the empire's restored strength. Persia negotiated as an equal rather than a superior. Germanic tribes respected Roman power, and internal usurpers became rare. Diocletian achieved peace through strength rather than appeasement. The transformation of court ceremonial created new patterns of authority. The adoratio, prostration before the emperor, purple robes and divine imagery, established protocols that influenced both Byzantine and medieval European courts. Ritual replaced accessibility as the medium of power. In the final analysis, Diocletian succeeded where others failed because he understood that the empire needed fundamental restructuring, not mere repair. He possessed both the vision to imagine comprehensive reform and the authority to implement it. His solutions created new problems, but they allowed the empire to survive in transformed state. Diocletian's true monument isn't his palace at Split or his baths in Rome, but the administrative and military structures that outlived him by centuries. He saved the Roman Empire by accepting that it couldn't continue as it had been. In doing so, he became the last great emperor of the classical world and the first of the medieval. Maximian, 286–305 AD, re-emphasized role, the co-emperor who couldn't stay retired. The revolutionary from Dalmatia proved that sometimes preservation requires transformation. His willingness to discard cherished traditions in favor of functional solutions marks him as one of history's most successful reformers. Diocletian didn't just end the crisis of the 3rd century. He created the framework for a new civilization that would preserve Roman achievements through the challenges of late antiquity. Note, this second examination of Maximian focuses on his role in the tetrarchic system's success and failure, completing our narrative of the transition from crisis to the new imperial order. Marcus Aurelius Valerius Maximianus returns to our story, not just as Diocletian's loyal colleague, but as the man whose inability to accept retirement ultimately proved the tetrarchy's fatal flaw. While our first encounter emphasized his partnership with Diocletian, this examination explores how Maximian embodied both the strengths and weaknesses of the new imperial system. The selection of Maximian as co-emperor in 285 AD represented Diocletian's shrewdest judgment and gravest miscalculation. In choosing his old army comrade, Diocletian found someone whose loyalty was unquestionable, whose military competence was proven, and whose lack of administrative sophistication made him unthreatening. What he failed to foresee was that these very qualities would make retirement impossible for a man who understood power only through action. The symbolic relationship between the two Augusti revealed Diocletian's careful planning. By associating himself with Jupiter and Maximian with Hercules, Diocletian created a theological hierarchy that mirrored political reality. Maximian accepted subordination to Diocletian's authority not through weakness, but through understanding that their partnership served the greater good, at least initially. The evolution of court ceremonial under Maximian showed interesting contrasts with Diocletian's Eastern court. While both adopted the trappings of divine monarchy, Maximian's court retained more traditional military character. This difference reflected not just personal preference, but regional necessity. The western provinces required a more martial presence than the increasingly bureaucratized East. Maximian's role in the early tetrarchy perfectly complemented Diocletian's vision. While Diocletian thought in systems and structures, Maximian excelled at direct action. This division of labor, the architect and the enforcer, allowed the new system to establish itself against multiple threats. Maximian's campaigns against the Bagaudae in Gaul, his suppression of Carausius's British rebellion, and his frontier wars demonstrated the military energy the empire desperately needed. Administrative developments in Maximian's domains followed Diocletian's blueprint, but with distinctive implementation. The proliferation of provinces, separation of powers, and bureaucratic expansion occurred throughout the West, but Maximian's personal involvement remained focused on military matters. He delegated civil administration more completely than Diocletian, establishing patterns that would characterize the Western Empire's governance. The appointment of Constantius Chlorus as Caesar in 293 AD demonstrated the tetrarchy functioning as designed. Maximian chose a capable subordinate, married him to his daughter Theodora, and established clear lines of succession. This orderly arrangement should have provided stability for generations. That it lasted barely a decade revealed the system's dependence on personal relationships rather than institutional strength. Economic measures in the western provinces under Maximian reflected imperial priorities. Military spending dominated budgets, infrastructure focused on strategic needs, and taxation supported army requirements. While less sophisticated than Diocletian's economic reforms, these policies maintained the Western army's effectiveness, the essential requirement for regional stability. Religious policy under Maximian initially mirrored Diocletian's tolerance before shifting to persecution. His implementation of anti-Christian measures proved less enthusiastic than his Eastern colleagues, possibly reflecting either personal indifference or recognition of Christianity's stronger position in Western cities. This regional variation in persecution intensity had lasting consequences for Christianity's development. Maximian's first retirement lasted barely 18 months before the system began unraveling. When his son Maxentius seized power in Rome in 306 AD, Maximian emerged from retirement to support him. This action violated every principle of the Tetrarchy, but followed the older logic of dynastic loyalty. The conflict between systematic succession and family ties proved irreconcilable. The crisis of 305 AD exposed fundamental tensions within the tetrarchy. When Diocletian announced his retirement and insisted Maximian follow suit, the system faced its first real test. Maximian's reluctant compliance revealed that he had never internalized the principle of scheduled succession. He understood power as personal possession, not institutional office. The Conference of Carnuntum in 308 AD represented the Tetrarchy's last attempt at self-correction. Diocletian, emerging briefly from retirement, tried to restore order by convincing Maximian to withdraw again. The second retirement proved even shorter than the first, demonstrating that personal ambition couldn't be constrained by institutional design. The contrast between Diocletian and Maximian in retirement illuminates different conceptions of power. Diocletian found satisfaction in his gardens at Split, having achieved his systemic goals. Maximian, defined entirely by active command, couldn't adapt to private life. This psychological difference proved more important than any institutional arrangement. Maximian's final years descended into increasingly desperate attempts to regain power. His failed coup against Constantine in 310 AD led to forced suicide, ending a career that had begun with such promise. The man who had been essential to establishing the Tetrarchy became instrumental in its destruction.